Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are starting a new series on off days. So right now we're currently covering Washington versus Ali and Ali, but they are. Too many tabs open there. Washington versus Ali and Ali, it's an off day. The judge had a civil court case matter, so she took off today. So on our off days, we started a new series, and Aaron came up with the idea, and the name of the series is "The Ego Takes the Stand." So it's basically looking at old trials. Well, hello there, Super Ball cruising by. See the tail? Yeah, no, that's my water. Out. Kitty butt. Super Ball. Nope, this is my water. All right. Yeah, I know, dude, I know. Tell me all about it. Here, tell the people. Tell the people. Tell the people. Are you having a tough day? Is it a tough day? Is it a tough day for Super Ball? Where's Ogo Girl? All right. Yeah, I know. There you go. Okay, she's doing silent meows. All right. Yes, I know. Life is tough being Super Ball. So, I see Super Ball butt, kitty butt. All right, so Aaron came up with this idea yesterday. Well, actually, maybe last week or whatever. But the ego takes the stand. So it's like narcissists that have taken the stand. So we have this whole list going. Of course, Sarah Boone and Robert Tellis. They were the ones that jumped to mind. We have a couple others that we're going to pull out on off days. So appreciate you guys joining us. I know Shelly Roth is with us. Richard in the Kitchen is with us. Fur Baby's mom. Good to see you. Shelby Allen, thank you for joining us. And happy Friday to you. Toots, how are you? Good to see you. Brenda, good to see you. And Edward, thank you for joining us. Alice. Let's see, Mary. I think Brat, I saw Brat. He's with us as well. One of our fantastic moderators. Northwest, Throwback Friday. There you go. Dwayne, good to see you. Richard in the Kitchen. Keely, is that how you say it? Or is it Kelly? Yeah. Please tell me how do you pronounce your name? Keely or Kelly? Yeah. Real happy. Good to see you. Angela, thank you for joining us. And Jim. Hey, Shirley, how are you? So we came up with this idea. Aaron came up with this idea. Off days, when the court that we're watching, the trial we're watching is off, we're going to pick up. So this is going to be a full day. I think it's about 9 hours worth of content. So we're basically we're picking narcissists or ego. The ego takes the stand, right? So we've got, we're going to do direct and we're going to do cross. And then spoiler alert, with Tellis, he got convicted. So we're going to do his verdict and his sentencing. So let's do a little background for those that are not familiar with Mr. Tellis. The date of this incident was September 3rd, 2022, and he's charged with first degree. He stabbed Jeff German, who is a journalist out in Nevada, Las Vegas specifically. He stabbed him 7 times. And so Mr. Tellis there, he's 47 now, so he's a former Democratic county administrator of estates of Clark County, Nevada. He was on trial for the deletion of Las Vegas Review-Journal reporter Jeff German, who was 69. After German had written several articles that were critical about Tellis, who was a public administrator at the time, he was found stabbed to death outside his home on September 3rd. Now, he wasn't discovered until September 4th. So he wasn't discovered until the next day, and his neighbors actually discovered him because they said they saw him, at least a couple times a day, right? Oh, thank you, Alice. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Really appreciate that. That was very, very kind of you. Thank you, Alice. Hey, Marty, Super Kelly G, Time to Stand, William. G. Stewie, good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while. Victor, how are you? Yes, Northwest, it goes off the rails very quickly. So Let me just finish this. Okay, so prosecutors proved that Tellis's DNA was found under Gurman's fingernails. Tellis had pled not guilty and said he was framed for the murder. Hey, Jennifer, good to see you. Hi, Super Kelly G. Tellis he's such a tool. He looks like Boss Baby. Yep, we kept calling him that through the entire trial. We actually covered this trial when it happened, but I was not on camera. This was before. So this happened August. I think it was like August. I think it happened basically all through August. Yeah, we covered it, and that was before I was on camera. So I don't think I was taking notes. So I don't remember taking notes, or if I did, I can't find them. So anyway, so August 28th, 2024, after 2 days of deliberation, the jury found Tellis guilty of first degree, sentencing him to life with the possibility of parole after 20 years. However, in October, the judge, Michelle Levitt, who, if you remember, we had some nicknames for her. We called her Cyndi Lauper. She looked like Cyndi Lauper. She added to the sentence because of the weapon used, which was a knife, and because Gurman was over 60 years old. So Judge Levitt gave Tellis an additional 8 to 20 years. So, all right, Red Snap, how are you? The Sense Hub, good to see you guys. Thanks for joining us. So this is our off day when the live trial that we're watching takes a day off. We've started a new series called The Ego Takes the Stand. And for those that remember this, prosecutor Christopher Hamner, was just fire. He was like is still one of my favorite prosecutors. Absolutely, he was just absolutely fantastic during this trial. And then the defense is Robert Draskevich, who did a decent job, but you'll see that if you didn't watch it, I won't give too much away, but Tellis takes the stand because he was a lawyer as well, and we all were wondering, is he going to take the stand? Is he not going to take the stand? I think we did multiple polls, and we were all hoping that he would, and of course he does, but because Draskevich didn't direct him, so it's basically just him monologuing. So it's really fun to watch. Jerry, yes, loved his straw hat. Yep. So I'm going to play news. We're going to do a couple news reports just to kind of get you guys, for those that are not familiar with it, get you familiarized with it. For those that did watch it, it's been pretty much a year. So let's review what had just a little refresher. So let's get to it.
The state proved to a grand jury that they have ample evidence to bring Robert Tellis to trial, and it's all contained in this more than 70-page transcript showing jurors more than a dozen exhibits like this, leading to his indictment.
In newly released pictures and videos presented to a grand jury, investigative reporter Jeff Gehrman's final moments are chronicled. The state showing a man clad in orange, a large hat, gray shoes, and a dark bag, stalking through the neighborhood in a red SUV on September 2nd. Captured on surveillance vids, that man enters Gehrman's side yard and seconds later pounces on him. LVMPD detective Arthur Hawkins testified the bushes had been disturbed as if the man had laid in wait for Gehrman to approach and were left bloody in the attack.
Can you tell us anything?
Police searched Tellis's home on the 4th, finding cut-up gray shoes in a Ziploc bag under his living room couch, a large cut-up hat and a bag in a toolbox in the garage. Metro Detective Clifford Mogg testified the hat, shoes, and black bag also found in Tellis's home matched those worn by the killer. Then, the proverbial smoking gun. Forensic techs and scientists testified Tellis's DNA was found under Gehrman's fingernails, with Metro forensic scientist Kimberly Dannenberger saying that there was a 1 in 40.9 septillion chance the DNA belonged to someone else. That's nearly 41, followed by 24 zeros.
Tellis was indicted by a grand jury on one count of murder with a deadly weapon of a person older than 60. He's set to be back in court at 8:30 a.m. In the studio, I'm Sean Delancey.
All right, so that's news clip number 1. And we all remember that video. And if you didn't see this trial, there's this video caught of him dressing like a worker. He has the straw hat. He has the reflective vest on. He says everything was planted, but we'll see that in his testimony. That was his defense, was that everything was planted. He was actually uncovering all this corruption in real estate. Like, remember that? He found out that people were, these officials were selling real estate and then, or I'm sorry, buying real estate and then flipping it for like a fraction of the cost. So he says that he was exposing that. And remember, he was in this office with like 5 women and he had a tryst with one of them, or the 6th woman, and then these other 5. Yeah, it was, anyway, we'll get to all that. Okay, so this is a press conference. Next up is a press conference of his arrest. So let's get to this. All right, so this is a press conference.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm obviously Sheriff Joseph Lombardo. I'm here to brief you on the latest details in the homicide of Review journalist, investigative reporter Jeff Gehrman. First and foremost, I want to offer my condolences to the Jeff's family, friends, and co-workers at the Review Journal. This has been an unusual case from the beginning. The murder of an investigative journalist and the main suspect, an elected official here in Clark County. Because of the relentless follow-up of our detectives and with your help, I'm here to announce the arrest of 45-year-old Robert Tellis. He was booked in the Clark County Detention Center last night on the charge of open murder. This is a terrible and jarring homicide, one that has deeply impacted Las Vegas. Every murder is tragic, but the killing of a journalist is particularly troublesome. We hope the arrest of Tellis and his subsequent prosecution will ultimately provide a sense of justice for our community and Mr. Gehrman's family.
Our detectives and everyone involved in this case have been working nonstop since Saturday. This is a very important case for everyone involved. And on day 2 of our major case protocol, we developed a very critical lead, which was a vehicle that we identified. It was a maroon-colored GMC Denali that was suspiciously driving around in the neighborhood on the morning of the murder, prior to the murder, and then certainly was there at the time when the murder happened. That vehicle had stopped multiple times throughout the neighborhood and was behaving suspiciously, or was suspicious. The second key piece on day 2 was we determined that the suspect wearing the orange shirt had fled in that vehicle, which connected the vehicle to the suspect. Detectives continue to work very aggressively. As the sheriff pointed out, we've built a culture around here where we expect relentless follow-up on every case we're involved in. So they were relentless in their efforts. We worked as quickly as possible. And shortly after, we developed information that indicated Tellis was driving the GMC Denali the morning of the murder. We also, through the search warrant effort, we recovered a pair of shoes, as you'll see here on my screen here to the left, that matched the suspect's description. Also, as you can see, there's apparent blood on the shoes, and the shoes were cut, likely in a manner to try to destroy evidence. In addition to the shoes, we recovered a straw hat that was also cut in a manner that was likely to destroy the evidence. And that straw hat, as you can see, matches the one in the photo. Just something to point out, that black brim is actually the interior part of the hat, a sweatband, not the exterior part. But we analyzed the hat, analyzed the shoes, and then ultimately one of the most important aspects of this investigation was waiting on the DNA results. And we received positive DNA results that showed Robert Tellis' DNA at the crime scene. At that time, we immediately initiated our arrest operation and planning. The goal was to take Tellis into custody as safely as possible. And thanks to the men and women of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and the leadership here, we were able to successfully execute that operation yesterday, and Tellis was taken into custody safely and arrested, as the sheriff talked about.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow.
All right. So, yeah, I remembered his father was an ambassador. So his dad, I'm sorry, hold on, let me pull this up. So, yeah, so Robert Tellis' great uncle Raymond was appointed by President Kennedy as ambassador to Costa Rica. I think he was the first let's see. I think he was the first Hispanic maybe to be an ambassador. Let me see if I can find that. I found it on Rolling Stone, but let me see if I can. Well, anyway, we can hear. Let me look up Raymond Tellis. Yeah. Raymond Telles. Oh, he was the first Mexican-American mayor. Hold on. No, is that really? Raymond Telles. Is this... Yep. All right. So Raymond Telles. He was the first Mexican-American mayor of a major American city, El Paso. He was also the first Hispanic person appointed as a U.S. ambassador. So he was born and raised in El Paso. He worked for the Justice Department. He was drafted into the Army in 1941. He went into the Air Force, where he became chief of the Lend-Lease program for Central and South America. He received the Peruvian Flying Cross and the Order of the Southern Cross from Brazil. So, and then he was appointed, let's see, 1957, he became the mayor of El Paso. So this is Robert Telles's great uncle. And then Kennedy appointed him an ambassador to Costa Rica. And then President Johnson appointed him the chairman of the U.S.-Mexican Border Commission in 1967. And then in 1971, President Nixon appointed him to the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. He passed away in 2013. So there you go. And then his father also got in trouble in Texas. I'll pull that up I'll pull that up for you guys. Yeah, Victor, he did get greedy for sure. Hey, Amber Fox, even though I'm sure he just lied the whole time, right? I know, Dwayne, he hid his costume under the sofa. He says it was planted, Dwayne. He said it was planted. That's what he says. That was his he said it was planted. Teresa, how are you? Yeah, I think we played that. I think he did 2, Amber. I think he may have done 2. We may not have time to show everything because it's like 9 hours as it is. All right, so let's get to it. So we just showed the news just kind of outlining it, the press conference on the arrest. Now here we go. This is his direct examination, right? So this is his direct examination. Now keep in mind that, well, hold on. Let me find out what, let me just find let's see, defense. So day 5, it looks like day 5, he took the stand. No, let's see. The defense started on day 5. I'm not sure which day he took the stand because we have day 5 through day 9. Let me see. I can't believe I didn't take notes. I could have sworn I took notes for this, but I did not. I'm trying to find my trial notes. Yeah, I thought I took. I guess I didn't take notes. That's a bummer. All right. Anyway, I'm not going to get hung up on that. All right. Let's get to it. And Christopher Hamner, if you guys remember, was fantastic. If you don't remember him, you're in for a treat because Christopher Hamner, we called him the Hammer. Hamner. Yeah, he was just absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. All right, here we go. Robert Telles, the ego takes the stand.
Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Deus. The first name is Robert. The last name is Telles.
Mr. Telles, the state is going to allow you, or I think the court is going to allow you to testify by way of narration. So please tell us. Begin with your story, sir.
Thank you, sir. So, first of all, and excuse me, I'm obviously a little nervous. This is it's a day I've been waiting for nearly 2 years. You know, this thing's been kind of a nightmare, frankly.
All right, hold on, guys. It's just coming out of one channel, so I'm trying to get my All right, hold on a sec. Hold on. trying to get my filter here to work and having a little bit of a problem here. Why can't I? All right. Give me a moment. Just give me one moment, you guys. Hold on. Just give me one moment.
And again, I want to thank you for being here. And right now I want to say unequivocally, I'm innocent. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And I've got a lot to share with you all. There's been a lot of testimony. And my concern is making sure that you hear what I think about all these things and you know, what would, you know, the concerns that I have with some of these things that have been brought up. So during my testimony, I'm going to be sharing opinions. I know that, you know, folks like Zach Schilling and Mr. Mogg shared their opinions with you. And these opinions were, you know, almost, I guess you could say argumentative in a sense, right? Basically, Zach Schilling said, well, you know, I'm an expert on shoes, and, you know, I think that those shoes that the killer was wearing are the same ones that I've seen the Shadas wearing all the time, right? So he's arguing that he's an expert and you should believe him. And I think the same goes for Mr. Mogg, right? So I think that when I share an opinion with you, someone might say it's argumentative. And when I say something, I guess I specifically mean the state. But I think that when I share an opinion with you, that's my right. And it's your right to decide whether or not you agree with my opinion or not, whether you want to adopt my opinion or not. So I'm just hoping that, you know, I'm not stopped from sharing with you what I have to say. And when I guess right off the bat, I'll share an opinion with you. The medical examiner testified about how Mr. Gurman was murdered. And, you know, I had to see pictures of Mr. Gurman's body, you know, in preparation for the case. And it's obviously it's ugly. But when the medical examiner testified, that's the first time I'd learned how Mr. Gurman was murdered. Now, you know, I think it's the way that he was murdered speaks to, I think, something or someone who knows what they're doing. You know, the idea that Mr. Gurman's throat was slashed and his heart was stabbed. You know, I think that's, I mean, I don't know if anybody could just do that, right, without some kind of training, without some kind of expertise. So, I mean, and I'm personally not combat trained. I've, you know, and none of that. So it seems to me that when I heard that, I thought, you know, my God. You know, so that's, I guess, one example of like the type of opinion I'll be sharing with you. And I want to also provide relevant facts and the truth and, you know, things that I think are going to tend to disprove a lot of what has been said. And also when it comes to some of the witnesses, some of the documents that I'm going to try to get in are going to kind of go to, you know, whether or not they're being truthful. So again, I'm hoping that I'll be able to get those documents into. I guess we'll see how that goes as well. First, I want to kind of go into my background a little bit. So out of high school, I got a job at a small computer store and, you know, building computers, that type of thing. And then I got an opportunity to work in IT, right? Information technology, working as a network technician. The .com crash occurred, and from there, I ended up going into property management. And, you know, I enjoyed that. I became a leasing agent, then an assistant manager, then a manager. Then I took a strange turn and got into maintenance, you know, fixing stuff inside apartments, that type of thing. And from there, started to get involved in air conditioners. So then I became an HVAC technician, an air conditioning technician. And it was all, you know, self-study. Right? I took a course for the EPA certification, which is, you know, the license that you're required in order to handle like refrigerant, like Freon, those types of things. But you know, I kind of learned like the basics of air conditioning on my own. And the only reason I say it is, you know, like going along is like I've kind of developed this analytical mind, right? And so that led to me becoming an attorney. And so then that even built more on that analytical mind, where I think about, you know, all the things, like all the things wrong in this case. And you add on top of that the fact that I've been sitting in a cell for close to 2 years. So I've had a lot of time to think about a lot of these issues. So again, I think I'm going to point out some strange things about this case. But anyway, going back to you know, my background. So became an HVAC technician. I started working at the College of Southern Nevada. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to name check I was going to say local community college. Sorry, I'm very nervous. Excuse me. So I started working at CSN, managing a team, and I was doing that by day. And I went to law school at night. They have a part-time program at Boyd School, or they did then anyway. I don't know if they still have it, but I went through law school at night. But before I got into law school, I met my wife online. And you know, we started dating. I got into law school. We got married. We had our daughter together. So by this point, you know, I had a stepson. I had my daughter from a previous marriage, and then my wife and I had our daughter together. When I got out of law school, I opened my own probate firm, or my own law firm, and I focused on probate law. Now, you heard this term earlier from Detective Jappy, probate, and also, of course, a couple of other witnesses. And, you know, I do have a correction for, I guess, the way that Detective Jappy characterized probate law, but I'll get into that as we discuss further Compass Realty. So I want to go from here, from my probate work, into how I became the public administrator. I was, again, a probate attorney, working cases for families, and John Cahill, the public administrator at the time, he saw me in court, and, you know, saw that I was, you know, kind of a new face, and so he started giving me a couple of cases in there. He worked with various attorneys throughout town. So I started doing some work for him, and I can't remember exactly how long I've been working for him, you know, at least a few months, maybe 6 months. But I was part of this volunteer group. Yeah, and we had these weekly meetings where we would bring people in to speak, right? And the group was very interested in learning about things happening in Vegas, right? So I thought, well, gosh, you know, getting the Clark County Public Administrator in to speak would be really great, because nobody knows what this guy does. When you hear the title Clark County Public Administrator, a lot of people think that we're talking about the guy who runs the whole county or something, right? I mean, that's oftentimes when I was in the office, I had these emails from people telling me to fix this on that side of town, or this, that, whatever issue, right? So it's the public administrator, is the probate administrator for the county. And again, it's basically the office that safeguards property until family can step in. Because, again, when the coroner got there, the coroner couldn't find the family. So it's our job to do the safeguarding. And if for some reason the family can't or does not want to do the administration, our office takes over and does that administration. So, you know, I got in there, hit the ground running. We're working. I find out at a certain point, as I'm going to court, that there's a situation with some of these private administrators. Now, A private administrator is, when we talk about them, is anybody who is handling administrations, or really, I'd say private corporate administrators, because any family member could be a private administrator, right? The probate commissioner, who is basically an appointee of the probate judges, he had these concerns with some of these folks, right? And I was in a hearing one day where he asked me to take a look at a case, and the attorney for one of these guys or one of these firms was there, and we were talking, and he told me that that his client had been doing these things for so much time, and that the prior public administrator didn't have a concern with it. And I asked him, well, where are the, this is the first I'm hearing about this, He said, well, we've been mailing your office notices every time that we come to court. And so just FYI, the fact that these folks were required to send me notices was ordered by the probate commissioner because he was very troubled by what he saw going on with this firm. And so I told him, no, I've been at this for maybe 7-8 months, and this is the first I'm hearing of it. He said, oh, no, I promise we're sending you every notice. So I get to the office, and I find out that, at the direction of the prior public administrator, the office had been throwing away all of those documents, and they just basically continued on with that process of just throwing the documents away. And I told my staff, we're not doing that anymore. I need to look at these. I need to see why the probate commissioner was so concerned. So I did an analysis, and I found that there were some troubling concerns. I created a spreadsheet, and I guess at this point I want to see if I could share X2.
I just approach this to see what it is. I don't have the names as it's coded with the exhibit numbers.
Move to admitted foundation.
Or if you need me to build any foundation, I can do that.
Nice. Just approach on this.
All right. So what do you guys think? I think they're doing a sidebar. We're like 10 minutes in. How many times has he said Compass Realty? He's in the Sarah Bean vein of excelling at everything. Totally. Yeah, and the reason that Draskevich didn't want to direct him because he knew he was going to lie. So let's see. So everybody in the front row on the right, that was all news reporters. I remember them.
Is it fitted or? So then.
I assume you're going to place some foundation.
Yeah, of course, absolutely, Your Honor. And again, this goes to the theory of my case, right? Somebody framed me for this, and I believe that it's Compass Realty, and I believe that it's for the work that I've done against them. And this document here shows the start of the work that I began against them. You're going to hear much more about the things that I did and the things that they did. And so, again, this spreadsheet, I think really, it's the beginning. And so I'd ask if I could please have it admitted.
X2 is being proposed. Is there any further objection?
I'll stand by my prior argument and hold the further court.
It's admitted.
So when you view this exhibit, or X2, you'll see that there's a spreadsheet attached to it, and I just want to go over a few of the cases with you. And well, generally, first I'll tell you that, again, it was about 60 cases. And let's see here. And there was, for about 60 cases, there's about a $6 million difference between, and this is total, this is not each, but obviously. For those cases, there's about a $6 million total between the time that the estate sold the property to the time that the person who purchased it sold it to another person, right? And so that's quite a bit of money for that. I'll say that originally, the estates in total sold the properties for $8.5 million, and later the people who sold it after, they sold it for about $14.5 million, right? So when you're talking about $8.5 million and then making $6 million, I mean, it's nearly double, right, from one sale to the next sale. And if you look at some of the homes on here, you'll see, for example, there's this one, Prince, Bobby. So the deceased's name is Bobby Prince. The estate sold the home on December 31st of 2018 for $232,000, and the next sale was done the same day. So the person who bought it resold it the same day for $50,000 more. Now, as administrators have a fiduciary duty to get the maximum value that they can for the estate. But when I see a situation, and again, this is the most extreme one. I mean, I'm not saying that all of them are like this, but all of them are. There's a significant difference between the one price and the other price. But this is just the most extreme one. Is for someone to be able to resell a property the same day for $50,000 more, it's just not right. And again, you'll see that, again, anywhere from 30 to 50% between the two sales when you review this exhibit. And so it floored me, right, to see that this is going on. And immediately, all I knew was that there was something funny going on here. And what troubled me, too, is that a prior public administrator said, I'm not going to deal with it. I'm not going to do anything about it. Throw them in the trash. And I think that disturbs me because that's really the role of the Clark County Public Administrator, right? I think Compass Realty has made this argument that, that's not the jurisdiction of the public administrator. But if you think about it, whether we are trying to secure property so someone can't jump through the window and steal everything in the house, or we're trying to stop somebody from stealing equity, I believe it's the same thing. And so that's, I absolutely disagree with John Cahill. So we've got a duty to protect these estates, right? Whether it's, again, stopping criminals from getting into the houses and stealing stuff, or unscrupulous real estate agents from trying to work the system. So I started to object to all of these petitions. And as I told you before, it was the probate commissioner who told me, look, I need to start looking at this. This doesn't seem right. And I asked him, I said, well, why can't you stop these? Not that I was saying, I don't want to do it, but out of curiosity, why can't you? And he told me that the law, and so I'll tell you right now that, sorry, just coming backwards just a bit, because I think it's now is a good time to talk about this independent administration. So independent administration is not a generally used form of probate. It's rarely used. What independent administration allows somebody to do is to sell houses without going through the regular court process. you basically circumvent the whole process. And so the reason that I didn't, really look into it is I never had a need to use it. Because normally during the probate process, when somebody's selling a house, you've got to ask the court for permission. You give everybody notice. And you allow, when you do this, for the estate to get the best value. Because what happens is all of these folks out there who are interested in buying and flipping properties, whatever, they scour all of these listings. So if you ever go to probate court on a Friday, you'll see that there are real estate investors just all over the place, right? But so by publishing it, you ensure that you're going to get the best value possible. These people are watching and they're going to say, oh, you know what? Maybe there's an extra 20 grand I can squeeze out of that. I'm going to get in there and I'm going to go after it, right? And so like I said, it's good for the families. So, and it's transparent. So when somebody uses this Independent Administration Act, and they're a corporate probate administrator, that's concerning. Because basically what they're trying to say is, well, I want to sell this property out of this estate, but I don't want it to go through the regular process. I want to be able to sell it to this guy at this price, and that's it. And when they would use this type of law, the law says that if nobody objects, then the probate commissioner has to grant the petition. Right, so his hands were tied. So one of the things I did do later was I actually went to the legislature and raised my concerns. And there are folks in the legislature that agreed. And so we were able to change the laws so that I had greater watchdog capabilities in these situations, which I think only made this situation more dire for certain folks. And again, I'll get further into that. But so, I began to go ahead and file objections to these petitions. And the probate commissioner pretty much granted my objections just about every time. Because in the regular law, again, not independent administration, just generally, the public administrator has higher priority than all other people, except for family, right? And we would never step in the way of family. Family member wants to handle the estate, great. If we're in the middle of getting ready to handle a probate estate, and I'm sorry, I know I'm talking as though I'm still there, but I think for the purposes of what I'm sharing with you, I'm just going to continue to do that. We would say, okay, you know what, great, maybe we have this fee or that fee that you got to pay. Could be a couple $100, but we don't want to, we're not here to take away anything from you. Happy to transfer it, right? And we got to, per the county's codes, or we've got to charge the fee, right? It's not something that we just say, well, we're going to waive it and you can go. But like I said, it was never any like real burden to pay the $150 to take over, especially when they're done liquidating, they're looking at thousands of dollars in the family's pocket. But again, it's their money, right? But when it came to, again, third-party administrators, if I saw that there was something strange going on, I stepped in. Now, if there's a third-party administrator who was, when I reviewed the petition, appeared to be above board, wasn't doing anything fishy, I didn't get involved. Right? If they were utilizing the regular court process, they weren't, again, trying to hide anything, then great. More power to you. But so the one company that was doing this over and over again, more than anybody else, was Compass Realty. And they were doing it through Thomas Moore. And so anytime one of Thomas Moore's petitions came through, the probate commissioner said, you've got to give it to the public administrator's office. And I think that's where that whole thing started way back, right? So as they were, as I was going at this and filing the objections, they started to fight back in various ways. First, they started to threaten to sue me. They said, well, you're messing with our business, right? And I wasn't afraid of them because, what they were doing was not right. They started making complaints to my assistant county manager, or, county management, trying to get my assistant county manager to stop me. And, we had meetings, he and I said, you know what, this is not okay. I'm not going to, I can't agree to that. No, you know. So despite their complaints over in Oregonic County, my county manager said, you know what, I can't do anything. He's the guy in charge. You know, sorry. Then they started filing these false claims about me in court pleadings, saying that, you know, I was trying to steal their business, that I was trying to steal it for myself. Now, at the time I was a salaried employee. You know, like some of the smaller counties, they have a setup where the public administrators, all they earn is a commission based on the estates they put through the process. Okay, but not so with Clark County. With Clark County, you get a paycheck and that's it. So I never received a commission off of any of the estates that we administered, ever. So to say that, you know, I was trying to do this to get something out of it was just false. Again, just trying to sling mud to see if they couldn't scare me off or do it. I don't know. Then in early 2022, about March 2022, I approached Steve Wolfson. Now, he and I and other elected department heads, we would have regular meetings and we would coordinate. And, you know, elections were around the corner, so we started talking about, what ideas do you have? What ideas do you have? That type of thing, right? And during one of our meetings, I had mentioned that, I had this concern with this company. About a year before, I had raised the issue with the Attorney General's office, and apparently they didn't see where the wrong was. But, the weird thing about that was that they took less than a month for the investigation. And so I don't know if the Attorney General thought, well, we don't get it, we don't see how this is crime or what, but I think about a month later, Compass Realty had a letter in hand saying that they didn't see any wrongdoing. Like I said, to me, that was just weird. And again, I will get into why this is not just about mail. I think Detective Jappy said, oh, this is about mailings. No, it's way worse than that, in my opinion. So I told Mr. Wolfson about the situation, and you've got these guys who are, again, from one sale to the next. I mean, we're looking at anywhere, again, close to 50%, and he's like, well, okay. And I asked him, well, can you do an investigation? He said, well, that's not our department. I mean, we don't do investigations. Because, I thought, well, the AG does investigations. Maybe the DA does too. He said, no, we don't do that, but I know someone who can help you. There's this guy I know in public corruption, Derek Jett, and I'll put you in touch with him. Mr. Jappy, I don't know if it was a day or two later, calls me. We discuss the case on the phone. We set up a meeting. I go down there with a package with all of my materials. And I actually included a letter to him with that. A letter to him that kind of highlighted some of the concerns. And so I'd like to share J1. So it was a letter to Detective Jappy.
Camera, do you want to approach?
All right, so he did file an appeal, which of course he did, but the appeal is currently before the Nevada Supreme Court. So it has not. So he did that in November. So he was convicted in August of last year. In November 18th, November 18th. Documents indicate.
J1 has been admitted.
Thank you. And so one of the things that I had noted in this letter, and again, it's a 4-page letter. Like I said, getting into detail about what had been going on and what yeah. Well, I guess you'll see it. But one of the issues I noted was this estate of James Clark. And I noted that in this case, we found that Thomas Moore had removed everything from the kitchen before any sale of the home. Removing the kitchen, and of course this also involved the flooring, but it didn't say that here, but removing the kitchen before the sale would devalue the property in a way that would allow Moore to get a lower appraisal value before making the sale. There are photos that we took on 5/1/2019 showing that the kitchen was in place at the time that the decedent died. So what had happened was that we had taken over because family wasn't found. Family came in, they took over, but apparently something happened where they couldn't administer it, and in the meantime, Thomas Moore stepped in. So we came into the picture, got out of the picture, family stepped in, then Thomas Moore stepped in, because I think a notice of default was filed with the recorder's office, because the mortgage had gone into arrears. And so maybe I'll explain that just a little bit. So when somebody dies, oftentimes, the way that these private administrators get word, I mean, and I think these guys have a different method, but one of the ways that they typically do is they watch for these public notices that the homes have gone into default. Because the mortgages have lapsed, like somebody stopped paying the mortgage, right? And so now at this point, the mortgage company is getting ready to do a foreclosure, right? So they do this, thank you, sir. Oh, sorry. They do this notice of intent to default, right? And this is the signal to some of these folks, okay, well, I should go check this out and see why this is a default. Maybe I'll go knock on the door and see if anybody's home. I'll look through the window, see if it looks like it's lived in. Then they might do more research and try to find out who it was that was there and whether they died or not. Right? So then, based on that, they'll file a petition in court to take over, to get this administration so they could sell the real property. So when they had taken control of this property, from that point to the point that family notified us again that, this estate had been taken from them, we stepped in. I filed an objection. We got into the house and found out that Thomas Moore had ripped out the flooring in the kitchen before a sale that he was preparing for. And so that was in this first note to Detective Jappy. Early on, this was March 6th of 2022, that I raised that particular concern with Detective Jappy. But so about 2 weeks later, Detective Jappy told me, hey, you know what? I learned from Detective Jappy that they discovered that Compass Realty or Thomas Moore, they were not reporting on the closing documents for the estates any personal property at all. So, when somebody dies and they have a house, you've got stuff in the house, right? Given that Vegas is a commuter city, most people have a car, right? At least one car. So, for someone to die with a house, but zero property of any value inside the house or any car, Detective Jappy thought that was really odd. He's like, no, there's something wrong here. So we're going to, it is my understanding that they were going to go ahead and do stakeouts. Now, I don't know if this is supposed to be with some type of static car that just sits there empty with a video camera, but basically my understanding was they were going to do observation on some of these homes when they still had property inside them, vehicles in front of them, and see what exactly happened with all that stuff. Because again, if you've got a house that's worth $500,000, you should probably have property inside the house that's kind of commensurate with that, right? You might have $5,000, $10,000 worth of property that can be sold. For the public administrator's office, oftentimes there was personal property to be sold, recovered and sold in apartments, right? I mean, there's very, very often stuff that's worth, at least $3,000, $4,000, right? And it's the probate administrator's duty, whether you're the public administrator or a private administrator, to ensure that those items are sold and the benefit is provided to the estate, right? So when, these guys have done hundreds of estates and no personal property has been reported and no vehicles have been reported, it seemed that was a concern for Mr. Jappy. But after that, I really didn't hear much more. And I understand that he said that he and I were buddies and we talked often, but that wasn't the case. That was kind of strange. I never considered him like a friend per se. Not that I'm, trying to say anything about that, but for him to say that he thought we were good friends, I couldn't understand how you'd characterize it that way. I guess when he was claiming that, we'll get to the ambulance situation later. But so he said again that we're going to do these things and then we're going to do title research, and again, still I didn't hear anything about the concerns with the James Clark situation or even the Rajab Abdul situation. And then I'll get into that situation here in a little bit. But, that same month, Rita Reed, my assistant public administrator, who's now the current public administrator, she filed for the position. And also a Compass Realty realtor filed to run for the position as well. So again, to this point, Compass Realty seems like doing everything they could to try to stop me, even running one of their own employees to try to take the seat from me. It was in the end of April. Now, again, I'd like to, at the end of April, I guess I'm not sure how the conversation went or how this interaction went between Rita Reed and one of the folks from Compass Realty, but Rita Reed, for her campaign, received $10,000. $10,000 from, $5,000 from Adam Fenn and $5,000 from Compass Realty. And I would like to, if I could, share L1.
I just approached this to see.
Sure, of course.
All right, so there's two Raymond. So Raymond Rutherford Tellis is his dad. He was elected 2 terms to the El Paso City Council, but then there's Raymond Tellis, who was the ambassador for JFK. So his dad.
Thank you.
Do you want to, are you offering it?
Yes, please.
Okay, L1 is admitted.
Thank you. And so the document here again is Rita Reed's campaign contribution report from the Nevada Secretary of State. And I'm turning to, you know what? I think we might have to admit a different exhibit for another day. My apologies, but this is report number 1, and the contributions from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn are on report number 2. So my apologies. So
I mean, it's
so
admitted. That's just not the document you want.
That's correct. So if you would note that we're going to be looking at, when I bring that back tomorrow, we'll be looking at report number 2 that has those contributions. So I end up, I guess after this happens, about 2 weeks later, Mr. Gurman's article, his first article, comes out. And, I think we had those text messages from me from the day that I saw the article where I was upset. And I think, anybody who is the subject of an article that says certain things about you, could reasonably feel upset about it, right? I'll note that later, as we go through my tweets, you'll see that, that same demeanor from that day is not exhibited in any of my tweets later. And again, we'll go over that later. But, so the articles come out and all that, and Rita Reed, and I'll show you in the campaign report, or you'll be able to review the campaign report, she didn't get too many contributions other than this $10,000 from Adam Fenn and Compass Realty. She ended up running 2 different text message campaigns, publicizing to voters the articles, right? And that cost about, I think, $9,000 or so. That'll be on later campaign reports how much was spent. So you'll see that this $10,000 that was given by Compass Realty and Adam Fenn went directly to this text message campaign, and I lost the primary. You know, it was a bummer. I mean, I don't know what, you know, it was unfortunate. But I continued the fight against Compass Realty, and I think that that's something that they didn't expect. Right? And I did it just because I thought it was the right thing to do. Right? I didn't, you know, I could have just gone home and put up my feet and done no work at all anymore. But I continued that particular battle. I had nothing to gain from it because, you know, in 7 months I was out anyway. Right? So there was nothing for me to gain other than just doing doing the job, right? And then, you know, as I mentioned earlier, there's a state of Recep Abdul where we got some headway on something. I had been discussing with one of the heirs what Compass Realty was doing in that case, and so we were, you know, she was concerned. And she asked us to intervene. So I filed a petition, and we had a hearing, I believe it was on June 29th of 2022. And I'd like to see if we could play the hearing video from that hearing. And this is
maybe approach on this one.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So while they approach, yeah, he comes from, it's generational corruption. His grandfather and his great uncle were involved in political corruption. His dad was involved in political corruption. And this was in Texas. This was all in Texas. But then his siblings, one's a photographer in New York, the other one lives in South Carolina. They seem pretty much on the up and up. But yeah, his generational corruption, unbelievable. And I remember he was abusive to his wife. I think she was his girlfriend at the time, or no, maybe it was his wife. Maybe they were married at the time. And there's body cam of that where he's all drunk and stuff. Yeah, he does a lot of that. He does a lot of that. Yeah, he does a lot of that, I noticed. So Dwayne, we're up to 19 times. 19 times. Yeah, Dwayne's got 17, 18. I heard the 18th one. I missed the 19th one. So I'm trying to do all this background research on him. Yeah.
District Attorney wants an opportunity to review it, and so I'm going to reserve on that. And you can probably talk about it maybe tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to have the jury see that video. Yes. I'd like to go ahead and then, if I may, share the Recep Abdul inventory. And that is, excuse me, M1, sorry. And this is...
Thank you.
And And this document is an inventory filed in the estate of Recep Abdul, for which I filed an objection.
All right, I think, yeah, let's see.
Or is that...
This right now has been admitted.
Okay. Is it possible to
So
put it...
everyone is
Can we
admitted.
put it on the album?
Court's permission, court's permission after he explains it, I went to put it on.
Sure, no problem.
So again, this is a... So basically when somebody's doing a probate case, by the end of the case, they've got to report everything that was found on the date of death of the person. If they have a house, they put that, they put the house on the appraisal, on the inventory, and they attach an appraisal for the house. Vehicles, they'll list vehicles, bank accounts. If there's personal property and they have appraised the property, that'll be listed on the inventory. So I have here the inventory that was filed by Cynthia Sauerland, who was the probate administrator for this case, who ended up taking over for Thomas Moore. So he had been the administrator for them for some time, and then she stepped in and continued their practices for them. As it turns out, she was also a real estate agent for them, whereas I don't think Thomas Moore was both an agent and the administrator. But the appraisal attached to this was something that was of concern to the heirs, and that I found concerning as well. Mr. Eskowitz, do you mind?
Is there a particular page?
And unfortunately, on the appraisal, they didn't mark the pages, but I guess, you can see, I don't know why the appraiser didn't actually do page numbers on his appraisal, but it would be certainly this page. I'd like to show that, and then the following page.
Okay, so I'll show these two pages.
Yes, sir.
Just want you to flip it over.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And so when you do an inventory, it's supposed to be the state of... yes, sir.
Is that... Everybody see that? Okay.
This is supposed to be the state of the home on the date of the person's death. So when you see here, the appraisal that they've got for their inventory shows a kitchen that has no cabinets, I hope you can see that. If not, certainly when we review the exhibit later, you'll see there are no cabinets, no sink, no counter. It's the bare walls in the kitchen. And the floor is missing. So, and you'll see in the bottom left-hand corner, same thing. The picture's not great, but you'll see the floor is missing there too. And sir, may we go to the next page? And in the hallway, missing flooring. In the bedroom, missing flooring. And so it costs money to do this process, right, to rip these things out. So it's interesting that, I guess, I'm not providing that document for you, so the fact that they didn't show that they paid for these services to me seems strange. But this is apparently what they're claiming as to how they found the home. And you'll, thank you, sir, very much. Thank you. And you'll find that, again, like I said before, James Clark was in a similar condition. So, and later, after this property, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm fidgeting. Later, when this property was resold, it was sold by and I'm sorry, like I said, I'm a little nervous, but if you look at that appraisal, you'll see that the appraiser said that he believed that it would take about $20,000 in repair costs to bring the home up to fair market value. It was about 3 months later that the buyer resold the home for $70,000. So as far as I'm concerned, that extra $50,000 should have gone to the family, not these other guys. And so right there, I thought, you know, when somebody is ripping property out of a house to sell it to another individual with whom they've had these purchases or these transactions over and over again, that should be looked into seriously, because to me, I believe that's theft. Right? I mean, it makes no sense otherwise. So, an interesting thing. I wrote Jappy an email after the hearing that we had, and I really want you guys to see, want you folks to see the hearing, because I think it certainly put Compass Realty on notice. The judge was very concerned, and so you'll see that tomorrow, I hope. Jappy, I ended up, it was that same day, I believe, writing Detective Jappy an email saying that we went to court and there were these issues with this house as well, just like with James Clark. I don't know that I said that as like James Clark, but I certainly noticed those issues. May I share V2?
What's your message? It's an email. It's an email.
This is an email from me to Detective Jappy. I can't recall the date, but it was in regard to the estate of Recep Abdul.
I'll approach you with this.
So that was kind of the crux of it there. So he's with probate. So people die, right? And so that's the crux of his thing, where he's trying. So people die. Probate comes in. They go through the house. They they rip out whatever it is they rip out. They flip it, and the money that they make on the side should be going to the families, but it doesn't. So he was saying that he's exposing this corruption from Compass Realty, and Dwayne says 20 times. So that's the running tally. If you guys are wondering, that's the running tally. How many times he mentions Compass Realty? So Compass Realty is the one that is doing this. He came in, he exposed this fraud, and then now Compass Realty is saying he's saying that Compass Realty is framing him. So that's kind of the tie-in, right? So he exposed the fraud, and now Compass Realty is trying to frame him for this deletion. So that's kind of the big picture, if you will. I also, sorry for the lip smacking. I also found, I want to just say, so he went through 5 lawyers. I didn't realize this. So he says his first attorney, Travis Shelter, was a friend of the family, not supposed to enter his name as counsel of record. The second one was a public defender, conveyed to him that they were going to try to provide a vigorous defense. They wouldn't be able to get me to trial for at least 2 years. And for me, that was obviously a concern because I wanted my day in court sooner than later. He says the same held true for his third attorney, Ryan Helmick. He couldn't get me the justice as quickly as I hoped. His fourth lawyer, Damian Sheets, who he just asked to withdraw from the case. And then he wants to represent himself. And eventually the judge said, no, you cannot represent yourself. So, yes. So for the fourth time in 5 months, he asked the court for a new lawyer. So I don't think it's anything other than, unfortunately, a confluence of odd little factors that make it look like I'm just bouncing through attorneys here. So that's that. All right, let's get back to it. Oh, what, Jojo, are you? Yeah, so we started this new series called The Ego Takes the Stand. And we're going to do all the past narcissistic defendants that take the stand. Of course, Sarah Boone's going to be in there somewhere.
It's been admitted, V2 is admitted.
Thank you. And so this is actually to Derek Jappy and one of the other folks that was on his detail. This is Hello, gentlemen. I'm not sure if you all had a chance to catch the hearing. I will get the video for you. Also, I'm not sure if you had a chance to view the response. It had an appraisal with the kitchen torn out. Today, Deborah Erbach testified that the photos of the house in the appraisal were not representative of how she had left the house. She had cleaned the house before she had returned home. She also said, and again, I'm sorry that, I guess this is hearsay, but also the kitchen was intact when she left the home. It seems that the kitchen in this case was also potentially ripped out to reduce the value of the real property before the appraisal. So Detective Jaffe was on notice of this concern as well. But and so despite all that, Detective Jaffe, I'll tell you that at a certain point, I was, during the course of this case, you probably were aware that you may be aware that I was representing myself, and I was fighting for certain evidence. And I requested the case file for the case that Detective Jaffe had built against me. When they gave me that case file, they also gave me the case file against Compass Realty as well. And so I was able to observe what was done in the investigation. So despite the fact that Detective Jaffe had said that there would be these stakeouts, there were no stakeouts. There were no vehicle title searches to see what was going on with these vehicles. Despite the fact that I had raised concerns about what we found in the appraisals, at least the one appraisal, Detective Jaffe didn't seek appraisals from any of the other cases. Right, so it seemed odd to me that he would get up here and say that this was all about mail. Right, he said, "Oh, well, this is just
Objection in this phase of the testimony."
Yeah, I guess I can't recall what the to my knowledge, the issue that was raised, according to Detective Jaffe, was that this is about certified mailing. I can't recall what the other issue was.
His opinion is proper.
So, but I guess you can go back to your notes and see what Detective Jaffe said to you, what this was about. Because that's, in my opinion, that's clearly not what this was about.
Objection.
This is my opinion. Okay. So personally, I believe it's likely that, based on what I'm going to discuss later about what Detective Jaffe did, I believe there's some type of compensation to him for all this.
Objection.
So I'm a witness.
I would just ask you to move on.
Sure, absolutely. And again, like I said before, I can have my opinions, right? And it's up to you to decide. I'm not the lawyer up here.
All right, I don't know how much to fast forward. I guess I could fast forward a little bit. Let me fast forward a little bit. Dang it. I knew that. As soon as I hit fast forward, they'd come in.
You to limit your testimony to your personal knowledge and the facts, because your opinions are not really relevant. And so I would ask you your personal knowledge and things that you observed, and any inferences and arguments that can be made, your attorneys will be able to make those at the end.
And if Your Honor, if you don't mind, for clarification's sake, again, when Zach Schilling was giving his opinion about circumstances.
But if you want to have a hearing at the end of the day, that's fine too. But again, I would just ask that you limit it to the facts and your personal knowledge and any of your observations.
So if I have a particular opinion on some of the testimony, can I share that?
Your opinions are not relevant at this time. So again, I would ask you to limit your testimony to facts and observations that you made.
And then according to the judge's counsel, those are matters that can be argued in closing.
So the attorney for Compass Realty began to stonewall me after the hearing, because what happened during the hearing is that I was granted this authority to engage in investigations against them. The judge, you'll see what the judge decided about the situation. Yeah, I think that they had a lot to worry about. And that was June 29th that hearing occurred. So, but after that hearing, there still has to be a paper order that is entered, that is filed, in order to grant the power that was actually given during the hearing, right? So you got to have that written order in hand in order to act. I had to basically, as part of the process, you have to send the order to the other attorney, and you all have to try to agree to the terms of the order, and both sides sign it if they agree upon it. The attorney for Compass Realty just would not, and things got delayed, and then finally the order got filed. It was on, I believe, August 29th. My apologies, but I do have the order that I drafted in the estate of Rajab Abdul that I'd like to share as N1.
And as Nancy?
N as in Nancy. That's right.
Court's indulgence.
One is admitted.
Thank you. My apologies. It was actually filed on August 31st, 2022. And as you all know, Mr. Gurman was murdered on September 2nd, 2022. But I guess well, I also want to mention at the same time that I was fighting Compass Realty in probate court, and also beyond trying to work with Detective Jappy on that criminal investigation. I'd also filed a complaint with the Nevada Real Estate Division as well. And I'd raised the issues that I've discussed already, and also I raised issues about some of the other codes related to real estate that were being broken, because Compass Realty was selling properties to Adam Fenn, one of their own agents, using the same, it appears, using the same scheme. And when Mr. Gurman was murdered, a couple of things happened. One, the new public administrator did not finish acting on any of the investigation in Rajab Abdul. There's been no activity. So any of the investigating that I was going to do is not being done at this point. And the complaint I made with the Nevada Real Estate Division, I got documentation that it closed in November of 2022. And so, I believe that this was, it'd be quite a coincidence if, the fact that Mr. Gurman was killed and was put on me, that they just had a serendipitous benefit from that all these things that were coming to a head for them, it's done. No repercussions, no nothing. So, that's. I'll leave it to you, to think about that. And then in early August, you heard Detective Jeppy saying in early August that Rita Reed and Alicia Goodwin approached him, and that, after they approached him, that Kimberly McMahon approached him. And you heard that Kimberly McMahon was somebody who worked as a real estate agent for me at the public administrator's office, and she again was a lieutenant at Metro, and that she had raised these allegations of a bribery scheme. And I can't recall the date. I think it was August 7th or so. But and I'm gonna get that information for you here soon. But later, it was August 17th that Detective Jeppy had an interview with Kimberly McMahon at, I guess, the Department of Homeland Security, I believe. And the statement from that is, one, I don't know if we want to do two. I got one document coming right after the other. I don't know. I'd like to try to also, because I would like to show you that, the facts that are embedded within Detective Jeppy's, or I should say the probable cause statements embedded within his statement that don't match up to the statement from her interview. And that's what I would like to share with you. So we'll see if I can get that done. I believe it's 01 and the search one, I believe. Yeah, I'm working with a grease pen. The writing's kind of thick. I don't know if it's S1. I'm so sorry. Thank you. No, I'm sorry. It was the search warrant that Detective Jeppy had done. Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, because unfortunately it could be. It could be.
Is it either P2 or Q2 application affidavit for search warrant?
If it's by Derek Jeppy, yes, ma'am.
I'm going to zoom a little bit here while they're. So yeah, so that's the crux of it. So he was laying the foundation of why he's getting framed by Compass Realty, because they were perpetuating fraud on people during probate. People would die, their house would go up for probate, and then Compass Realty would come in and they'd rip things out, or they'd flip it and they'd make the money, but they wouldn't give it back to the people that people that needed it or rightfully owned it. Would go to them, and then so he exposed this fraud, and then that's why he's saying that's the foundation of why Compass Realty then basically framed him. So that's why he's spending so much time. I don't even know how much time he's been. How long has he been on the stand so far? Let's see. He's been on the stand for like an hour. Yeah, basically an hour and 10 minutes. So he's a little bit over an hour. He's been on the stand, and so he's laying the foundation now. All right, so I'm going to fast forward a little bit here. There's our judge Cyndi Lauper. Do you guys remember her? I thought she was great. She totally looks like Cyndi Lauper.
We can, this time 01 is not admitted, and we can't find the other document, but I think at the end of the day, after the jury is excused, we can go further into that.
So, Kimberly McMahon had provided an interview, and in it, I guess I can speak to it. I'm hoping I can speak to my personal knowledge at least on it. I understand that she had alleged that.
Objection, hearsay.
You can't go into any hearsay or what somebody else said.
Okay, well, supposedly I had requested a commission from Kimberly And
Objection? Hearsay?
I believe he's referring to the testimony that had been elicited from Detective Jackie in his cross-examination.
Okay, so you can, I mean, if that's what you're talking about, you can just offer whatever relevant testimony you have.
so, it was claimed by, that I asked her for commissions and or for a referral fee, which would have allegedly been in March of 2019. But she ended up making a claim that
Objection, hearsay.
so
She said.
so she was interviewed. I guess you can do the math. She was interviewed by Detective Jappy 3.5 years later on that supposed issue. So, I think that, and also at the time I only had 4 months left on my office, right? So why would, personally I'm not sure why someone would wait 3.5 years to make a claim.
Proper opinion.
Okay, sure, okay, Your Honor, that's okay, I'll go on. So, Detective Jappy obtained this search warrant into me, being able to now from that point forward track me starting August 17th, and it seems to at least until September 7th, right? I had requested all these surveillance logs when I was representing myself, and originally I'd received only 3 from that whole time.
Objection.
Sure.
I'm not sure why that would be relevant, so I'm going to sustain the relevance objection at this point.
Sure. Well, and I guess this goes to a comment that Detective Jappy had made, Your Honor. Detective Jappy had said that they performed.
The objection was sustained.
Oh, okay, but
But if you want to take it up.
Aren't these all like talking arguments? Like he got objected to, and he just turns to the judge. He just starts, but. These are all like talking like in front of the jury. And he's just like, yeah, but, and I love that. Hamner says objection. He's like, sure. I'm getting a real kick out of this. I love it. For those that are just coming in, so Aaron had this great idea about a week or so ago, and we've been talking about it. So when we have down days on live trials that we're covering, we're going to do like narcissists on the stand, that kind of thing. So Aaron came up with The Ego Takes the Stand. So this is our first in a series, our new series called The Ego Takes the Stand. So Robert Tellis is our initial The Ego Takes the Stand. So, hey Zach, happy Friday. Good to see you, man. Let's see. Happy Friday, Aaron, Paula, Kitties, and Ford and the Gators, and Pythons, and the Ghost of Ponce de Leon. Yes, I'm going to look for the the Fountain of Youth. Yeah, he just keeps arguing, right? He just keeps arguing with the judge. This is just so much fun. I didn't realize I would have so much fun rewatching it, but it's actually kind of fun. All right, let's get back to it.
At the end of the day, I'm happy to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to explain. Okay. So can I speak about what he had said?
Hearsay.
I mean, as far as, okay, well, I mean, I thought that if it was testified in court that I could repeat his testimony in court. Is that still hearsay?
Well, generally, I don't like witnesses to say, this is what another witness said.
Sure,
I mean, the jury will be the ones to determine what the testimony was, but if you have something to add based on his testimony.
Exactly right. So in order to provide context for what I want to provide next, I just have to remind them of what his testimony was. That's all. Is that okay?
Well, that's exactly what I don't allow witnesses to do, is tell the jury what another witness testified to. You can say generally, but it's not appropriate to inform the jury what another witness testified to, unless you have a transcript of that testimony.
Right, so what I'll do then is I will ask if we could share now. So it came to my attention that From reviewing the file into the investigation into Compass Realty, that Cynthia Sauerland was surveilled 2 days in a row. And so hopefully you can remember why that is important. And so I would like to introduce, if I may, M2.
All right, thanks, Zach, for that. I was not familiar with that one. That one does look pretty good. Bradley Yan, out of where's he out of? We'll definitely put that one out. Put that one on our list of the ego takes the stand. Illinois, so he's out of Illinois. Kidnapping essay of a 77-year-old woman. Nice. Ugh. All right, so yeah, we'll add that one to the list. So thank you for that, Zach. Yeah. Oh, and he went pro se. He went pro se. Even better. Yeah, if you guys have ideas, definitely let us know. Dwayne, 27 times. Yeah, if you have ideas, so we'll definitely do Sarah. Did Daryl Brooks? Did he? I can't remember if he. Did he take the stand? I don't remember if he took the stand or not. I so wish Lori had taken the stand, because we would have definitely had her up there. Yeah, he was out of Illinois, Zach. Yeah. Jojo, there you go. You can play Lori getting thrown out of court on a loop all day. Yeah, for like 5 hours. We'll just play Lori getting kicked out. Bellatrix, he was cray-cray. All right. I missed that one. I missed that one altogether.
At this time, the objection is going to be sustained. However,
hold on. So this is like the one and only time you're going to see me like stop the feed and not just go clean, and I'm going to talk over it. So, all right. So Starterville and the heart surgeon guy was pretty sure. Oh yeah. We just covered that one. Shoot. Turek. Ingolf Turek. Yeah. Ingolf Turek. Yeah, he was pretty good too. Ingolf Turek was a good one. So Daryl did not. He didn't take the stand. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember. He didn't take the stand. He just never shut up. Right. JP. Yeah. Oh yeah. We could just do 5 hours of grounds. You guys will kill me. We'll just listen. Oh, we should put together just all of his stuff and just loop it. Oh my God, I'm cracking myself up here. All right, are we covering Antonio Barry Edwards? Afton, hey, how are you? I don't know that guy. Let me see. Antonio Barry Edwards. I am not familiar with that. Let me look him up. Edwards, Antonio Barrio. Las Vegas, arrested, 29-hour hostage situation. Wow. So that happened in 25. Couple arrested in May 2nd homicides. All right. We'll keep our eyes out for that. Corn rake, yeah, Mullis, you're right. Yeah, he wasn't really. Do you think he was ego? I'm like shedding tears. I'm laughing so hard. Was he? Do you think he was egotistical though, Northwest? You think he was? Trevor Summers didn't take the stand though, did he? He didn't take the stand. It was his wife. He cross-examined his wife. There's a channel that did animated Brooke shorts. I'll have to find that. All right, and at the end of Tellis's testimony, he said, "That's all, folks." All right, let's move on. Judge Duro, yes, Brooks's judge should have gotten a promotion with how she dealt with him. Judge Duro, right? Or Duro. Yeah, she was. I forget her first name, but she was pretty cool. All right, let's get back to this. Yeah, he wasn't an ego. I didn't think Tullis was an ego. Hey, trust me, there's plenty of them out there. Aaron's found like 3 or 4 already, so we have plenty of ammunition, and there's probably more to come. So, all right, let's get back to it.
if Mr. Droskowitz wants to call Detective Jappy back and go into this, that is fine as well.
Thank you. And so, because I've got other items I want to review in advance of, certain exhibits to make sure that I can get them in for what occurred on 9-2. I'm going to go ahead and go forward, and then I'll save that discussion for later. So the Sunday after Mr. Gurman was murdered, I learned, and I was shocked. I think that, it was unreal. Then the following day, I know there was testimony about, I'd like to see if, I know there's been an exhibit that's been admitted, and it's regarding a discussion between me and Roberta Lee. I don't know if we can publish that. That would have been a discussion, a text message discussion we had regarding the killer's SUV. It's a state exhibit.
That would have been a state's exhibit?
Correct.
It was listed during the record.
Yeah, Trevor Summers, Super Kelly G. Trevor Summers didn't take the stand, but Elisa did. Elisa took the stand. Remember, he was being represented, and then when she took the stand and it was time for cross, he wanted to go pro se just so he could cross her. Oh, he was such an idiot. And we had Elisa on. We've had her on twice. She came on. She was watching when we were rewatching the trial. She came into our chat. So we had her come on, and Florida PI Sam, because Florida PI Sam dealt with Trevor Summers. That was in her jurisdiction, and she dealt with him. So that's on a playlist if you want to go check that out. We had Elisa come on and talk to us about her experience. Oh, yeah, Shanda. Yep, that's a good one too. Jay, that's a good one. We actually want to do a rewatch of that. I didn't see that originally, so I have that in the hopes of doing a rewatch at some point. So that's a good one. Oh gosh, no, Jojo, no. Their judge had a Shaler. She had a civil case to deal with or something. So no, they're off today. So they're coming back. State still is. The state is still in their chief state. What's it called? Case in chief. All right. Super Kelly G. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're loving this. Northwest says Linus Wallace has the animated Brooks shorts. All right, I'll check him out. Linus Wallace. All right, so that's Drakovich right there with the tie, and then Hamner just walked by. I forget the woman's name. I'll get her name.
Find the exhibit.
The state's exhibit. Okay. I'll keep looking. All right, thank you.
So when we were having that conversation, you might have, she had shared a picture of this SUV, and in the picture, in the comment above it, it said something along the lines of the front rims don't match the back rims. And I looked at the picture and thought, oh, well, you know what, that's not, that's clearly not my vehicle. And so that's what I was, that's what I conveyed in the text messages that have been admitted. So I don't know if it's...
This is the exhibit that you're referring to.
Correct, which I would think you'd normally call it hearsay, but they've been admitted, so.
For the record, this is state's exhibit 343 that's been...
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir, I'm sorry, could I... Can I ask you to,
And of course,
So, here this General Bob Custer, I'm not sure who the gentleman is, but he says that the Las Vegas murder suspect vehicles have a different spoke pattern. Most vehicles have wheels with matching patterns. So when I saw that, I thought, oh, okay, well, obviously it's not my car because my rims all match. And so that was the substance of that conversation. But later I thought, well, holy crap, excuse me, sorry. I thought, my gosh, it still can't be a coincidence that the killer is driving a vehicle that's like mine. So I started to get really scared. Right? It couldn't seem to be any kind of coincidence that this person was driving a vehicle that was just like mine. Thank you, sir. And so I went outside, just double checked, make sure I'm not losing my mind. I looked, I'm like, okay, well, my rims match, okay. And so I went ahead and started washing the cars, you know, trying to just take my mind off things, you know. And I washed the 3 cars, but there's been a debate about whether or not law enforcement knew 1 or 3, and that is what it is. You know, then at night, after dinner, I started making, like cooking for my daughter's lunches. My one particular daughter, she won't eat like the school lunch, or she didn't at the time. So I'd make her chicken fried rice off of like a Google recipe. I was distracted, and while I was distracted, I inadvertently cut my finger. And I cut it across the tip of the finger, right? And if you look at the picture, it was, you know, I don't know if we need to bring the picture up or not, but is that something we should do? Or so basically, you'll see that it may be difficult to see, but the way that I cut it was as I was chopping right across the tip. And so, I don't know what
I don't mean to interrupt.
No, sure.
We do have a photo that was a state.
Oh, okay. Sure, please. Yeah.
All right, so that's the part. Remember, they showed a picture of his finger. I think it was, what was it? I think it was either his ring or his middle finger. It was like cut and nicked. So that's his explanation of why his finger was all cut up. Never mind that it was him stabbing poor Jeff 7 times, but yeah. Did he have any family support? I think I'm going to play his sentencing family impact statements. I'm pretty sure his mother, I think his mom talks, and maybe, I can't remember.
Tell you about this other related situation. So while I was being self-represented,
I was going to say, I'm sorry. I think it was his mom or his wife. His mom, I'm pretty sure, does testify. It's kind of emotional. I remember she walks by him, and I think they say, "I love you" to each other or something like that. So, yeah.
I attempted to seek these surveillance videos that included the video of me washing my car, or videos of me washing my cars. The judge granted the production of that. However, I never received the videos. And
The objection was sustained.
oh, okay. So
The motion to strike is granted.
I believe the videos show that I didn't have the finger injury. If you think about it, if somebody has a serious finger injury, would they be washing?
Objection argumentative.
I mean, I would not be washing.
Testify about your own experience.
Sure, Your Honor. I believe I would not be washing my 3 vehicles if I had a serious finger injury. And as you've probably already gathered, you're going to hear about the fact that I was at the gym at around noon. And I believe I would not be working out with a serious finger injury. Sir, you have that?
Yes, of course, permission for to publish. It's been admitted 185.
So, I mean, it may be tough to see that again. Like I said, it was a lateral cut, or
All right, so there's the finger. So it was his ring finger. Sorry, I thought it was his first or middle finger. So it's his ring finger. It's pretty nasty looking. I know that closed captioning is there, but yeah, it's a pretty nasty looking cut.
Went across the tip. Okay, please. So you can see I still have the tip.
Yeah, I mean that is pretty nasty. It doesn't make sense. Like if he cut himself, why has he got like that? Looks more like he got put into a meat grinder versus like trust me, I've cut myself many times with my knife, preparing food and stuff. It's usually like either you cut your fingertip off, which I've never done, thankfully. I still have all my fingertips, or you get a slice and it's a slice. We've all gotten, paper cuts, or we've all cut ourselves with a knife. That looks like you put it into like a meat grinder, right? It looks like you put it into a freaking meat grinder. And quite honestly, seven stab wounds. I'm surprised he didn't have more wounds on him. So all right.
Of my finger, if you can see it there. I had put super glue on it, and they pulled the super glue plug out of my finger, and so that's, and the reason it's all gunky like that is because, again, the super glue mixed with blood. So, thank you, sir. But so when I cut my finger that night, I had used scissors to cut, the super glue bottle had actually, the tip had dried. Sometimes when I have an open super glue bottle, the tip dries and I have to cut the tip. Right? So I had to grab scissors in order to do that. And I inadvertently left blood on the scissors that I forgot to clean off. But once I cut the tip off the super glue bottle, I super glued the tip of my finger together. I believe my healing process is such that I would not have had such a nasty injury for 5 days. Again, I can't speak to anyone else's healing process, but that is what it is. I think we're going to discuss the situation of the surveillance log later. Is that right? Okay.
That is correct, based on the judge's ruling.
Okay. So you heard that a search warrant was obtained, and I got pulled over early in the morning on September 7th, 2022. The officers came at me with their guns drawn, yelling at me, and I was basically coming from dropping off my stepson at school, getting ready to go home to pick up one of my other daughters and then take her to school. And so they just, out of nowhere, 3 police cars just run up on me from the back, and I just scared. I had no idea what was going on. I mean, they basically yell at me to just stand. I can't remember exactly what they said, but they're yelling at me. They patted me down. They handcuffed me. They threw me in the back of a patrol car. I asked them what I did. I asked them, can I call somebody? Can I do anything? I mean, I did this for over an hour and a half. Just tell me what's going on. Tell me what's, I mean, obviously at this point, I had my suspicions because of like the whole, just all that thing. But they wouldn't tell me what was going on. They just left me there. And the whole time my family didn't know where I was. As far as I know, my daughter was expecting for me to come home and take her to school. I was distraught already by that point. I believe you've heard how distraught I was about my family and what they were going through at that moment that I could imagine. It was my understanding that if I went to the Summerlin Area Command for them to just take this DNA and to take photographs of me, that I would be allowed to just come right back to my vehicle and go on my way. That was what I was led to believe. And then can I get, and I was led to believe that, and later I found out that 5 minutes after that, my vehicle was towed away. May I get YouTube?
YouTube?
Yes, that should be a CAD log from a traffic stop.
You two is admitted.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And throughout this, you can see how they're mentioning that I'm going to Palo Verde to drop my stepson off at the bus stop for LBA. On page 9 of this CAD log, it's about the 6. The 6th line down says on September 7th, 2022 at 8:09 a.m. request tow. So I was led to believe that I'd be able to come right back home, but when the tow was called in, or when you see a tow on that report a few minutes later, I don't know that was really what was intended. So then I was held there at the Summerlin Area Command. They did the swab, they did the photos, and then they took my jeans. I don't know how we're doing for time, but we show with my jeans and.
Sure. Mark and admitted.
And also, there's a photo as well.
All right, so he did have on gloves. He did have on gloves. Let me see here. Let me just pull this up real quick. Let's see. Tell us CCTV. So while they're doing that, let me see.
I want to make sure they have up there.
All right, I'm just going to pull this up real quick.
Do you want Mr. Draskovich to hold up the jeans?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Draskovich's bigger glove if you want.
Could we also publish that? Is that photo good?
Yes. We have the photo.
There should be. I'm sorry. Go on.
Is this the photo that you'd like?
No, sir. It's one that shows the front of the pants.
Gentleman on 92, yes, he wants to make sure these pants, the photograph that has a capture of that.
Actually, it may take a few more minutes, Your Honor, so I don't know if you want to just end it.
All right, so it's probably a good time
This would be a
to
good time to
conclude.
I swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and
All right, so that was his first day of testimony. Now this is the next day of testimony. But yeah, so there's his little outfit, and remember his weird gait. He had that weird kind of shuffling kind of walk or whatever. And then there was a campaign ad. I think they showed. I don't know if they show it in his in his cross or whatever, but they kind of compare it. I don't know if they introduced his campaign ad. Which was a video ad, and he kind of has that same sort of walk. So yeah, so there's his little outfit. So unless the gloves are made of that steel mesh, yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised he only had just one wound. But and I think I'm trying to remember if he had defensive wounds. That may have been one thing where I'm like, well, wait a minute, he didn't have defensive. No, wait, there was DNA underneath Jeff's fingernails. All right, well, this is going to be Cross. I think Cross is coming up. He still has to get through his direct, but then Cross comes up. So let's continue on.
nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Tejas. First name is Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T. Last name is Tejas, T-E-L-L-E-S.
Okay, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, with respect to Compass Realty's motives, I wanted to show you a probate court video. I'd like to see if we could share that.
This is going to be D3, and it's not been admitted yet.
You objected, Your Honor, on this matter. Obviously, you're
All right, I'm just gonna fast forward through this because I want to get to Hamner's cross.
The state has withdrawn any objection, so it will be admitted. It will go back with the jury panel. However, I'm not going to allow you to publish.
Okay. So when you do go back, if you could please review that video. I would like to ask if, getting back to where we were yesterday, if I could ask that we please share, well, first of all, I'd like to share a picture of the killer's pants. I believe it is a zoomed in version of one of the videos that was provided by the state.
We have it.
Yeah, we have the photo. We have the thumb drives. Better representation.
I have it on my computer as well. It's clearer if we do it this way.
Okay, and it's exhibit.
Yes.
Yes.
It states exhibit, just for the record.
I say 370.
What are they trying to show?
It's the
state exhibit that's been admitted. I just
It's
before you
the lowest.
publish.
Yes.
What was the number of flash drive?
It's
The flash drive?
Correct. We addressed it yesterday.
Okay.
It's also the flash drive that I gave you. They gave this month as well.
That's going to be Court's Indulgence States Exhibit 338.
There's 338.
338, and you may publish.
Yes.
Chris. You guys are in here every day, so
What are we trying to do?
just that picture. I
I'm
don't.
just zooming in.
don't even know where that's coming from. So.
Well, my guess would be you have this item. It's so let's just close it. I don't know why that's. Yeah. There we go.
Thanks, Sharon.
You're welcome.
If I may, I'd like to publish Exhibit A.
Yes, sir. Okay. My apologies.
Thanks.
You want to hit it in there?
Stand up here.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
The defense is publishing to the jury Exhibit A.
I'd like to show the two, my jeans versus the killer's pants. I personally don't believe that they look the same.
His opinion is irrelevant.
Sustained.
And I'd like to also note that none of my other pants, jeans, or anything else were taken from my home on the day of the search. As a result of my jeans being taken from me that day, I was put into that paper suit. And you've seen the photo of the paper suit. And the room was cold. I asked, well, when I attempted to have the temperature adjusted, there was no help there. So I spent the day freezing in that paper suit. There were various things that were done to, I believe, break me. I had conveyed concern all along about my family, and as time went on during this detention, interrogation, whatever, I learned of various things that I believe would tend to, and did for me, break someone's spirit. Being informed, I was informed that all of my vehicles were being taken away. And this was early in this interrogation. This was before they supposedly found a shoe, that they were taking all my vehicles away, which made no sense to me. When I wanted to reach out to talk to my family, to try to put them at ease, I was denied the ability to make any phone calls. When I wanted to speak to an attorney, I was denied the ability to talk to an attorney. It was my understanding that my rights were being suspended because I was not arrested, I was just being detained. Later, again, detectives took advantage, I believe, of my feelings for my family by referring to them over and over. And, it was a lot. Then all had finished. They were finished with the search, and they took me back home. And the media was outside my house, and somebody followed me all the way to my garage door with a microphone in hand. I don't know if I'd say chasing me per se, but she was walking pretty briskly all the way up to my house. And well, that was, I'm sure, her right. I wasn't. It didn't help the situation. To know that the media had been tipped off and they were swarming around the house. Then I walked into the house, and what I saw hit me even harder. I'd like to share the photos of my house after Metro finished their search. I think it's A2 to maybe S2.
That's going to be A2 through I2. Yes, A2 through I2.
And Mr. Dreskovich. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted into evidence and
Mr. Dreskovich. Oh, I'm sorry.
do you want to publish?
I would, if you wouldn't mind, could you take maybe 10 seconds of photo and flip them for me? Thank you, sir.
You want to see the photos? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I guess maybe, but when we publish them, if you could publish them for about 10 seconds apiece. And then what I'm concerned about, publishing are the photos of the inside of my home and
They are.
and what.
Yes.
So, thank you, sir.
This is A2.
So, this is what I walked into in my house starting.
This is A2, A1.
All right.
Okay, I know the similar looking photo.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you done with this photo?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is B2.
Coincidentally, I was led to believe that they were not going to make a mess of my house.
This is C2. This is D2. This is E2. This is F2. This is G2. This is H2. This is I2. And this is J2.
So I found my wife sitting on the floor in our bedroom in the middle of this mess. And so this for me was, the thing that just broke me. I'm sorry. I knew I didn't do this thing, and yet the police claimed to have this evidence. They did what they did to me, and I have a $1 million life insurance policy. I didn't want my family to have to go through more torture. And so I don't know what I was thinking, but I thought, you know what, if I can avoid the pain that they're going to suffer during this whole circus and put some money into their hands to make up for me not being there, then maybe this is the thing to do. But it was, I mean, never, I'm not guilty. I didn't kill Mr. Gorman. But as you can see, I attempted suicide. And SWAT came in and pulled me out and put me into that ambulance. Detective Jappy came into the ambulance, and, you know, when he came into the ambulance, he came in to extract a confession from me. It was conveyed that if I would just plead guilty, that
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
And in response, I said that I'm innocent, but I don't want my family to go through this. You know, this thing that's going to happen. I guess what I said exactly was, you know, I know that I would prove I'm innocent at trial, but I don't want my family to go through the pain. And I wish that I had the audio to prove that to you, but apparently it doesn't exist. I'm not certain how we ended up leading off with Mr. Gurman's, I guess the response to Mr. Gurman's request for the messages between me and Roberta, the emails and the Microsoft Teams. The production of those items that were given to, or that they were going to give to Mr. Gurman, it's a lot. You know, I think it's probably hundreds of pages. So I think we were trying to see whether or not we could produce them electronically so that you could review those messages for yourself and see whether or not they're a motive for murder.
Your approach, please.
Yeah, so widespread. Yep, I thought the same thing. He's crying for his house being a mess, but I'm trying to remember when they showed. I think during opening statements they showed autopsy photos. I'm sure during the medical examiner they showed autopsy photos. I kind of remember him being like he was. I don't remember him crying per se, but I definitely remember him being like he was not disgusted, but he was shocked, appalled. You know, he was taken aback. I don't think he was stoic. I do remember him having some emotion, but I don't remember him crying. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. So yeah. So you guys they're fresh coming in. Aaron had this cool idea a week or two ago about having narcissists that take the stand. So we were kind of kicking this around.
Okay, it's my understanding based on the representation.
So we were kicking this idea around, and during when a live trial takes a break. So the Washington versus Ali and Ali, they're off today. So when a live trial takes a break, when we're in the middle of a live trial, you know, we want to continue to give you content. And so we came up with this idea. Aaron came up with this idea last night about when the ego takes the stand, or the ego takes the stand. So it's kind of a new series that just sort of developed out of a necessity, and here we are. So Robert Tellis is our first one. If you guys can think of anybody else, we've got Bradley Yan, which came from Zach, Jodi Arias for sure, Alex Murdoch, Nancy Brophy. So Dwayne, you'll be happy about that. So basically, we're just going to do them direct, cross, and then any redirect, recross, and then verdict, you know, and then if they're sentenced, we'll do the sentencing and victim impact statements and all that stuff. So if you guys have any ideas, it has to be like a narcissist, right? It has to be somebody who, well, let's face it, most defendants that take the stand are narcissistic. Now, I would say two aren't. I would say Carlos Dominguez and probably Raul. I'm going to say right off the bat, I'm going to say those two probably won't make the list. Carlos for sure. I'm not gonna show him. I don't think he's a narcissist. Raul, I don't know if we'll show Raul. Shanda Ark, yes. Thank you, Shanda. Thank you. Wait, where did that go? You just posted it. JPC, yeah. Shanda Ark, for sure, yeah. JPC, I just want to note who's telling us as well. Where was she out of? JPC, where was she out of? Remind me of where she was out of. Sarah Boone, yes, absolutely. Yep, Sarah, for sure. Sarah Boone, absolutely. Where was Brophy, yep, I got you, Dwayne. I got you, buddy. I got you. Eileen Warnos, well, here's Big Bear MG. That she would be good, but just keep in mind it has to be streamed. We have to be able to cover it. Jojo, you didn't know Jody took the stand? Holy smoke, she took the stand for like 5 years. Yeah, her and Juan, oh my God. That's when we first started watching trials that they were like actually available. And we watched, I think it was on was it Court TV that was actually Court TV back then? It might have been, it was Court TV before Court TV was Court TV maybe? I forget right now. Anyway, yeah, no, her and Juan, beautiful. Shanda's from Michigan. Okay, thank you, JPC. All right, Shanda's in Michigan. Sarah Boone for sure. Let's see. Lori did not take the stand. Yeah, Lori did not take the stand. Yes, Mallory. Ali Abulaban. He was going to be today, Mallory, but we pulled it back. We pulled it back for a reason. But yes, Ali for sure. Absolutely, Ali. Aaron's been dying to do Ali for a while. Ali Abulaban, something like that. But yes, Ali for sure. But we'll show Ali. Don't worry. We'll show Ali at some point. All right, cool. Yeah, keep them coming if you guys. Casey Anthony, yeah, somebody else. Kaylee, somebody else. Is it Kaylee or Kellyanne? Please tell me how you pronounce your name. I want to know how you pronounce your name. Is it Kellia? Please tell me how you pronounce your name. It looks like a beautiful name. Yeah, it has to be available on YouTube, it has to be available on YouTube. So that's the one caveat. So suggest a trial, but we have to be able to stream it, obviously. So far we got Bradley Yan, who I've never heard of. Oh, what about Nicholas Mew? Should we do him? I don't think he was a narcissist, though. Right? Scott Nelson, is he available? Just make sure he's available. I'll put him down, but he's got to be available. I'll put him down. He's out of Florida. Fur babies. Yeah. He has to be available. All right, so we got Bradley Yan, Jody Arias, Robert Murdoch, Nancy Brophy, Shanda Ark, Sarah Boone, Ali Abulaban, and Scott Nelson. What's up, Brunswick Scissors? How are you? Yeah, we got Bellatrix. Thank you. We have Alex. Casey Anthony didn't take the stand. Yeah. OJ. OJ took the stand. That's interesting. I never watched that trial. I was into something else at that point in my life. I was into music heavily, so I didn't watch that trial. All right, Deborah Owens. All right, keep them coming, and let's get back to the trial.
That exhibit will be created, and it will be marked and admitted after it's created. The state's going to put all those, communications onto a drive, and it will be admitted.
Thank you. And this is my understanding they already produced that item. I don't know if we can make sure that what they're producing is.
It will be provided to you shortly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You're going to review it.
I would like to now share a photo of my Yukon that was taken at the police impound in their garage. It's 02.
stipulation.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Thank you. And if we may publish it.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, so this is a photo of my Yukon, that again was taken by the police at the garage. If you will note, my Yukon doesn't have worn paint around the windshield like the killer's does. I'd like to note that I am in jail. I don't have access to Photoshop this photo so that to remove any alleged paint, worn paint. I don't also have Photoshop to modify the picture that Mr. Mogg took that shows allegedly that there was worn paint on my car. I'll also note for you, just because, the way that courts work and building records, that the doors on my car do lock and unlock, they do open, they do work. If someone were to open my car door, the visor, it works. It flips up, it flips down. So at any point, at any time, anyone could have opened the car door, flipped up my visor, flipped it down, even just prior to Mr. Mogg taking his photos. And so that's what I've got for that photo. Thank you very much. The cameras that are in the corner of my house, I did install those on September 5th, after my wife and I heard what we thought was a gunshot in the neighborhood. And I think that it'd be pretty easy to, well, I know that I said that to Detective Gaddis in my interview, and also it was previously discussed that those cameras were not there during the surveillance on the 1st. So Mr. Mogg would not have found videos for the 2nd, for the 3rd, for the 4th. Personally, I believe that when there's no videos for all those days, I'm not sure how it could be so.
Sustained.
Sure, no problem.
Regarding your observations.
Of course, Your Honor. Like that, sir? Is that okay? Okay, thank you. And so, I believe both, well, I can't tell you what other people testified to, but I will say that that day, on September 2nd, at 8:50 a.m., I did make a text message from my house. And I did not leave my house. And I'm just going to hit this one point really quickly. Through 9:10 a.m. at the very earliest. Okay. As I testify later, it was much later that I left my home, but again, that's, I believe, an important point. So 8:50 sent a text message, 9:10 I was still home. Now, I would like to share, if I may, R2, I believe, I'm not sure if that's been admitted by stipulation or not. These are the tweets that I made that had any reference to Mr. Gurman.
This has not yet been admitted.
It's marked as
R2.
The state had produced a Twitter file that was not in, your typical web browser format. And so when we went to review this is how those tweets came up.
any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted, and you may publish.
Here, let's. So you'll notice that you heard about that tweet where I talked about where I joked about hearing rustling in the trash, just a dig at Mr. Gurman, and that was the one that's listed on 618 at about almost 8 in the morning. You don't see the other tweets because, again, for whatever reason, they didn't, when they produced this document, they didn't produce replies embedded in it. So, but that's the same one. And you see that my last tweet regarding Mr. Gurman is on 6/19. And there I say, at @JGurmanRJ, at Review Journal. Actually, it wasn't lashing out so much as making sure that you finish the story about the website and maybe poking a little fun. A winky face emoji. You know, I had created, and you'll see that, as has already been admitted, I created this portion of my campaign website that talked about the stuff that, that was different things I disputed. And so I wanted to draw attention to that, so that's why I goaded Mr. Gurman into that a little bit. But at the same time, it was actually June 16th, I had sent a text message to a friend who had reached out to me about, because he was, he just wanted to check in on me. And on the 16th, I conveyed to him that it's all good. I'm not actually mad at it. At this point, I was over it. I'm happy to move on. And I said, although, Gurman says he's going to do a third article, one about the website. I don't give a damn. LOL. I don't know if that's something that we can, thank you, sir, that we can admit, this text message. If we may, or if you could present it for admission.
What is this?
This is he wishes
To offer.
to make this as a proposal exhibit.
Yes. This is going to be J3.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. No objection.
There being no objection, it's admitted and may be published.
So you can see the content of there again. 3 days before I sent that last tweet. So again, there were never any messages where I would threaten Mr. Gurman. I'm certain that if there were, they would have been produced. Thank you, sir. The way that I handle things is I figure out ways to do things legally, and I'll discuss that in a little bit as to what I was planning. Your Honor, may I just stand up for one moment to show the jury why I didn't wear name brand shoes at the office, just for a moment, and.
You just want to stand up?
Right where I'm at.
Yes.
Okay. So, I don't know if you notice the height difference. I wear lifts in my shoes. I'm about 6'5.5", and I call it a vanity thing, right? I just wanted to feel a little taller. And so, if I may just demonstrate why this is important. So, these shoes that have built-in lifts, they're designed in a certain way where they don't slip off a person's foot when you're wearing them. Right? You can see how this is so elongated because there's a lift in here. Right? So you can't put. It's not. From when I've tried, I could not put a lift in a name brand shoe because that shoe would slip right off. There's not enough of the back of this, once that lift's in there, in order to grab a hold of your foot. So essentially, I'd be kicking my shoes off every time I walk. So, I never wore, again, any type of name brand shoe at the office, and I think that's something that'll likely be discussed at closing, and how that's relevant. Which, of course, brings me to the shoes in the house. I did not cut up a shoe and hide it under my couch. I did not cut up a hat and put it in an open door of my toolbox. I did not kill Mr. Gurman, so I did not take a bag with my children's basketball and football out of the bin and use it during the commission of a murder. So, I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. I guess, my next statement would have been argument, so let me skip that. And I think my attorney has already kind of discussed with you the deletion of this body cam video. I guess next I just want to share, I'm going to try to share some thoughts with you about the killer. It was strange to me that the killer...
Objection, proper opinion.
I didn't get to hear, so what did you... what's the topic?
Well, I wanted to talk about my observations about the killer.
Okay, you can testify about any facts and observations that you've made.
Okay. Observations that I made about the evidence that I reviewed, Your Honor?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. It was strange to me that the killer walked around the neighborhood.
Again,
It's hard.
Facts and observations that you have made.
Right, and I was clarifying earlier that if I reviewed the evidence as provided to the state, but that's okay.
Thank you.
I'll move on. So I did not. Make sure I get my order right here. So you saw a document with certain searches that said Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Jeff Gurman, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, those type of things. I'd like, and my apologies, I should have actually sought this out earlier. I don't know if we can, it's a state's exhibit, if we can dig that up.
What is it?
It was a list of searches for Mr. Gurman that was provided by the state, a lump of Cellbrite items.
Cellbrite? Is that an extraction tool? Yeah, it would be an extraction. You can approach and help me pick which one you want.
Like pages of search results actually get pushed, or like pages get pushed up, is when people review or when people do a search and they visit a particular page based on the fact that they did these search terms, that would actually increase the ranking of the page. And so I'll explain. So for example, again, if you Google Rob Tejas or Jeffrey Gurman, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, then you go to my page and you find the page and you click it, then Google's going to say, okay, we're going to push this up, right? When people search, we're going to get it further up the chain. And so when I was doing these searches, you'll see, sir, is it?
I may approach.
You may.
Yes. State's Exhibit 356.
Thank you, sir. And sir, may I ask you to kind of go through this slowly on the Elmo, if you don't mind? If you don't mind, please.
You may publish.
If I was trying to search for Mr. Gorman's personal information, I don't believe that I would repeatedly Google him over and over again. If you might focus, I don't know if you all can, if you might zoom in just a little bit more if you don't mind, sir. So you see that it starts off Jeff German, Las Vegas, 4 times. Then I added Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator. And if you could flip that page, please, sir. And then from there, if you could go down just a little bit, if you don't mind, just so I can read the very top. Okay, Jeff German, Las Vegas Public Administrator again. I did that a few times. And then if you could, and again, so if I was trying to find his address, I would be putting Public Administrator in the same search, right? If you could please flip that as well. So here I was trying to build a pattern. So next I searched Jeff German, Las Vegas, Rob for NV, which is my campaign website. All right, so later as I continued to research, I found out that the only thing it was going to do is bump the search result up on my own browser. But thank you, sir. So I ended up finding that there were paid services where you give them a credit card number and a certain amount of money to spend, and they have either one of 2 ways of doing it. They either have people in some other part of the country or the world manually typing in these search terms, from different spots to, and I guess it's, and I don't know if you'd call it cheating to have somebody artificially pushing your website up, but I felt like, with what Rita Reed had done, that, if she was going to lie, that it was fair game for me to try to push my website up so that people could read the truth, right? So that was the purpose of those searches. But I never searched for Mr. German's address. And yeah, I would think that if I had, you would see a landing page of some sort that actually showed I searched for his address. So when I saw these supposed searches where I supposedly looked for his car, you got to have a man's address when you're putting it into, at least from what they showed, that supposedly they found the car by way of his address. I didn't know his address. So, and again, and I think if you would have seen some landing page showing that I knew it, I didn't know his address. Never been to his house. Didn't do a Google Maps search of him. And when it came to these photos that are supposedly surveillance, I don't know why anyone would do that. Sit there and take 100 photos of different cars. I don't even understand what the purpose of that is. It's my understanding that surveillance means you go tail a person, not sit there and snap off a bunch of pictures. And then there were these other items that the state had introduced, photos of articles, like screenshots of articles, screenshots of Facebook messages, like a discussion that I had with John Cahill. And those are items that I was actually collecting for a lawsuit. And did you all bring a copy of that lawsuit? The lawsuit draft? Rick, may I? Yeah. So I had been writing a draft of a lawsuit, and as I said earlier, this is the way that I wanted to handle this issue. If we may take a look at it so I can tell you.
Thank you.
I couldn't sue my employees because that would just look bad. But I felt that after I lost the election, they were fair game. Because my original thought was that, if I won, or if I tried to sue them in advance of the election, that people would say, he's just trying to shut up people. right? And I got advice to that extent, and so I took it. I said, okay, well, I'm from an attorney. I'm like, all right, well, I won't sue them now, and my hope is that I was going to win, and I think I came pretty close, but it is what it is. So once I lost, I said, you know what, fair game. I'm going to sue them. May I? My microphone. Oh, I am so sorry, sir. Okay, and so again, this is a draft of a lawsuit. It's an unfinished lawsuit that I had started drafting, and it was going to be on behalf of myself as my own attorney, as part of the law firm that I had, Accolade Law, and I would like to ask that this be admitted.
Any objection? Is it admitted?
So you can review that and see that, again, this is the reason that I had actually captured some of those pictures. Sorry, sir. Okay. Now, so the interesting about this situation, and I guess I had done my own research on cases, and I had found that there were actually cases where even DNA evidence had been planted. There was a case where apparently it was an officer-involved shooting, and the police were pretty sure they had their people.
Objection, relevance.
Yeah, the objection is sustained.
Okay. Well, it goes to my theory, but I guess we'll have to save that for later. That day, September 2nd of 2022, as I mentioned earlier, I sent that text message, hung around home, had no watching TV or working. Somewhere probably around 10-ish, I went for a walk. Came back home, and then got ready and went off to the gym. And if I could republish T2.
This has already been admitted.
See the witness just prior.
Absolution.
Thank you, sir. If you could please turn to the appropriate page. And as I said before, I'm techie, right? You see that my actual login, after you consider everything I do, to get ready to go to the gym. When they were ready to scan my phone, it was at 12:09. And I say it was my phone because I'm a techie person. The tag that was on my keychain, I abandoned it long ago. So that was from my phone. May I next republish, I believe it's States Exhibit 374 regarding text messages I received that day?
This has already been admitted. There's some before.
Do you want to publish?
If you don't mind, if you could publish it, please.
There's some what will be published.
It's about 20 pages.
If you don't mind, we can just go through it briefly. My apologies. If you could go ahead and turn to the next page, please.
Number on the side.
It's 374.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so if you could turn the page, please. Okay, if you could turn the page, please. You turn the page, please. If you could again turn the page, please. Now you see again that conversation I had with my daughter. Had my phone, responded, no problem. At 9 o'clock, still had my phone when I got an email from Jimmy John's. You could turn the page, please. Still had my phone when I got this message from, if you bring it down a little bit, or the other direction, please, from Cora. And when I got this text message from this spam, talking about how they wanted to sell my home, I didn't respond to that. If you could please, when I got the message from Macy's, I didn't respond to that. And again, still had my phone. When I got this, if you could go to the next page, please. This is, so we had recently changed our, at the office, the way that, or our vendor for the answering service. And with that, I asked that they create a system or implement a system where we're automatically texted for these things. Again, no response required. This is something that was assigned to Rita. It was just provided to me for my records. So nothing to respond to. Again, another email, no response needed. Just junk mail. Sir, please. Again, another message from the answering service. Then at 10:36, I got a message from my wife with a picture of my daughter. And then if you can go up, my wife called about 10:43. I'd been out for a walk. I was just about to come in anyway, so I didn't respond. You'll notice that she did not call me again. She did not text me again. That's because honey, I'm home. So can we go to the next page? Again, another junk mail. Then a phone call from Reputation Defender, junk. I don't feel the need to pick up the phone from everybody who's calling. And then another email, again, automated email. If you could turn the page, please. Again, calendar invitation, junk mail, calendar invitation. And you'll notice by this time it's already 12:53 when we're at number 32. So I already have myself at the gym, right? So it's not like I've got to answer any of these things, right? And then I was done at the gym. I want to say I typically take about an hour there, and so it was. I don't know why I would have missed this call if I was in the shower or whatever. This would have been from the vendor for my daughter's diabetes supplies. So they left a message, and if you scroll down, it looks like they left a message about a sensor for my daughter. If I could turn the page, and if you could go up. So here again, like I said, you should have no doubts about the fact that I had my phone on me. Whatever anybody tries to argue, because again, I clearly had it. Went from the check-in. I say I had it all day. They may try to argue otherwise, but so when we continue on again, there's that message Then my ex-wife sends me a message at 1:26, and I don't immediately respond to it. And I don't feel the need to respond to every single text message immediately. I don't know, I'm personally that way. If I don't find a sense of urgency in it, I believe it can wait a bit. Sometimes I won't respond to, even if it's a person who's sending me a text message, I won't respond to the next day. It's just whatever mood I'm in. So I personally don't think that there's anything suspicious about my phone use here. Thank you, sir, very much. So I went to the gym, like I said, at about 12 and got checked in about 12:09. Did my workout. Went home. Picked up kids later. And, I can't imagine the kind of person that would.
Objection. Sustained.
So I personally can't imagine myself to be the kind of person.
Sustained.
I am not the kind of person who would stab someone.
The objection was sustained.
Okay. So I've never beat anybody up. I've never killed anybody. I didn't kill Mr. Gurman. And that's my testimony.
Okay, you may begin your cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Sir.
And it's Mr. Tejas, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to start first with see if we can agree on a couple of things, okay? I was listening to your testimony. I'm going to publish States 311. I was listening to your testimony, and if I heard you correctly, many times during your direct during your direct, you stated that this is the killer of Mr. Gammon, correct?
I didn't necessarily, but I'm sure it is.
I mean, if I heard you correctly, you kept saying, looking at the killer, this guy. I know you're not saying that's me, but you don't doubt that whoever that is killed Mr. Gammon. That would be fair, right?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned one of the things that struck you was you watched the autopsy, or you saw the autopsy photos, and you were struck by the violence of it, correct?
No, sir.
No, you did not? Were you bothered by the photographs?
I was.
Why is that?
Gruesome. I'm not used to seeing dead people.
Okay. I think you said it was ugly. Is that correct?
I may have.
All right. And you had told this jury that you felt like it looked like someone who knew what they were doing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You believe this was a professional hit?
And that's what I believe.
Okay. So, and you believe this killer is kind of almost like someone hired to do this job, like an assassin, essentially, right?
That is what I believe, yes, sir.
All right. Now, I want to take a look at this picture for a second. The assassin seems to be wearing a giant sun hat. It's a pretty big hat, right?
Yes, sir.
It's fairly noticeable, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
You think that might attract attention?
I would think so.
Okay, but this is a professional.
Right.
All right. And this professional is also wearing a bright orange shirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
Professional?
Yes, sir.
But wouldn't that attract attention?
I think that's part of the reason, actually. If I could elaborate.
No. You believe that professional assassins want to draw attention to themselves when they're carrying out murder. That's your testimony?
When they're framing someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes. You believe professional assassins like to draw attention to themselves.
It depends on what the nature of their goal is, and if it's to frame someone, yes, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Your professional assassin is wearing a big saddlebag, right?
It's a big bag.
Right. He's wearing Nikes, correct?
Correct.
Not generic shoes, Nikes, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Gray Nikes, is that right?
Correct.
All right. Let's cue over to the overhead, if we could, or to the computer, if we could. All right. I'm playing the PIO video from Exhibit 338. So this is your assassin walking in the middle of the day, correct?
My assassin?
All right, this is the assassin, the killer, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Seems to have a little bit of a hitch in his getup.
Yes. I don't know. I guess it's an opinion.
And you don't disagree that's from, you've seen all the footage. That's the killer's car, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a maroon Denali. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
You own a maroon Denali, isn't that correct?
I do, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me at least get to. Let's look at it for a second. So there's no doubt that the killer took a maroon Yukon Denali to Gehrman's house to perform, as you have explained to us, to be some sort of professional hit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'd like to publish the PowerPoint, if we could.
What exhibit is that?
It's still from Exhibit 338, Your Honor. But it is the PowerPoint video. And I want to turn our attention to slide number 72. This is after Mr. Gehrman has been killed. But if we watch this footage, isn't it true that we see the killer come back to the scene?
Yes.
And the killer seems to be looking around as if he forgot something, right?
I've watched the video. I don't know what he's doing.
We don't know.
Right.
But we know a professional killer killed someone in broad daylight, made it a point to park on a completely different street, but then for some reason decided, oops, I forgot something, and drove all the way back.
My belief is that he wanted to make sure to commit the crime, and then when he was done, he wanted to make sure the SUV was seen in front of the house.
So let me get this straight. We've watched the footage, right, Mr. Tellis?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that the Yukon parks on Wintergreen initially?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to the streets, but I mean, if you say so, yes.
We'll put it to you this way. He didn't park on Bronze Circle, did he?
Not initially, no.
And by your logic, if the killer wanted to be seen, shouldn't he have just parked on Bronze Circle originally?
Well, I would have thought that, if he wanted to make sure he got the job done first, that he would not have actually parked the SUV in front to begin with. That's my belief, because, again, that isn't me.
So you have a killer who goes all the way out of his way to park on a completely different street, walks the whole length, does the killing, drives out of the complex, and then makes a U-turn, comes all the way back into the complex, pulls up, gets out, looks around for something, and you believe that's all part of the assassin's plan?
And again, I don't know what he's doing in that video.
No, I'm just using your words, your thought process.
Absolutely.
You believe that was all part of the plan?
I do. It wasn't me, so.
Sir, doesn't that look a little amateurish?
I would like to think that I wouldn't use my own car if I was actually the person who did this.
Well, doesn't it look a little amateurish to take the steps to park on the side of the street, then you forget what you dropped, probably your murder weapon, who knows, wear this goofy sun hat, a bright orange shirt. I mean, you really think that looks like a professional killer?
I do. Again, it wasn't me, so yes.
All right, sir. And when you looked at the car, you thought, gosh, that looks just like my vehicle, right?
Except for the rims, yes, sir.
Sure, we'll get to the rims in a second. In fact, let's talk about that right now.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to slide 41. One second. Slide 40. All right. So, you see that picture right here of the rims?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, do you see? We're talking like clock positions, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. You know what I'm talking about? If I'm referring to that?
12 o'clock is north?
Yes. So 12 o'clock is totally to the top, and then you've got 6 o'clock is to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So look at this bottom right-hand picture. Isn't it true that when you look at the front wheel, the spokes on this wheel are not all the same size, correct?
Right.
They alternate in thickness,
Correct. Correct.
At the 12 o'clock position, it's a narrow spoke, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the next two on either side of it widen out. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And in the 6 o'clock position, that's a fat, wide spoke. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's surrounded by two narrow spokes. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it totals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different spokes. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, whenever you look at one spoke, let's say at the 12 o'clock position, when you look at the opposite position, it's the thicker one, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if you look at a smaller one, if you look the opposite direction, it's going to be thicker, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that, when we look at the picture of this widened spoke on the killer's car, you see that on this wheel, on the front, and you see it on the back wheel. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Publishing 322. We could cue over. That's your car, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
There's no doubt about it, is it?
No, I don't believe so.
That is the car that you don't normally drive. Isn't that right? Because you drive a BMW.
Right. I drive it occasionally to make sure that the battery doesn't die.
Right. Let's look at your wheels. Because your testimony was, my rims are different. Let's look. No, sir, I'm question pending. Let's look at the front tire. You see the front tire?
Yes, sir.
The one closest to the 12 o'clock position is thick. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
The one directly opposite that, closest to the 6 o'clock position, is narrow. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Just like the car in the video. Isn't that correct?
It has the same type of rims, yes.
It does. But that's not what you just told that jury on direct examination. You said you looked at a tweet from General Bob Custer and you felt, oh, gosh, my rims are different. Remember you told them that?
Yes, because...
You relied on some person in the Twitterverse named General Bob Custer to give you peace of mind about whether or not your car matches the killer's car.
Yes.
So, now looking at your rims, because let's look at them. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spokes on that wheel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car.
Similar to the killer's car, yes,
Not
sir.
similar, exactly like it, correct?
But they're not the same rims.
Okay. Sir, then let's take it this way. The 12 o'clock position is a fat, wide spoke, correct?
Yes, sir.
The 6 o'clock position is arrow, correct?
Yes.
When we looked at the photograph of the killer's car, it had that same pattern, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the other rims, let's say we're looking at a rim here in about the 1 o'clock position, it's narrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we look at the opposite, it thickens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just like the killer's car in the video, right?
Again, similar to the killer's car.
Right. And it's the same way on all of your wheels, isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, if we could cue back over to the PowerPoint presentation, let's look at these windows. Bottom right-hand corner, sir. The front windows are not tinted, are they?
No, sir.
But the back ones are, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's cue over to your car. Your front windows are not tinted, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And your back ones are, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Coincidence?
I don't think so. I think the killer got a car like mine.
Okay. So you would agree your car looks exactly like the killer's car?
No, sir.
No, it doesn't?
There's a difference with that paint on the lower left-hand side that Mr. Mogg testified about.
Okay. Let's talk about other similarities. We've seen footage from the video with the visor down, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I could pull up the slide, but we don't need to because you remember seeing it on the survey, on the videos, right, from the PowerPoint?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, publishing 317. And look at that. Your visor's down, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're suggesting that your professional hitman in the funny hat knew about your visor as well?
I'm saying that Mr. Mogg pulled my visor down.
Ah, but you didn't see that, did you, sir?
I didn't see him do it, but...
Right. You didn't see it with your own two eyes, correct?
That is correct.
You're just telling it out of whole cloth, correct? You're speculating. Is that right?
I'm speculating just to the extent of who exactly did it, but sure.
Right. You don't even know who it was, correct?
It could have been another officer, yes.
Okay. So now it's not just Officer Mogg that's part of this conspiracy. There's other officers too. How many officers were part of this conspiracy?
I don't know.
Well, please tell me. How many do you think are involved?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
So you have no idea, but you think it might be Mogg and another officer, but you just can't come up with a number, correct?
Well, Mr. Mogg actually made some false representations about what happened. So yes.
Okay.
I mean, so
Sir,
I don't know what his motivation would be otherwise.
Sir, isn't it possible that in your rush to drive back home, you just didn't even realize that the down visor might even be something of significance? Isn't that possible?
No, sir.
No. So you believe that it must have been the police, but you never witnessed anything like that happen.
I just
correct?
know that I did not commit the murder, so that could not have been
Okay.
my car
I
or my
understand you're
visor.
not taking responsibility, sir, but just to get back to my question, you never saw anyone manipulate your car, correct?
I never saw anyone firsthand, no.
Thank you. But the visor is down, just like the killer.
And
Correct.
anyone could have removed it at any point in time, sir.
The answer to my question is yes. The visor is down, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
Anyone could have moved it at any point.
So the answer to my question is yes.
At
The
what-
visor is down, just like the killer's car.
You're talking about, obviously, at this point in time.
Your visor is down in your Yukon, just like the killer's Yukon, correct?
And again, without knowing who did it, yes.
Thank you. You were here yesterday and you talked for approximately 2 hours. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And then you came here this morning and you talked for another hour or so, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's one thing I didn't hear you mention. The DNA. I'd like to talk about that with you. You're not disputing that your DNA is underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails, are you?
Yes, I am.
Okay. But you've heard the testimony. It's there, correct?
I don't know if it was there or at what point it might have gotten there, sir.
Okay. I'm not asking you how it got there. Are you really denying that your DNA is underneath the fingernails?
Without knowing the truth, yes, I am.
Okay. Well, you've heard witnesses testify.
Right.
So the DNA lab's in on it too?
I don't know. I don't know at what point. I don't know what point this sample was collected.
Sir, please tell this jury, how in the world does your DNA get underneath Mr. Gehrman's fingernails?
I don't know because I did not kill Mr. Gehrman.
You have no idea how it could have gotten underneath your fingernails, correct?
Under my fingernails?
I'm sorry, under his fingernails, correct?
I don't know that it ever was, sir.
All right. Let's do it another way. You and Mr. Gehrman are not friends, are you?
No.
Okay, you don't hang out with him ever?
Sir, I did not ever hang out with Mr. Gehrman when he was alive.
My question is yes. You didn't hang out with him ever, correct?
I did not.
He's never invited you over to his house.
No, sir.
You've never hung out, had drinks at a bar, correct?
No, sir.
There would be really no opportunity for him ever to put his hands on you in any sort of social situation, correct?
Correct, sir.
And yet, these two people who are not friends, your DNA just happens to be underneath his fingernails. Correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You just don't think it was legitimately placed there, correct? Or are you just ignoring the testimony of all of the witnesses that talked about how your DNA was underneath the fingernails?
Again, at some point or another, I believe it was planted because I did not kill Mr. Gurman. So,
and by that logic, if you believe it was planted, you were at least admitting, yes, my DNA is underneath his fingernails, correct? Can you at least agree with me on that?
whether it came from a sample of the fingernails or a different sample altogether, I don't know. I couldn't tell you, sir.
The answer to my question is yes. You're at least acknowledging my
No, sir.
physical DNA is underneath the fingernails.
No, sir.
Okay, great. So you're just going to disregard what all the other DNA witnesses said about this, correct?
And,
Okay, that's fair. That's fine. Totally fine. Let's I still want to touch on this. You would agree that if I came up to you and I scratched your face or scratched your chest, there's a possibility I could get skin cells underneath my fingernails, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would agree that if someone was trying to fight for their life and were scratching at the killer, they could potentially get DNA from the killer underneath their fingernails. That's a possibility, right?
Is that speculation or is that?
No, I'm just asking you if it's a possibility.
I would imagine so.
Okay. Let's talk about your house for a second. When they went over to your house, they took a look underneath your couch. Publishing 224. That's your couch, right?
That is my couch.
And underneath your couch is a shoe and a chopped up shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. That's the gray Nike, correct?
Pure so, yes, sir.
Publishing 228. That's what it looks like, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's gray in color, correct?
Yes.
It is a Nike brand, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has a black swoosh, correct?
Yes, sir.
It has 4 horizontal or at least vertical bars in the middle of that shoe, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me. That's the shoe that the killer was wearing, correct?
I don't know that that's the case.
You don't know? Well, it sure looks a heck of a lot like it, right?
Yes, it could be the same model, but it could be a different size.
Sure. Let's just look at it.
I don't disagree that it's the same model.
Right. It's the exact same type of shoe, right?
Right.
Okay. So we're not in dispute about that. We can agree on that, right?
Right, yes, sir.
And your DNA is in those shoes that are found in your house, correct?
I don't know that to be the case.
Okay, but that's the whole thing of it's a setup and I think the DNA people are framing me. Something along those lines, right?
Whether it's them or someone else?
You've
sure.
heard the results. The results say that your DNA is in that shoe. We did hear that, correct?
That is what we heard.
Okay, and you just think it's just another part of the conspiracy to somehow get your DNA into those shoes.
So I believe that there are officers who, when they think that a fellow officer needs help plugging holes in the case, that they're willing to do what they have to.
Okay. All right. You characterize this case as a case that has holes?
I think that Detective Jappy decided he wanted me for this, and everybody decided to assist him because they thought...
Jappy's a part of it now, too.
Oh, he's always been.
We've got the DNA lab, we've got Jappy, we've got Mog. We haven't even touched Compass yet. We will. We'll get there, because they're part of it, too, correct?
So they paid Detective Jappy, yes.
Okay, great. Well, we're going to get to all that in a second.
Of course, absolutely, sir.
So, here's the thing. Are the shoes underneath the sofa of your house, are those actually your shoes?
That I don't know for sure. I do have similar ones, but again, I have not,
Oh, you similar? Publishing 360.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same shoe, isn't it?
It is potentially the same shoe as the one, yes.
Well, sir, you're not doubting that this is a photograph of shoes that belong to you, correct?
Right.
Okay.
This is me.
So this wasn't planted evidence, right?
The picture of the shoe, no.
Okay, great. And you were claiming ownership over that shoe, right?
Right.
So it's gray in color, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's got the black Nike swoosh, correct?
Right.
It's got the 4 black horizontal bars in it, right? And you would agree with me, when you wore those shoes, you probably left your DNA behind there, in those shoes, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're saying now that it's just a pure coincidence that the exact same type of shoe sitting underneath your couch in your house with your DNA on it, that's not the shoe?
Remember that I was under surveillance by Detective Jappy, and this was on a day that I was under surveillance.
Let's get back to my question, sir.
Yeah.
You're trying to tell me that the shoe that you see in that photograph, that you claim ownership on, that you say you put your DNA in, that looks identical to the shoe that's underneath your sofa, underneath the recliner, you're saying those two are not the same shoes?
I don't know that they are.
Okay. It's just another crazy coincidence, right?
When somebody chops up a shoe and puts it under the couch, that's a little strange.
Right. And here's the interesting thing. Look at the date on this. This is August 19th, right?
Yes, sir. And again, surveillance started at 8/16.
Right. No. But this image is in your phone, right?
This particular image, I'm sure. I'd likely texted it to my wife to say, "Hey, I'm rock climbing indoors."
So here's the thing. How? Oh, so you're saying, okay. So you believe because you were under surveillance, what? That they knew the type of shoes you were wearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've seen the photos from the surveillances, right?
I have seen some of the photos from some of them. Not everything was produced to me.
You're not wearing the Nikes.
Not everything was produced to me, sir.
Okay. Of what was produced to you, which was everything,
It was not.
you're not wearing the Nikes on the days that you're surveilled. Isn't that right?
This 8/19 was
I
during.
need you to focus on my question. Isn't it true on the days that you are surveilled, you're not wearing the Nikes, correct?
That is not true.
Okay. So we'll pull them and we'll take a walk down that lane, because every single day, isn't it true you are not wearing the Nikes?
That is not true, sir.
Okay, you're wearing your little moccasins, the gray ones, the topsiders. Remember those? You own those, right? You own the gray topsiders, right?
What are topsiders? I don't know.
I'm dating myself, I guess. But they're like a boat shoe. They're kind of like it's like almost like a grayish felt, but they're not Nikes. You were wearing those when you were surveilled, correct?
If you want to put the photos, I can confirm whatever.
The answer to my question is no, you don't know the answer as to what shoes you're wearing on the days you were surveilled.
I have like a tan shoe that I probably wore during some surveillance.
Don't worry. We'll get the photos and we'll go through it.
Absolutely.
Okay. So here's the thing. If Compass Realty framed you, how in the world would they know about these shoes?
Again, I said that I was under surveillance by Metro on this date, 8/19, and obviously they took photos and they provided those to Detective Jappy.
Okay.
So
what? And then Jappy did what with them?
Passed them to whomever he needed to. Again, I didn't commit the murder, so.
Okay. So, sir, there's no way Compass Realty could know you had shoes like that.
They're not without being informed.
Okay. And this phone and this data about your phone isn't produced until after you're arrested, correct?
I don't know when it was produced.
Okay. You had your phone with you on the day that you're arrested, right?
Yes, sir.
Like, you didn't give it to Jappy in early September, did you?
No, sir.
No, you had it with you the whole time until you get arrested, right?
That I know, yes, sir.
And that was on September 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Therefore, the only way anyone could learn about information inside your phone would have to be after the murder was committed, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. You think there's a way that someone could have found the contents of your phone prior to the murder?
We heard earlier about the fact that someone can actually hack phones, yes. And whether it was that they found it that way or by surveillance?
We heard about the hack. It was just a question asked by your attorney. No witness ever testified that your phone was hacked, correct?
But you asked if there was only one means, and no, there's more than one means, sir.
Okay. Sir, let's just be clear about one thing. You have had possession of your phone through the entire month of August of 2022, correct?
It wasn't in my sight 24/7.
Sure, but you weren't loaning to anyone, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Compass Realty, correct?
That would be weird.
Yeah, it would be. You didn't give it to Derek Jappy, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give it to Cliff Mogg, correct?
No, sir.
Because you didn't even know who Cliff Mogg was at that point, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't give your phone to anybody from Metro, correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, so now let's get to some of the other interesting things that are in your phone. Oh, by the way, and you also have DNA on the scissors, right? Or are we denying that? Or is that one you're at least acknowledging because of the cooking thing?
No, my blood was on those scissors.
Okay, so Metro got that one right.
Yes.
That wasn't a frame job.
No, well, I do think that they used some of the DNA from that, but...
Before we move on, I gotta ask you this too. So like if Metro's really, so you think Metro's framing you for this?
As I said before, I think that we've got some officers who are overzealous and who've decided to help Jappy plug holes in his case, not knowing what his relationship was with Compass Realty.
Here's
I object, sir. If you'd be allowed to answer the question before.
Okay.
Next question, please.
Sir, I got a question for you. If the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the murder weapon in your house?
I think that maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's a good question. I mean,
Great question, because if the murder weapon that had Gehrman's DNA in was inside your house, wouldn't that be an even better case?
yeah, but at the same time, I think
But it's not there, is it?
no.
No, it's not. Even though, according to you, they control everything, they don't put the murder weapon on you? Does that make any sense?
I think it does.
Okay. How about this? If Compass Realty wants to kill you, why don't they encourage Metro like, we'd really like you to put the murder weapon in there? Why didn't they do something like that?
I don't know.
That seems really odd that the most significant thing is not in your house, correct?
I think what's odd is that 5 days after the murder, that supposedly there was a shoe
So the answer
and
to my
also a
question-
hat in my house.
So the answer to my question, the most significant piece of evidence, the murder weapon, is not in your house despite your theory you've been framed.
That's correct, sir.
Let's talk about this. We've seen the picture of the killer. What's the most notable thing, by far the most notable thing on the killer's person?
It's either the hat or the shirt.
It's the shirt, right? And that shirt is not in your house, is it?
No.
If Metro or Compass or Rita or Cliff all wanted to frame you, why didn't they put the bright orange coat in your house?
I couldn't speak to that. All I can tell
Doesn't
you is,
that sound not very professional if they're trying to set you up?
I don't know, maybe for plausibility's sake, they put half the
Oh,
stuff
they
in
want to
there. I'm
dial
not
it
sure.
back.
I don't know.
Okay. Here's another thing. Why don't they cover your car in Gehrman's DNA? Why did they do that?
Because they didn't have access to the car until the day that Mr. Mogg took photos.
But they have, I mean, they control everything. They take it to their CSI garage and they rub it full of DNA. Why is there no DNA of Gehrman in your car? And if they want to frame you, why isn't it there? Do you have an answer for that?
Sir, I don't know.
Okay. But one of the things that we do know is that prior to your arrest, you do in fact wash that car, correct?
The exterior only.
You still wash it, correct?
Oh, yes.
And your testimony to this jury was, after Rita told me about the tweets about the car that I found so strikingly similar, I went out and washed my car. You told them that on direct. Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
You mean Roberta?
I meant Roberta. After Roberta told you, gosh, that looks just like your car, and you read John R. Custer's tweet, you went out and that prompted you to start washing the Yukon.
No.
That's not your testimony.
No. I said that I washed all 3 vehicles.
Great. Including your Yukon.
Yes.
Right. Because you'd agree if you only wash one of them, that might look a little suspicious, right?
I don't know that I was planning things to be suspicious or not suspicious, sir.
Okay. But let's just be clear. You would agree with me, washing things can make evidence go away. Isn't that right?
I would think DNA evidence would be inside of a vehicle, not on the outside, sir.
Okay. Sir, you'd be surprised.
Okay.
But that's
well,
not the
I guess
point.
I guess I would be surprised then.
My question is this. Washing things can make evidence go away, correct?
Could it possibly? Yes.
Thank you. Let's continue down the path of what's in your phone. Going to be, oh, I hope I didn't ruin this. I'm going to be, let's see if this pulls up. We're going to be publishing Exhibit 354. Sure. Let's out of this. Let's look at. All right, let's look at this. Well, let's do it. We'll do it this way. We're gonna, if we could just cue over for a second to the overhead. This is this extraction report that has a lot of images regarding Google Maps in your phone. Do you remember hearing testimony about this?
That's what I heard.
Okay. And the date on this is August 12th of 2022. Isn't that correct? That's when these files appear. Isn't that right?
That's when it purports to have appeared.
Okay. Sir, you would agree with me. You don't actually have to go to Bronze Circle to get Google Maps to generate these images, correct? All you have to do is go to the website. Isn't that right?
For any location, sure. Yes.
Sure. And this is what, about 2 to 3 weeks before Mr. Garman is killed?
If we can trust the date, yes.
All right. So, sir, let's. I'm opening the folder that says Bronze Circle. If we could cue over, please. That's Jeff Garman's house, correct?
I have come to learn that it is his house.
That's a great point. You've come to learn that because prior to this all happening, you had never been over to the house, correct?
Correct.
You'd have no reason to be over at that house, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
You don't even know where he lives because I'm sure Mr. Garman didn't give you his personal address.
That is absolutely correct.
And yet the weird thing is, when we go through these images, when we start getting to like the Google Maps data, like that's his house, right?
It looks like that is the house.
Yeah. Same thing, that's his house, right?
It appears to be.
Like if we look over here in the back, that's literally the very spot where Mr. Garman breathes his last breath. Isn't that right?
Objection, all speculation.
Sustained.
That's the very last spot that we see Mr. Garman from that body cam, right? He's lying right over there.
It looks like a similar area.
Similar. It's the area, isn't it?
If you say so, sure.
So you don't believe that's the spot?
I mean, it looks like the house, so I would think.
How about there? Isn't that where Mr. Garman was found by the police?
And I would think likely so.
And the very spot that his body is lying is inside your phone.
That is very strange. I mean, how does someone plan to have a victim in a particular area at their home? That's, again.
So you would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone at their house, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, right?
I've never plotted to kill anyone.
Well, I didn't say you. I'm just talking hypothetically. You would agree with me that if you were planning to kill someone, it might be a good idea to get a lay of the land, correct?
I object. It's a hypothetical question. He's not an expert, so.
Oh, we'll take an answer.
Let me ask you that question one more time. You'd agree with me. If you're planning on killing someone, it's a good idea to get the lay of the land, right?
I don't know. I don't know what the circumstances are. I don't know what you're talking about as far as where you want to, do this deed or whatever.
Mr. Tellis, if you wanted, let's do it. You don't want to answer the question. We'll do it another way.
Again, I'd object to the characterization.
Okay.
Mr. Tellis, if you're planning on doing something, you want to prepare for it, correct?
It depends on what you're planning to do.
Okay. How about your work? As a public administrator, did you prepare every day to go to work to be competent at what you're doing?
Yes.
Did you do that because it's important to do the job correctly?
Yes, sir.
And if the stakes are really big, you want to make sure you're super prepared?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's over 100 images of Bronze Circle neighborhood in your house, correct? In your phone, isn't that right?
I don't know that they are, sir.
Okay, well then let's start clicking.
Plus, again, I wouldn't use my card.
It's not my question. My question is, this is contained in your phone, right, sir?
I don't believe so.
Okay, you don't believe so?
If it is in there, I didn't put it there, sir.
Okay, so the answer is it's there, but you didn't put it there, correct?
Again, I do not know that it's there, and I certainly did not put it there.
Okay, so we're just... Okay, sir. You did...
You're asking me to testify something that I can't tell you is true.
Right. But you did hear the testimony of someone coming and said, I looked in his phone and that stuff is there, correct?
That's what they've said.
It's the same phone that your expert looked at, correct? To extract Celebrite data from, right? It's the exact same phone, correct?
Sure.
Did you ever hear Mr. Aguero ever say that your phone was compromised in any way? Did you ever hear that from him?
We never asked him that question.
Okay, but he didn't say it, did he?
The question was never asked.
Right. He looked at your data, he prepared a report, and alerted no one to any problems with your phone, correct?
I don't know.
I would object to, he was not called upon to review the phone. He reviewed the Celebrite extraction from the phone, so I object to this line of questioning.
We can move on. You heard from Matt Hovanec from the DFL department. He testified that there weren't any issues with this phone, correct? When he looked at data that came from it, correct?
He said that, I guess they try not to modify contents of things, but he didn't say that it was impossible.
Okay. Here, well, we can do this too. You got up on direct examination and you went through message by message by message, and you didn't complain about any of the messages that were on September 2nd, correct?
I dispute.
I object as to complaint.
Rephrase it.
Sure. You offered testimony to this jury about the timeline, correct?
Yes.
You went text by text and phone call by phone call, and you explained things, right?
Right.
At no point did you say, oh, there's a problem here, correct?
Correct.
You had no problem with that information, did you?
Right.
Okay. Sir, do you find it a little bit strange that when you find information that's helpful for you in your phone, you don't think there's a problem with it, but when there's damaging evidence in your phone, you believe maybe it's been hacked or compromised?
I do think that if someone was trying to frame me, that obviously they would leave the content that I made on the phone as well as whatever they decided to put on there. Yes.
And as we see here, like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different houses are being photographed, correct?
If that is truly what was on my phone, then supposedly sure.
Okay. Here's a good example. In this image, there's a security camera being focused on in the image, correct?
That's what it appears to be, which brings up a question that I would have.
There's no question pending, and you're going to get a chance on redirect. You'll be able to say whatever you need to say. But let's be clear. There's an image that isolates on a security camera for the next door neighbor, Mr. Gehrman, and it's right there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. There's one right there.
And here is something I remember you told me about. When you started out, what was your first job again?
IT.
IT. You've got a technical background, correct?
Right.
I believe even on direct examination, you described yourself as a techie, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
So you know your way around a computer, right?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around different software, correct?
Right.
Fair to say you know your way around a cell phone, right?
Right.
You certainly know how to use Google Maps, right?
I think a lot of people do.
Right. Anyone could use that, correct?
Right.
And you would consider yourself a fairly thorough person in your work as a public administrator, right?
More thorough than to do something like this, sure.
You consider yourself detail-oriented?
I do.
Okay. Can we cue over for 1 second to the overhead? There's over 132 images in your phone focusing on that. Would you say that's a lot of detail?
If that was on my phone, I guess I would say yes.
Okay. And then let's talk about the Popeyes thing, publishing 364. Do you remember these images?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember them being presented as being allegedly on my phone.
Right. The testimony was it was on your phone. You just don't believe you had anything to do with it, correct?
Again, I don't know that they were ever on my phone. I know that I did not take those photos.
Okay, so you're just denying what you heard.
I'm saying that whatever the testimony is, that it could have been placed on my phone, or who knows.
The testimony was it was found on your phone, correct?
It was allegedly found on an image of my phone.
Okay. So, if we could cue over to the overhead, or the computer. We talked about being detailed oriented. You would agree this is numerous images from the same spot, correct?
It appears so.
And if we kind of look, and I just can't see because of the monitor. I mean, we're looking at, that's a sedan, correct?
Yes.
Sedan, correct? Well, it's like a minivan, but it's gray in color, right?
It's like a crossover.
And that's gray in color, right?
Sure.
And that's a truck. That's kind of a whitish gray, right? Mm-hmm. Another gray car, correct?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Another gray sedan, correct?
Mm-hmm.
This one's a Honda, right?
Sure.
Or maybe that's not a Honda. I don't want to misspeak. That might be a Kia.
It looks like a Honda.
Okay, it's a Honda.
I think, or unless it's a Hyundai.
Or a Hyundai. I'm not sure. It kind of looks like an H. We've got an SUV here, but there's a lot of images here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And according to this report, if we could cue over. Got 101, correct?
That's what it alleges.
That's a lot of photos, correct?
It would be.
It looks like surveillance, doesn't it?
It looks like a stupid way to do surveillance.
Right, it looks kind of amateurish, doesn't it?
Right.
Not professional.
Right. I wouldn't see how that makes sense.
And then, sir, another thing located in your phone were these. Can we cue over to the overhead? Sir, what are we looking at here?
It looks like it's a identification of a vehicle that is owned by Mr. Gurman.
It's a Honda, right?
Yes, sir.
And we know from the photographs earlier, his Honda is gray, correct?
I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention to the color with the earlier testimony. Sorry.
You have no reason to dispute me if I told you that the color of the car was gray, correct?
I don't, sir.
Okay. And we saw in those images lots of gray cars were getting snapped, correct?
Yeah, I saw a black one and a white one, but yes.
And you know what that program that's pulling up that information is, don't you, Mr.
That I do, yes.
That's IDI Core, correct?
Right.
That is proprietary software that is in fact used by the Public Administration's Office, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
It gives the person at the Public Administration's Office the ability to look up personally identifying information about people, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see here that Jeffrey Guerin is being looked up on IDI Core, correct?
What I remember correctly looking at this was it was looked up by address.
Well, that's just one report, sir. Let's look at this result. We can see
What's the search term?
There's no question pending, sir.
Okay.
Take a look at registrants. What's the registrant?
Again, it's Jeffrey M. Gurman.
Right. And if we look down, what's the first address associated with this?
P.O. Box.
Okay. And then when you go to the next entry, what's the address associated with Mr. Guerin?
7216. It's the second one related to Mr. Gurman. There's a first one related to Mr. Gurman. That's the P.O. Box, which is current. The second one is 7216 Bronze Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89, I can't read the
Mr. Tellis, that's where Mr. Gehrman lived, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's where he was murdered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this image of his personal information and his home address is located inside your phone.
Again, I don't know that it is.
Okay, so we're just, again, we don't have to do the dance, but you're just not accepting the testimony that it was located on your phone.
That is correct.
Okay, all right. But you'd agree with me that from just that bottom there, that looks like a desktop monitor, a Dell desktop monitor, correct?
Correct.
And again, this has more information about Mr. Gehrman's cars, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is IDI Core, correct?
Right.
Software that is in your office, correct?
The office that Mr. Jappy visited, yes.
Okay. This is more, this is more IDI Core images, correct?
Appears so, yes, sir.
Let me just come out and ask you. This is your desk, isn't it?
It probably is.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. During your official duties as the public administrator, I mean, you didn't have like a case with Mr. Gehrman at all, right?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay.
And what was the search term to find that?
Well, one of the search terms was 7216 Bronze Circle, correct?
Can you show that to me?
Sure. 7216 Bronze. You can cue over to the overhead. Can everybody see that? Oh, it's much better over here. This is terrible. So you can see that, right?
Yes, sir, I can.
And the date, the created time is 8/23/2022 at 6:05 p.m., correct?
Yes, that's what it reports to be.
Okay. And that was a weekday, wasn't it?
I'm sure it was, because, you know.
And there's one more thing. This wasn't converted into UTC time. So if we subtract 7 hours, that's at 11:05 a.m. in the morning on 8/23, correct?
And again, I don't know if this document's been modified by a PDF viewer or not, but it purports to be of that day.
Do you recall the testimony? Well, no. You recall the testimony of Matt Levanich, which said this was not converted, and when you convert it, this search was conducted at 11 o'clock in the morning, correct? You recall him saying, I'm not asking if you agree with it, do you recall it being said?
I know that I didn't do the search, so I couldn't tell you definitively.
So I'd like you to focus on my question. Do you recall Mr. Levanich saying that here in court?
That's what he said.
Okay. And just to be clear, publishing 351, there it is. That's a weekday. That's a Tuesday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you typically have random people coming into your office using your desktop software?
Again, that could have been modified in a number of ways. A number of ways, sir.
That's not my question. My question is, as the public administrator, did you allow people to go into your office in the middle of the day and manipulate and use your computer?
I didn't allow it, but that's not to say that it didn't happen, sir.
So the answer is, you had an edict that said you're not allowed to do this, correct?
But if I wasn't around or whatever, I don't know.
Okay. I mean, you would hope as the head of the department they would have at least not used your computer, right?
I would have hoped, but you'd be surprised what happened in that office.
Okay. Right, because of the conspiracy? Right, okay. Isn't it true? I think we've heard from both your expert and Detective Jappy that there was no outgoing messages from your phone between 8:48 a.m. and 2:05 p.m. Correct?
Right.
Okay. You mentioned, or at least we've kind of heard this comment about, well, maybe I was hacked. Just to be clear, you never reported to anyone that your phone was hacked prior to September 2nd, correct?
I wouldn't have known about it because there didn't seem to be anything wrong with the phone at the time.
So the answer is you've never reported any situation that
I didn't have knowledge of whether it had been or not.
You've never reported that your phone was stolen, correct, prior to 9/2?
That definitely did not happen.
Okay, you never reported that your house was broken into prior to 9/2, correct?
I did not, nope.
And there aren't any text messages on your phone complaining about being hacked, right?
Again, if I was hacked, I might not have known it.
Well, and sometimes when we notice we've been hacked, some people will send out emails to people like, oh, ignore this email, I've been hacked, things like that, right?
Yeah, there are various types of hacks, sir.
Right. But there's nothing like that on your phone either, correct?
No, and again, that doesn't necessarily mean it wasn't hacked. Or that somebody didn't create a false image later or add files to that image later.
Okay. So, sir, I want to now talk to you about this conspiracy a little bit. Is Rita Reid in the conspiracy?
Well, she certainly took money from Compass Realty and Adam Fenn.
So the answer is she conspired to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I don't know to what extent she had knowledge of anything other than to make sure that I got taken down.
Taken down. So she conspired to have you framed for the murder of Jeff Gehrman?
I don't know that she was privy to that particular part of.
So she's not part of the conspiracy?
I can't say either way, sir.
Okay, so you're not tying her to this?
I don't have any evidence to tie her to this.
Can we rule her out?
Judge, you're going to be allowed to answer his questions.
Sir, go ahead. Please finish.
What was the question
I'll
at this
ask the
point?
question again. Can we rule Rita Reid out of your conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I think it's weird that maybe it's not weird. Obviously, you've got to try to minimize the concern that I have with this and try to make me seem like I'm crazy for it. But there's the evidence to back up what has been occurring. So that is what it is, sir.
Okay, so let's focus on my question. Can we rule out?
I don't know that we can either way, sir.
Okay, so it's possible she's part of it.
I would be surprised, but I couldn't rule it out.
Okay, so it's possible.
Anything is possible.
Okay, Alicia Goodwin, is she part of this conspiracy?
Again, part of the conspiracy, sure. Part of a conspiracy.
Let me specify. Is she part of a conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
I would think it's unlikely.
Okay, so we can rule her out.
I mean, again, I couldn't rule anything out, but certainly I think it's unlikely.
So it's possible.
Again, anything's possible. Sir.
Okay, so we can't rule her out because anything's possible.
That's what I said. I said unlikely, but
Okay.
If we
understood. How about Mr. Cahill? Is he part of the conspiracy to kill Jeff Gehrman?
Yeah. Again, highly unlikely, but
you're not ruling it out.
Without further evidence, I cannot rule it out, sir.
Okay, so it's possible.
Again, anything is possible, sir.
Is Thomas Monroe, who's part of Compass Realty, I believe, is he part of this conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman?
Thomas Moore?
I apologize. Thomas Moore. Is he part of this?
I would think that would be likely, yes.
Okay, likely. Okay. And Compass Realty as a business as a whole is part of this as well, to kill Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Again, if you recall that the best way to take me down would be to frame me for Mr. Gehrman's murder. And so, yes, I do believe that.
And I want to write that down. You said the best way to take me out is to frame you for killing Gehrman, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm paraphrasing, but essentially that's it.
Absolutely.
Okay. You would agree, and I think you told this jury extensively on direct examination, what a thorn you were in the side of Compass Realty, correct?
I was, yes.
You fought them at every turn, correct?
Absolutely.
You thought what they were doing was improper, correct?
I think I proved that.
Okay, you thought that so much of their wrongdoing that you actually went to the police about it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were, till the moment that you were stopped working in that office, you fought against Compass Realty, correct?
I believe when that order was entered on August 30th, that shows that. Absolutely.
And the issue for Compass Realty is because you were the public administrator, correct?
Right.
You stood in their way from doing the things that they wanted to do in terms of independent administrators. Is that right?
Yes, sir. And in fact, again, that order was going to allow me to dig into them and actually prove, without a doubt, that Detective Jaffe was just ignoring criminal conduct, sir. Yes.
So here's the thing, though. You said that they did something else. They also donated to somebody. Who did they donate to?
That's Reed Reed.
How much money did they donate?
$10,000.
So they thought, and let me get this straight. This is, in your opinion, the things that they were doing cost in the millions. Is that right?
Absolutely.
This is $1 million scheme that they're running, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And all they could muster to fund an opponent was 10 grand?
No, campaign laws prohibit anything over $10,000.
So did any other independent employees of Compass Realty shell out money for Rita?
So there's, again, Adam Fenn and also
How
Compass
much?
Realty.
How much?
$5,000 each. And so, you know, that's all that they needed in order to...
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you have described yourself as the sole impediment for their multi-million-dollar scheme, and the only thing that they could come up with financially to stop you is just $10,000?
No, sir.
Okay. That's your C&Es that you submitted, that's all we have, right? It's like 10 grand.
That's 10 grand on our campaign contribution report.
Right,
That is not all the money that they've given to anybody to, again, to engage in this
Are
activity.
you speculating at this point?
Ask
You
you
got
allowed
to
to answer.
Okay, please finish the question.
Again, without being able to firsthand investigate, because Mr. Gurman was murdered and I had been arrested and been sitting in jail for 2 years, you know, yeah, perhaps I'm speculating, but if I'd had that authority like I had intended, you know, I would have uncovered the various different ways that they actually tried to, you know, thwart me. All the attorney's fees that they paid in order to pay these attorneys who would, again, this was an escalating situation that started basically, well, go on.
I mean, I think we're a little far afield of my question at this
Sure.
point.
Okay.
I don't know that was as responsive to my question. So let me direct you back to it. You would agree like $10,000 is really not that much money. In the world of countywide races, 10 grand's not that much, correct?
In the world of county races, it's the maximum contributions for these two guys, or these two entities.
Those two guys. But listen, if we're talking about, like, you know how politics works. If there are businesses or special interests, they pool their money together behind a candidate, right? You don't know that, but you were.
It depends on the situation. It depends on the situation.
Sir, are you going to sit here and tell this jury you've run for political office twice and you don't know that businesses or special interests pool their money together to back a candidate they really want? Are you really telling them that?
And again, I don't have firsthand knowledge of that because I've never had that happen for me.
Right.
Now, if you're talking about political action committees, I don't know, what do you, PACs?
Look, the bottom line is, all they donated was 10 grand, correct?
I think that's a mischaracterization of everything they've done.
Let's move on. And then here's the crazy part. They won, right?
And I still kept fighting them, yes.
No, sir. You were a lame duck as of September 2nd, 2022. Isn't that right?
But I still continue to fight Compass Realty.
That's not my question. You're out of a job in that you're not an impediment as of January 1st. Isn't that right?
As of January 1st, but I was right then.
So you're trying to tell us that Compass Realty was so upset with you that they backed a candidate who wins, but then they just can't wait any longer, so they murder a reporter? They can't wait the 3 months?
I would recommend that the jury watch the video and again see the time at which the order was filed. And I think you might agree that yes, that is absolutely the case, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes.
That
Compass Realty, even though they successfully backed a candidate that defeated you in a primary, they couldn't wait another 3 months for you to leave office, correct?
because I've got the authority to really crack things open then.
So again, he's answering the question. These are fairly complex questions. They require complex answers.
Sure that each of you lets the other.
Sir, are you finished?
I am now, sir.
Okay, so then my next question is this. If they hated you so much.
I don't think they know me to hate me, but sure.
Well, I mean, they're willing to kill people over you, right?
I guess they would have hated me, yeah.
Right. And if they hated you so much, why didn't they just kill you?
That's a really good question, and I would like to answer it. My belief as to why they did.
Please tell me why they didn't just bother killing you.
Because if they'd killed me, would that have stopped Nevada State Division from investigating them? No. If they killed me, would anybody have felt the duty to continue my work because I was actually doing this? I think so. So murdering me would have not discredited me. It would not have put me in a position where all the work that I was doing just got left by the wayside. It would make no sense to kill me.
So your theory is that Jeff Garman is collateral damage?
When you've taken into account the fact that months earlier we had this public feud, it's a pretty convenient way to do this.
So the guy who writes the articles that ends your career, they reward him by killing him?
Well, again, like I said, it was a pretty good way to do this.
And let's not get it twisted. Rita and Alicia are part of the conspiracy that loop in Jeff Garman, and they're in cahoots with Compass. So they're like, you know what? Thanks, Jeff, but you got to go. That's what you're suggesting?
And like I said, I don't know that they knew about that particular aspect of the conspiracy, sir.
Okay.
I mean, I would certainly think that they wouldn't, because you're right. I can't imagine that they would know and be okay with that, sir.
Isn't it also true that Roberta testified that once you lost, Rita Reed was actually reversing the things that you did in the office, right?
That would be her prerogative at that point.
Okay. So changes were even afoot before you had even left office, correct?
Sure.
And you even told us that once Rita took over, nothing came of the things that you wanted to, like none of the things that you wanted investigated were ever done, right?
I was talking about the fact that I had this investigative authority against Compass Realty that I had just gotten just a few days before Mr. Gurman was murdered, and she never picked up that torch and ran with it. And it's clear why she didn't, because Compass Realty gave her that money, despite the fact that, as you saw, sir, she, these homes, millions of dollars in theft, sir.
So the answer to my question is yes. Rita Reed never followed through with the things that the authority that you had, correct?
Regarding Compass Realty, yes, sir.
Thank you. And just to be clear, she was going to have full authority as of January, right?
Yes, sir.
And the authority could have gotten Compass in trouble, but that risk was eliminated once they put Rita in, according to your theory, right?
Once she actually became the public administrator, that would be the case. But while I was still, as you call it, a lame duck, I was still coming after them, sir.
Okay, so your thought is murder was the only way.
There might have been other ways, but it was if they didn't do it, they sure had a windfall for it that they didn't expect.
So how did Compass break into your home to plant this evidence?
Like I said before, I don't know how it got in there, but I did not put it there, sir.
How did they plant the hat?
Again, I don't know how I got there, but I didn't put it there.
How did they plant the shoes?
I don't know how it got under the couch, but I did not put it there.
How did they get your DNA in there?
Again, I don't know when and where that DNA was allegedly obtained, so I couldn't say, sir.
How did they put the images in your phone?
Again, I don't know if that was in my phone or on a corrupt image or what have you. Again, you cannot say when or where any of this occurred, really.
And again, when they executed this warrant, the police, they did that also in the presence of your wife, correct?
Not exactly, sir, if I may. So
the answer to my question is no?
Not all of them did.
Okay.
And so...
No question pending. I appreciate it. You'll have a chance on redirect.
Okay.
So let's start focusing on May of 2012, or May of 2022. Sorry about that. Fair to say that the dynamics in the office aren't great at that point.
That's correct, sir.
Rita and the old guard are unhappy with you and the new guard. Would that be correct?
Yeah, sure.
And the members of the new guard included you, Roberta, and Nicole. Would that be accurate?
That was just some of us.
Okay. There were a couple others?
I believe there were actually 10 folks, and after Janie retired, it was just 4 old guards, so, as has been stated. So 6 of us who are, and that didn't include me either, so I guess it'd be 7 of us versus the 4 people who had gotten there before I did.
Okay. So you agreed to do a sit-down interview on May 11th of 2022 with Jeff Garman, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why did you agree to do this interview?
Because I wanted to dispel the notion that, there was any concern.
You were being accused of a series of things, including creating emotional stress on your employees, correct?
Right.
Bullying?
Right.
And engaging in an inappropriate relationship, correct?
Right.
Okay. When you sat down to do this interview, did you want to get the truth out?
To a certain extent, yes, but when it came to the office issues, yes, sir.
Okay. When you sat down, when you spoke with him, were you truthful in your interview?
Not entirely, no.
Okay. What were you untruthful about?
About the extent of the relationship with me and Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay. What was different? What did you say versus the truth?
I said that, she and I had no affair, but, regrettably, we did have, and when I say regrettably, I think we both regret the mistake, but we had a romantic affair with each other.
Okay, so you did lie to him, correct, on that topic?
I didn't think that was the public's business.
That's not my question. My question is...
I did lie regarding that particular issue, yes.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me, at the moment you sat down for that interview, you were in the throngs of a re-election campaign, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me that the public administration job was something very important to you.
I mean, sure. Yes. Obviously, again, it was important at the time. Yes.
Well, listen, you told us a little bit about your story. Right? You put yourself through law school. You opened up a law firm. You were elected to this job. You were proud of the work you were doing at the PA's office, correct?
It absolutely was.
Okay, and you wanted to remain in that job, correct?
They certainly did.
Okay. And you would agree with me that if you had been entirely truthful, that may not have helped your election prospects. Would that be correct?
That was certainly not the sole motivation for lying.
And I understand that, but that is a factor, correct?
I don't know. Again, I don't know that I necessarily consider that to be the primary factor, or honestly consider it to be a factor at all. My main concern was having any embarrassment or any, for both of our families, that kind of thing.
And listen, that's totally fair, right? You're concerned about your family, maybe you're concerned about Roberta's family. Understood. And that for you is the main reason why you're not being truthful about that.
Right.
Okay. So, you sit down. Did you feel after speaking with him that you thought Gehrman would give you a fair shake?
I did. I thought we had a pretty good conversation. I walked outside with him. I told him more about a lot of the issues that had occurred at the office before I got there, and about the way that, the strange things that had happened. I won't get into it, but yes, I thought by the time we were done that, that he understood what was really going on at the office.
Okay, and when he, sorry, excuse me 1 second. When that was published, you were very upset, correct?
Yeah, I was shocked at what ended up coming out versus what we had discussed. Yes, sir.
Were you devastated?
I don't know if I'm not sure, that I ever, consider myself devastated on anything. I was certainly upset. I was, hurt for, that this came out, but that was that day.
Sure. And on that day, and let's just be clear, because not only does it potentially jeopardize your work, but it jeopardizes potentially the family stability. Fair?
In a sense, yes. My wife did forgive me, but it certainly it wasn't good optically for obviously my children, and have them teased by other kids or what have you. So from that respect, it was a little hard on them.
And here's the thing. He didn't have to write it the way he did, but he chose to do so, correct?
Certainly, yes.
And you talked to him about how upset you were when you saw, I'm assuming, an advanced copy of it, or at least before.
No, I believe it was actually after it was released. I think people have been misstating the date of the article, because I think my text was after. I don't know if it got republished and the date changed or what have you.
Yeah, so, and like if we publish 353A, we can see here, the date on this is May 16th, correct? Okay. But you agree sometimes what happens is like the RJ will throw up an article online at night, and so maybe it's the night before, and then maybe in a publication it's for the next day. Something along those lines. Okay, so because your text messages with Mr. Garman reacting to this actually happened on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right, sir.
Okay.
Right.
So I want to talk about that if we could. If we could cue over. Now on direct, you said it was a bummer, right? Or was that the election loss? I can't remember. I don't. Which was the bummer?
I think and maybe I can't remember what was a bummer per se. The articles certainly were not. I wasn't happy about them. But yeah.
Well, let's turn to this message. It's on page 4, and you state, "I don't know what to say. I told you about how much this has all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people. Provided you proof." I'm assuming that's proof, correct? It says prove, it's a typo.
It might have auto-corrected and yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Provided you proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over after I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes me sound like I'm the guilty one. That was not fair or balanced, correct?
Yes, sir, I wrote that.
You were very, very upset when you wrote that.
Yeah, and I guess it says I'm very distraught right now. Clearly there are typos in my message.
And you held him responsible because he was the one who chose to write the words, correct?
Again, at the time, I was upset.
So the answer to my question is yes. You held Mr. Garman responsible because he chose to write this article in this particular way.
If I had to hold anyone responsible in any sense, I guess the context that you're saying, I mean, certainly not enough to murder him.
That wasn't my question.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to get a sense of what the wordplay is here.
Well, it's not wordplay. You held him responsible. He chose to write it that particular way, right?
On that day, I felt that, again, he would totally misconstrue things, so I was upset with him, and I told him I was upset with him.
Okay, so that's how you were feeling on May 15th, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you even say, I've done so much for that office. I told you I've been followed and that I caught Rita following me. You decided to take it on her word that she wasn't, however clearly she was. It seems to me you valued sensationalism or the value of a potential takedown than actually telling the truth. Thank you for helping him drop more pressure on my life.
Yeah, and I think that was a typo with the him. It was probably a them instead.
Understood.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you described this probably as a hit piece. Would that be correct?
Honestly, yes.
Character assassination, correct?
Yes.
And he's the one who chose it to write it that way, correct?
Correct.
And then what happens is about 9 days go by, and he reaches out to you again, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the primary election was held on June 14th, correct?
I don't recall, but you're probably right.
Okay. So we have one article that gets into not just the inner workings of the office, but is hitting you on personal stuff. And now he's reaching out to try to do another article, right?
Right, sir.
Fair to say, you've got to be upset.
I don't know if at this point I was still upset. I couldn't remember. I know that I had to, at a certain point, start to try to, basically combat this with my own narrative to try to, again, win the race.
Right. You're so concerned about Jeff Garman's articles that you start literally creating websites to try to fight against it, correct?
I wanted the truth to come out, yeah.
Right. That's how significant the article was to you.
In the sense that I wanted to win the race and I needed to dispel what was in the articles, yes, sir.
You must have felt that this guy is just personally out to get you at this point.
Not personally out to get me. I thought he was a friend of John Cahill's. Okay. Later I found out that Alicia Goodwin's father was a friend of his.
That must have been infuriating.
I mean, it is what it is. You know, like I said, by the time, about a month later, I think you see my tweets. I'm more just trying to
Well, we'll talk about different things over time that we see from you. But moving on, you end up providing a written statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
I would imagine you're hopeful that you're going to get more of a balanced article from him, correct?
No, sir.
Okay, you're just hoping he'll just publish something, correct?
I'm just hoping that it wouldn't be too bad because I'd already figured by this point it's like, well, you know what, he's going to do what he's going to do.
But it was pretty bad, wasn't it?
Again, it's
the same stuff, right? He's trashing you, correct?
But there's a certain point which you kind of get desensitized to things.
Sure.
Right? So by the time the fourth article came out, I was like, oh, whatever. Right? I will say that when it comes...
An objection. He's answering the question.
I know, but sir, the witness is non-responsive to the question.
He's answering the question that's posed, and it's a complex
I'm
question.
asking him to ask the question again.
You're upset because he's trashing you, correct?
Again, I couldn't say at that time that I was still upset or just trying to fight to win the race.
Okay. This was not helping your election, was it?
No, that it certainly wasn't.
So then we have, let's do this, let me back out.
And
Hold on a second. I'd like to now turn to some items that pop up in your phone kind of around this time. So there is this image from May 20th. I'm going to publish that. This was found in your phone, correct?
Yes, it was, sir.
You're not denying that this was something actually in your phone?
No, and I can tell you why I did.
I'm not asking you that question, but the title of this is How to Push Down Negative Search Results, correct? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have these kind of inflammatory tweets that you're tracking where they're talking about you, correct?
I was not tracking these. These were given to me by Roberta Lee Kennett.
Okay, so people are
remember
sending them to you, right?
Yes.
And then you have this message here to Mr. Kinsley. And just to be clear, that is a message that is being kind of issued out on the 15th, which would have been like that day that article came out, right? Is that correct? Because you had said, because the article was dated, the original one's dated 5/16, and we had that conversation about it released earlier, right?
Right.
Okay. So let's look and see what you say here. Isn't it true you tell Mr. Kingsley, I'm working to bring the full truth to light? I guess I want to focus on, you're kind of maintaining the same posture that you had with Gehrman, right? About these things, some things are true, none of this stuff is true, correct?
Well, and again, like I said, I'll point out that I did lie in this message because I did not want to publicly embarrass my family further.
Right. And to be fair, it's understandable, but so this is something that the potential impact on your family is so significant, you're even telling people in this context like it's not true because that's an important thing to protect. Fair?
I don't think that my wife would have left me, but certainly I didn't want them to have to go through any embarrassment or any pain.
Sure. And I want to focus down here at the very bottom, because I know you said, I was kind of over it and things like that. Isn't it true you state here you have no idea how hard it's been? You say that, correct?
That was that same day, and that was referring to the troubles that I had with the ladies in the office, that no matter what I was doing to try to actually make peace with them, giving them raises, whatever things that still, again, I had to be a cheerleader for the other employees while trying to minimize the damage they were doing.
Okay. You say I'm truly devastated, correct?
And that was again on the same day that I texted Mr. Gehrman.
So the answer is yes.
Yep. And
isn't it true you also try to reach out to county officials to see if there's anything that they can do to help rein in Rita Reed's behavior?
That I don't recall. I mean, if you got something to show that, as long as,
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. So.
I did talk to HR about how to best handle disciplinary issues and got their advice. And did things appropriately.
Okay.
If that's what you're referring to.
I'm just asking. And so now that brings us to the primary, which is June 14th of 2022. You would agree with me when that day began, you were hopeful that you were going to win, correct?
You're always hopeful when you're running for an election.
You had gone out, you had canvassed neighborhoods, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were expressing to your friends and family that, yeah, I think we're going to pull this out, correct?
Obviously, you always want to have an optimistic face no matter what, but I wasn't 100% sure that I was going to win or not.
Okay. But ultimately, you lose. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you don't place second. You end up placing third. Is that right?
Right. All three of us were pretty tight, though, but yes.
Right. And I'm going to approach with what's been marked as State's Proposed 377. Does that appear to be kind of the accurate outcome of the election?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's a fair and accurate depiction of those results?
I think so. Like I said, it was pretty close.
At this time, we're asking State's permission to admit State's 377.
Sure, sorry about that.
There's no objection.
Publishing 377, we can cue over. So when we look at this, you don't lose by much, do you?
No.
I mean, but a little more than 2,000 votes, correct?
Right.
Jeff Garriman didn't write any articles about Carolyn Escobar in a negative fashion, did he?
I wouldn't think so.
I mean, leading up to this election, he didn't do that, correct?
Correct.
He didn't do that about Rita.
No.
Fair to say, in your opinion, if Jeff Garriman hadn't written these articles, you probably end up winning that primary.
Probably yes.
It had to be crushing, correct?
No, it was disappointing, but again, I knew that my chances were 50-50, so I was prepared for a loss. And I think my conciliation post on Facebook was pretty clear that, hey, you know what? We tried really hard. We gave it our go. But, I'm going to go serve families as a probate attorney again. I'm ready to go back to work. And, and I got a lot of support when I made that post.
Okay. But everything that you work for is gone because of a couple of articles that say things that you don't think are really true, correct? Especially about the work stuff, right?
It wasn't the articles per se. It was obviously Rita and Alicia.
Who got Jeff Garriman into the fold to publicly tear you down.
They did, yes.
And he agreed to do it.
Yeah.
So now I want to focus on just 2 days later. 2 days later. Oh, can we cue over? Sorry. 2 days later, Jeff Garriman writes to you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
At this point, you are kind of right on teetering on the verge of conceding, correct?
I think it took a long time for the count to occur. It was almost a week. So we were, again, this is a while back. So if I remember correctly, we were still waiting for the final outcome. And yeah, so this was.
So you're down as of May 16th. You're losing in the race, correct?
It was kind of similar to what you saw on that report in the sense that things kept going up and down, but it was I think if I'm not mistaken, it was somewhere in those 1,000, 2,000 between the three of us, but Rita would go up, then Caroline would go up, and so it was more of a tug of war between them and that was pretty much in third place at all times.
So it's very close, right?
It was really close.
You don't know how this, at this point, as of June 16th, you still don't officially know how this one's going to shake out, correct?
Based on the fact that I never came out of third place during the whole thing, I was pretty sure that it was done.
Okay, but nevertheless, Jeff Garriman comes calling again, correct?
Mm-hmm. And it's about that Truth website that I created.
Right, and right, And you just say, it's fine at this point, they won, do what you like. Fair to say you felt resigned at this point?
Yeah, like just, you know what, what's it going to do at this point? Whatever, you know?
Well, he wrote another one, correct?
That is, yes.
Fair to say you weren't happy with that coverage. It wasn't positive, was it?
Again, I don't remember if I cared or not. And I know I started to poke fun at him on Twitter, but, you know, it came to a point where it was just me trying to, I think, see if I couldn't get him to put more light on my website.
Okay. And so then on June 18th, he publishes this article number 3, correct?
Yes.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes.
And then just 6 days later on June 22nd, he publishes a 4th article about you officially losing, but pointing out that you remain combative, correct?
Yeah, which again was inaccurate, but sure. Yes.
Okay, so again, it's inaccurate reporting about you, the 4th one.
Right, right. Like I said, by this point, I was just having fun with it.
Well, let's be, Mr. Tejas, you didn't like Jeff Gehrman by this point, did you?
I mean, sure. I did not like him.
You hated him, isn't that correct?
And I don't know if hate, I mean, there might have been various points throughout that where I might have felt like that, but I don't know that he was not a central figure in my life. I'll put it that way.
He is the figure that ends up causing you to leave your job as public administrator for Clark County, correct?
Again, I don't blame him per se. I blame Rita and I blame Alicia.
Sir, you just told this jury that if those articles weren't written, hold on, I'm not finished. You just told this jury, like 5 minutes ago, that if Mr. Gehrman hadn't written these 4 articles, you believe you would have won the race.
Yeah, but again, if Rita and Alicia hadn't gone to Alicia's dad to ask for this favor, those articles wouldn't have happened.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Who I would hold most responsible is not Mr. Gehrman.
Sir, that's not my question.
Okay.
My question is, you believe if Mr. Gehrman had not written these 4 articles, you would have won the race, correct?
I do believe that, yes.
You hated him by this point in time, isn't that right?
I could not say whether I hated him by this point in time, and if how long I might have hated him,
Roberta said you hated him.
Roberta is entitled to her own opinion. I don't know that I ever said I hated him.
Okay. So, now we're in July. Fair to say, working in that office had to have been hard in July.
So after the election loss, I ended up. So I guess just back up a little bit. When Mike Murphy came into the office, it was not a directive from Clark County. It was a request. Jeff Wells said, "Hey, you've got this situation. I think maybe if we bring in Mr. Murphy, he could help you kind of be an independent, arbiter of sorts." And he said that, you don't have to say yes. This is not, we have no right to force this on you. It's entirely up to you. And I said, you know what, sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. So brought him in. But then again, that got misconstrued, it is what it is at this point. But so once I lost the election, he and Rita had taken over the duties primarily. And I did, most of my work from home, coming in a couple of days a week, just to, do things here and there.
Okay, so to go back to my question, was July hard? Yes or no?
I guess my answer would be not as. I didn't have to deal with the first, the day-to-day frustrations I used to deal with when I was in the office 50 hours a week.
So you came in less, correct?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Rita assumed more of a responsibility.
Right, sir.
Even though you were still the acting, duly elected public administrator.
Right. We decided, just.
Okay. I'm going to publish Exhibit 340. We can cue over to the Elmo. On June 13th, I mean, I don't know if you are aware of this back in the day, but an email is sent out. I'm sorry? July, sorry about that. July 13th of 2022, Jeff Garriman is making a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in July, you have already lost your race, correct?
Right.
So the election isn't at stake. Is that correct?
Right. Correct.
You will be gone in a matter of 6 months, right?
Right.
And now, Jeff Garriman is asking for all emails between Public Administrator Robert Tellis and Estate Hoarder Roberta Lee Kennett from January 1st to the date that this is fulfilled, correct?
Right.
He also wanted all of your communications, including messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
He wanted you to wanted the county to provide all text messages between you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
From your personal cell phones, correct?
Yes, he did, but he was not allowed to have them. But yes.
Sure. Understood. But I mean, that's how far this is going. And additionally, and I didn't read that in the middle, it included a request for Microsoft Teams messages as well. Isn't that right?
Right.
Okay. Now, sir, you are familiar with the county's policy. Well, let's do it this way. You testified to this jury that, before the records request went out for the Teams messages, you had reviewed them and you didn't have any issues with them, correct?
And I'd love to elaborate on that if I could.
I need you to focus on my question. Yes or no?
I had an opportunity to. Yes, I did have an opportunity to review them before.
Judge, it's a two-way street on this one.
Okay, if you can answer the question, yes or no.
I haven't finished the question yet.
Oh,
Then I can ask Mr. Hammer if he wants you to answer the question.
I need you to listen. I need to finish the question.
Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry.
Well, yes or no. You testified on direct examination that you reviewed Teams messages and you did not have an issue with them, correct?
The production that I understood was going to be sent to Mr. Gurman, yes.
Right. And just to be clear, you were familiar with the county's policy about what gets produced in a public records request, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so, isn't it true that under this county policy, personal messages would not be produced under a public records request?
That is correct.
Okay. So any personal communications between you and her wouldn't go out to Mr. Garriman, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And that is why, and so you're like, I don't have any issue with that other stuff going out, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But let's be clear about something. The election's over, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Jeff Garriman...
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
And Jeff Garriman seems to still be digging about you and Roberta, isn't that right?
Yes, but there's nothing to dig, provided obviously that if he was going to receive what I saw, then there was nothing for him to dig.
I mean, you would agree, reporters typically don't ask for records requests unless they're planning on doing a story, correct?
Sometimes I think they're just fishing to see if there is a story.
And according to this records request, he's fishing about one thing. It's you and Roberta, right?
Right.
Okay. Which you told us back in May when you sat down with your interview with Jeff Garriman, the number one priority was to, protect your family and not really dig into that, correct? Or at least disclose that, correct?
I'm sorry.
You told us when you met with Garriman on May 11th, you had said, I was truthful about some things, but I wasn't truthful about everything. The one thing I didn't want to talk about was the indiscretions. And you said that the reason for that was I was really concerned about my family, correct? Okay. The election's over. You're on your way out. And now this guy is wanting to ask more questions about you and Roberta, right?
Yeah.
It's not about you and Rita, right?
There's a... I know that there was a later request for those other emails that got appended to this, but I don't know if you remember that with Mike Murphy and Rita.
Just in this specific request, he's not asking for communications between you and Rita, right?
Correct.
He's not asking for communications between you and Alicia, right?
Correct.
It's just about you and Roberta.
Right.
He's not leaving it alone, is he?
I think he's still fishing.
That had to have been frustrating, Mr. Tellis.
No, it was not, because I knew he wasn't going to have anything based on what I reviewed from the production.
Okay. So it's your testimony that the possibility of a fifth article didn't concern you at all when the potential source of the request is just about your communications between you and Roberta? You're telling us that's not a concern at this point in time?
Again, I can explain to you how things...
Yes or no? Is it a concern or is it not?
Not at the time that I reviewed those documents, no.
Okay. So, now, let's now jump forward to August 8th of 2022. On that day, Dan Coolin emails you and starts to tell you about the production request, that it's going to start to happen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's on August 8th, right?
Yes, sir.
We'll do this quickly here. August 8th. 4 days later, in your phone, the Google Maps and bronze circles start popping up, correct?
No, sir.
Read this out to me. What does that say?
That says August 12th, 2022.
Great. Publishing 364. This is the street surveillance. Please read out to me what the date is on that.
August 15th, 2022.
Okay. You would agree that August 12th is just 4 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
You would agree with me that August 15th is just 7 days after August 8th, correct?
I would.
And if we go back to the overhead, 354. I want you to read the date on entry number 1 on that.
The modified date?
Yeah.
8/23.
Okay.
2022.
I wish I could do the math on that one. I feel like that's like about 2 weeks after August 8th, correct?
Somewhere on there.
We also heard from Nicole Lofton, correct?
Yes, sir.
Nicole Lofton was employee of the public administrator's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
A member, as you describe it, of the New Guard, correct? She was on Team Tellus, fair?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. You had text messages between you and Nicole Lofton through the course of your time as a public administrator, correct?
If you've got them, then sure. I don't recall.
Okay. Well, I'm going to approach for a second. So I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as Exhibit 376. It's just an excerpt of some things, but take a look.
Excerpts, they're not the entire.
It's not the full thing. There's a lot of messages there. I just wanted to kind of narrow down. I'm going to approach in a minute, but I need to get an understanding. By August, beginning of August 8th, by August 8th, how are you feeling about Jeff Gehrman's next upcoming article?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you concerned at all?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, let me show you. What's been marked as Exhibit 376, proposed Exhibit 376. Why don't you just take a minute and flip through those and let me know if you recognize essentially what you're looking at there.
We're getting close to it.
Give that timeline exhibit that was issued, Mr. Rep.
It would be a good time for a break as well.
Yeah.
Sure, we can do that. That's fine. Sir, you had a chance to review those text messages?
Yes, sir.
That's a fair and accurate depiction of some of the text messages you had with Nicole.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
At this time, we'd ask that these be admitted, states supposed to be 76.
No objection.
So again, just to set the stage, like how are you feeling in early August about Jeff Gehrman and his articles?
Like I said, I don't know that I thought any way about Jeff Gehrman in particular.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right. So we're just publishing these. Just kind of zoom in. So that's just the ones in green. That's you, correct?
Yes.
That's just the first page that goes back to August 17th of 2021. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So this message is from June 15th. That's the day of the primary, or at least the day after the primary, correct?
Yes, sir.
I think you state, isn't it true, you state to her, good morning, full results aren't in yet. It's about a three-way tie with me last by around 2,000 votes. The precincts I'm counting on aren't in yet. And Nicole says, praying, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you say, me too.
Yes.
Turning to what's marked as page 64, just on the actual pagination. If we look at this bottom email, at 6:15 at 12 o'clock p.m., she writes to you, folks are prancing around like you conceded. Did you? Do you remember her writing that to you?
Not until I see it now, but it's been a while.
Okay. And then your response is, isn't it true your response was, no, I'll check the website to see if a winner was declared. And she responds, okay, correct?
Yes.
I think you indicate that if I lost, I will protect you until you can get a new position. Isn't that right? And she responds, I appreciate that. Is that correct?
Yes.
It isn't true, then you say, I'm so sorry, Nicole, I tried so hard, I almost made a comeback, but it's done, correct?
Right.
And that's at 3:16 p.m. on the 15th, isn't that right?
Right.
And you say here, unfortunately, too many people bought the lies, isn't that right?
Right.
And when you're saying that, you're referring to the voters, correct?
Yeah.
And the lies were propagated by those articles, correct?
Yes.
That Mr. Gehrman wrote.
Right.
We look down here at the end, she says, I'm so sorry, will you work until the end of the year or resign? Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And she says, thank you for believing in me. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Fair to say she cared for you and how you treated her in the office, correct?
Right.
All right. And you told her, in fact, I very much believe in you. You have been my best employee. I'm so sorry that I couldn't pull it off. Isn't that correct?
Right.
And she lets you know that you fought hard. Isn't that right?
Right.
And we see here on 6:15, you even say to her, I'll stay on until the end of the year, although if they aren't messing with you, I don't know that I'll spend a ton of time in the office, correct?
Right.
Essentially ceding power to Rita Reed, correct?
Right.
And Rita Reed is friendly to Compass Realty, correct?
Right.
And so your intentions were to step away from that office or lower your profile even as early as June 15th of 2022.
Right.
So you would be less of a threat to Compass Realty even then, correct? Because you'd be stepping away and not spending a ton of time in the office.
No, sir. The evidence proves otherwise.
Okay. And then we look here at text on June 21st. Nicole says, now Alicia is in the other cubicle counting the files that were left in there. These people are so sick. They spend half the day trying to get you instead of working. The you she's referring to is yourself, correct?
I don't know if it was that or, generally saying you in that sense, because I don't have files in a cubicle.
Okay.
So it might have been, that perception that, I don't know how to explain that. I think you get it.
Contextually, she's talking about the old guard, correct?
She is talking about them, but as far as whether she's talking about herself or me, I don't know.
Understood. but she believes these people are sick. Is that right?
That's her opinion, and they did some pretty tough stuff.
Well, and it appears you share that same opinion. You say yes, like they think it all still matters. Correct?
Right, like they're still trying to sabotage me, but it's pointless at this point, right?
Well, you say it's pointless, but we'll get to that in a second.
Sure.
You then also say she's probably trying to get fodder to pass to the reporter, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So the reporter is still on your mind, isn't that right?
Just from the standpoint that they're still trying to concoct things, and that's why I decided to stay away from the office so they couldn't concoct anything anymore.
Because the articles were damaging, correct?
They were damaging, yes.
Professionally and personally.
Primarily professionally, because obviously I had to figure out something else to do for work, which, again, I'm a lawyer, so I guess, rehang my shingle if I can, do whatever I can.
And that's a really interesting point. On August 8th, we've seen how that's the day you get notified that Gehrman wants stuff between you and Rita, correct?
Correct.
I want to look at what's marked on the bottom is page 110. Isn't it true that you tell Nicole at 12:28, you're dealing with a lot, I'm sorry. For me, this may have a long-term impact. I have people that no longer talk to me. Also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
Yes.
And it just so happens that you were then informed that Gehrman is snooping around looking to potentially do another article, correct?
Yeah.
And you're telling Nicole in confidence that you believe your future employment is jeopardized because of the articles, right?
Yes, but the damage was already done. So it's not, whether he wrote another article, he wrote 10 more articles, it was irrelevant at this point.
Well, apparently you don't say that, though, in your email. You don't say in that text message. You don't say, but the damage is already done, do you? You don't say that in that message, correct?
Well, it says that the articles are going to have an impact, and you would think that would refer to previously published articles. So I think that it's assumed that, it's done is done. So
Sir,
if he goes on and does 10 more articles, same net effect, really.
Right. Sir, to go back to my question, isn't it true you never use the words, the damage is already done, correct?
Not in this particular message, no.
Right. And you state, also, I'm worried in this digital age that the articles could potentially follow me around for years to come. I'm actually worried I might not have any good employment prospects after this, correct?
I'd say it'd be better than if I had actually murdered Mr. Gehrman.
So, sir, we're going to go back to my question. Isn't that what you wrote in the text message?
Yes.
And 4 days later, Google Maps images start popping up in your phone, correct?
No.
7 days later, on the 15th, surveillance is being conducted on a street, correct?
Not by me.
And on the 23rd, multiple images of Gehrman's information about what car he drives and where he lives is literally being screenshotted of your desktop computer, correct?
Not by me.
Because if it was you, that would be a big problem, wouldn't it?
Conclusion, it's argumentative.
It is argumentative. If
We'll
you
move on.
Rephrase it.
No, we can move on. Publishing 342. Then you receive this email on 9/1, correct?
Yes, sir.
You receive it at 5:45 p.m.,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Mm-hmm.
And we heard from Roberta, who talked about this, right?
Right.
And she had indicated that the release of the information to Gehrman was just around the corner, correct?
Right.
Let me find this.
And I knew in advance that it'd be only...
Sir, there's no question pending. At 5:45 on September 1st, you get the information. You get notified that Jeff Gehrman is soon to receive personal records requests related to messaging and communications between you and Roberta, correct?
No. It was not personal.
Okay, I didn't mean that. I meant, I apologize for my misstatement. Communications between you and Roberta, correct?
Business related, yes.
Right. And then at 11:20 in the morning, just a few hours later, Gerwin's dead, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about September 2nd, 2022. You had testified on direct that you had, your daughter had asked you a question, you responded around 8:48 in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said at that point you then hung out at home, correct? Mm-hmm. Around 10ish you went for a walk, correct? Mm-hmm. You said you...
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You said you then came home, isn't that right?
Yes.
And you said that you went to the gym around 12 o'clock, 12:09, correct? I think that's when you log in, around 12:09.
That's when I checked in using my phone at Planet Fitness.
Okay. And that's the Planet Fitness that's on like Fort Apache and Charleston, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's kind of just down that road, right? Down. What's the road? So you live on Spanish Steps?
Correct.
And then the road to kind of make your way out to Piggott, what's that one called?
South Tassel.
Okay, and then if you made a left to go by Piggott, what's that big road?
Red Hills.
Red Hills. And Red Hills can kind of get you up to that corner, right? Where the
You can go through a roundabout, you can go north from there on Apple, and then you head east to get to Planet Fitness.
Okay. And I think what you had, before we do that, let me ask you this. So what car did you take to the gym?
The BMW.
All right. Oh, so it's kind of, what's the color? It's not quite gray. It's not quite brown.
I think it's brown.
A brownish color. It's kind of metallic-ish.
Right.
Okay. And you took that route that we just talked about. That's how you got to the gym. Correct?
Probably.
Okay. Oh, another question. So, and we're circling back to something, but your belief is, what's Jappy's role in the conspiracy? What exactly did he do?
I'm not certain to what extent, but obviously he's the one who initiated the surveillance that was done on me that went from, I believe it was August 16th all the way through September 7th. So despite his testimony also that they only do surveillance every other day, if you look at Cynthia Sauerland, the surveillance pages from that, you see that they're done back from one day to the next. And when I requested that these surveillance logs be provided to me the first time, I received only 3.
Okay.
Then when I pointed out the fact that there was a surveillance log on September 6th that mentioned September 1, then lo and behold, now there was 4. Okay. I believe that there were actually surveillance logs for every single day, and they just weren't turned over to me. So I believe that, that Jappy knows that I didn't kill Mr. Gurman.
Okay. So do you think it's a little strange that if Jappy wanted to frame you for murder, he would clear you of all wrongdoings with the allegations of taking bribes?
I'm already here on this charge, so I don't think he needs to worry about another charge.
And so if the job's done, why waste his time with Compass Realty?
In what sense?
Well, he testified that after you got arrested, he spent another 4 or 5 months investigating Compass Realty and then brought charges to the DA's office. Why do that?
So, and this is an interesting point, because if you look, well, I guess you can't look, but the file into me was over 100 gigabytes in information. That's quite a bit of information. The file into Compass Realty was only 3 gigabytes worth of information. It appears it was just a token investigation because, again, he didn't do the stakeouts that we discussed. He very clearly said that he believed that this personal property was leaving the homes. And it's shown in 500 pleadings that, again, there was no personal property taken from these homes, no vehicles that were actually, I'm trying to finish answering your question, sir.
Okay.
There were no vehicles, again, for which the titles were traced. He didn't investigate the issue with the homes being trashed ahead of time to lower their values so they could basically net almost double on the next sale. So, again, that's, as far as I'm concerned, when he refuses to do a legitimate investigation on me, again, I'm doing just 3 gigabytes worth of data. I think it was just a sham investigation. He didn't do any of those other things he promised he would do.
Sir, isn't it true you told this on direct examination you bemoaned the Attorney General's office for looking at your case for like a matter of a month and then just not doing anything with it? You did say that, right?
Nope.
You never complained about the Attorney General not taking your Compass Realty allegation seriously?
I did not bemoan and I did not complain.
Okay. Did you say they didn't take it seriously?
I didn't say they didn't take it
Did
seriously.
you say that they only looked at it for like a month or two?
They only looked at it for a month.
Just a month?
Yeah.
And Jappy looked at it for 11.
But again, he didn't do the things he promised.
Yes or no? He looked at it for 11 months.
Yes, but it was a sham investigation.
Okay.
It was a bogus investigation.
Okay.
Didn't do what he said he was going to do.
All right. Oh, let's talk about Zach. You like Zach, right?
You know, I think he dislikes me more than I dislike him. I didn't really, personally, I didn't have qualms with him. I didn't. He didn't waste my headspace.
Okay. And that's good to know. The disagreement that you had, do you really think it was like a total fallout over this Ottawa property?
I don't. No.
Okay. Because to be honest, like you did continue to do business deals with Zach after Ottawa.
Yeah.
Right?
I think what Zach was upset about,
Sir,
if I may.
Sir, my question is yes or no. You continue to do business deals with Zach Schilling after the Ottawa sale?
Yes. Okay. Absolutely.
And now at this time I'm going to show opposing counsel what's been marked as 388, 389, 390, 391, 392, 393, 394, 395, and 396. Sure. Sir, I'm going to show you first 390, 389, and 388. Do these look familiar to you?
Hold on just a few moments, because
Sure.
I want to look at where he actually changed realtors, because when I do my redirect, this is all going to become relevant.
Okay.
So,
Do you know what that is?
I do, but it doesn't say who the realtor was on this.
Oh, and I would turn your attention to 388.
Okay.
Look here at the bottom. Sure.
Yes.
388.
Mhm.
Does that help? Kind of help. I mean,
Sure.
look at the address.
Of course.
We got our address here,
Right.
and that corresponds to those documents. Do
Correct.
these appear to be like a listing agreement, kind of an order closing the sale of a certain property, a check going out to Mr. Schilling?
Yes.
And these all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those.
And this is Ottawa.
The Ottawa
Right here.
property. Yep.
And just let me write a note, if I may.
Sure.
And you're okay with this?
Obviously, we're going to receive copies of this, so.
You have they've been already produced.
Date on it. So what is the date here?
Go to the back page. The very last page. It kind of shows some dates.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. At this time, we'll ask for admission of stage proposed 388, 389, and 390.
There's no objection.
And then I want you to take a look at 396, 395, 394, 393, 392, 391. And let me know if these appear to be listing agreements.
Yes, they are, sir.
Okay, and those are fair and accurate depictions of those agreements, correct?
Yes, sir.
Showing? Just one second. Sure. Thank you very much. So, Ottawa was the property where you guys had some sort of disagreement about a valuation, right?
Yes, it was more a little bit of sour grapes on his end, but yeah, no, it wasn't, as far as I was concerned, a big deal.
Right. So, but when we heard kind of cross questions and testimony from Zach about there being this disagreement, Ottawa is the one that we're talking about, correct?
Ottawa's the one where he felt like he was cheated, but that wasn't the case.
Understood. And just publishing 388, this was kind of the licensing agreement to bring Zach Schilling on, correct?
Right.
And if we look here, oh, okay, it's showing up there. Zach Schilling is there. Sorry, this one was kind of cut off. 389 is a court order that establishes that the sale was approved for this Ottawa property, correct?
Yes, well, basically it's just that this is the deed after the docs have been finalized, everything's done.
Understood. And publishing 390, we'll do it backwards, but that's like a check that got cut to Zach in relation to this property, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the date on this is 3/22 of 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so despite this disagreement, isn't it true that the public administrator's office continued to use Mr. Schilling for properties that you needed to have sold that came through the PA's office?
Yes, I never disputed that.
Okay. Well, I mean, we heard some testimony about like, oh, Zach didn't get a lot of business at Trail. I think Nicole may have said things like that, correct?
Right, and it's true that he actually had his business reduced, but I'll go into that.
Well, okay. So, but publishing 391. Oh, sorry. We're requesting that 391 through 396 be admitted as evidence.
I have an objection.
Thanks. So we've got here at 391 on June 8th of 2021. This is a deal with Zach, correct?
Right.
We've got another one here, 392, 612, another deal with Zach.
Right.
394, 716, another deal with Zach.
Yes, sir.
393, this is a 611 2021 deal with Zach.
Right.
Publishing 395, 814 2021, a deal with Zach.
Right.
Publishing 396, 10/6/21, another deal with Zach.
Right.
All post-dating the big disagreement, correct?
It, again, was not a big disagreement, and as far as I was concerned, and the issue that he truly has with me will come later, and I can discuss that.
Okay, but bottom line is money continued to flow from the public administrator's office to Zach Schilling for the work on these houses, on these deals, correct?
Not nearly as much at a certain point, but yes.
My question is
yes.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. All right. I wanna. You mentioned you're a tech guy, right? A little bit of a techie.
I think you asked that before. Yes.
Are you an Apple guy or a Google person? When it comes to phones, what are you?
Well, I have a Google phone.
Okay. I want to. We've seen this timeline, right? We've seen this timeline. I'm publishing stage 374. I want to turn your attention to this page. It's entries 23, 24, and 25. You covered these messages and calls from your wife on direct examination. Do you recall doing that?
Yes, sir.
I believe you had said that you were out walking around. You received this message, and then your wife called, and you just didn't want to get back to her. And that was kind of what happened with that. Is that correct?
Right. I was really close to home. I was going to walk in the door, so why? Or walk through the garage, I should say. And so why?
Right. And I think you said, "Honey, I'm home," right?
Something along those lines.
Because May was home at that time.
Right.
Okay. And that was just minutes later, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So there wasn't any concern, it was just a picture of your daughter in this call, you were just gonna take care of it, right?
Right.
Okay. Nothing else?
As far as like messages and things go, or?
Well, anything else you want to add to this, sir?
I don't think so.
Your wife doesn't have a Google phone, right? She have an Apple?
Yes.
And she, Apple's got all these crazy products. They've got what's the thing that you put on your wrist that kind of goes with your phone? What's that one called?
Some of the Apple Watch?
The Apple Watch. Does May have an Apple Watch?
She does.
Okay. Did you ever watch Steve Jobs' presentations when he would get up and say, just one more thing? You ever see him do that? And he drops like a new product or anything?
No.
Never seen that before? Okay. Well, let's take a look. I'm publishing I don't even know if I've shown this opposing counsel. This is just. May I approach the witness? Let the record reflect the showing opposing witness 378. State's proposed 378. Those appear to be the messages that we're looking at in that timeline, sir. Okay, and on the back of this is the very image that she sent to you. Would that be correct?
Right.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of that thumbnail, correct? And it's a fair and accurate depiction of what's up there in that timeline, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. At this time, we have permission to admit States 378.
No objection.
And you talked about these. I think you told us before on cross that these messages, they weren't hacked or anything like that from the police. Like these were the messages, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm now going to publish 378. So this message, if you could, please tell me what is the time. Oh, it's kind of cut off a little bit. What time is that message sent?
At 10:36 a.m.
Okay, on September the 2nd, is that
Correct.
Then we have this other little blurb. It doesn't actually have anything there, but what is the time on that?
10:36.
And then we have on this following page another message at 3:16. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think she's kind of talking about how much, she's selling some cards and making some money, something like that, correct?
Right.
And you immediately kind of respond within a minute to her at around 3 o'clock, correct?
Right.
But you don't do anything here, correct? Because it's just a random message and there's no need to, nothing's being asked of you, right?
Right.
It's just a random message.
Right.
And, you'll just take care of it when you walk in the door, right?
Pretty much.
Showing opposing counsel what's been marked as State's proposed 379 through 387. Before I approach, I'm just going to ask you one more time. You didn't delete anything off your phone on September 2nd of 2022, did you, sir?
Not that I recall.
Now we're going to approach the State's proposed 379 through 387. Why don't you take a look at those?
Okay.
Okay. Sir, do those appear to be messages that we just looked at from maybe some other device that we were just looking at through your text messages or your timeline?
Yeah.
Do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of those messages?
Except there's an additional message.
Right, there's an additional message. That's your wife's Apple Watch, isn't it?
It is.
Okay, and that's a fair and accurate depiction of what that watch looks like, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And with the exception of the one message that's off, everything else seems to be a fair and accurate depiction of your communication on that day that you were just telling us about on the timeline. Isn't that right?
So it seems, yes.
Okay. At this time, we'd ask for the admission. State's proposed 379 through 387.
You could approach, please.
2020.
Okay, they're admitted in evidence.
Sir, you maintained that on the morning, September 2nd, 2022, you were at home, correct?
Right, except for when I went to take a walk.
You deny going over to 7216 Bronx Circle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Publishing 379. That is your wife's Apple Watch, correct?
I mean, it's got a picture of my daughter on it, so I'd have to assume that it is.
No. That's the same picture you just told us about from your text messages, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's at 10:35, correct?
Yes.
It says Friday, correct?
Yes.
It also says Rob up in the corner, correct?
Yes.
I'm now publishing 380. Please read to this jury, what does it say underneath that photograph?
It says, where are you?
Where are you? You told us you were at home.
I did not. I said, actually, when I got the messages, I was still on my walk.
Sir, is it your testimony that you were at home on the day in that morning?
Not the entire morning, no. And
Okay.
I said that to you, sir.
And let me ask you this question. That message isn't on your phone, is it?
It isn't. I mean, if it was sent, it should have been. But
Sir, yes or no? That message isn't on your phone.
why it isn't, I wouldn't know because apparently it's not.
Why.
It's not on my wife's phone either.
Sir, I didn't ask you why. I asked you a yes or no question. That message is not on your phone, correct?
From what you showed me, it is not.
And you were in possession of your phone on that day, correct?
On that day, yes.
And you, as the owner of the phone, have the ability to save messages and delete messages, correct?
Yes.
Because the person who holds the phone controls the information, correct?
At that moment, yes.
Right. And she's asking, where are you? Right?
Yes.
At that same time, at 10:30 in the morning, we've seen video surveillance of a car that you say looks just like mine driving in Mr. Gehrman's neighborhood, correct?
That is correct.
Sir, if you left your phone at home, you wouldn't have been able to respond to that message, correct? If you were not next to it, correct?
That's speculative, but
if you left your house and left your phone at home on the morning of September 2nd, and your wife's texting you, where are you? You wouldn't have been able to respond to that, correct?
But I did not.
I didn't ask you that. If you were not in your house on September 2nd in the morning, and your wife sent you a message with a phone you had left at home, it would have been impossible for you to answer that question, correct?
Again, this is speculative answer.
He can answer.
I'll ask you again.
Again, that would have been if in fact that was the case, if in fact I left my phone at home, then sure, yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Robert Tejas. First name is Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T. Last name T-E-L-L-E-S, also pronounced Tellis. So, good morning. I want to go over some of the items that were discussed during my cross-examination by.
All right, that's what I thought. So now he's doing his redirect. So he did his direct examination, then then we went through cross, and then now here's his redirect. So this is maybe about, what's it say? 4:45 to 5:20. So like a little bit over a half an hour. And then after this, we'll play. I got an interview of the women, the old guard, while they were in verdict watch. I think it was 2 or 3 days they were in verdict watch. And then I have the verdict, and then spoiler alert, penalty phase. And then we have some jurors. We have three videos, but two of them is the 4-person. Then we have a sentencing, and then we have a news conference. So we have a little bit more to go. Like maybe another hour. Yeah, maybe hour or so left to watch. So I hope you guys are enjoying this. This is like a first time Aaron came up with this idea. We were kind of talking about, narcissists take the stand, and it was because the trial that we're watching, the Washington versus the Ollies, has a day off today. We're like, well, what can we do? So we thought, well, can we do like a Stefan Stearns deep dive? We've kind of been doing those, recap the Ollies. I'm like, So we're like, why don't we do this? And Aaron came up with the ego takes the stand. So to me, it just kind of made sense that this is a new series. So whenever we have some downtime, we're going to go and we're going to show people like we have like Sarah Boone, Jodi Arias, Nancy Brophy, Shonda Ark. Let's see, Robert Durst, if we can get our hands on his testimony. Betty Broderick, you guys have mentioned, Charlie Adelson. Let's see, who else? Bradley Yan, Scott Nelson, Diana Downs, Chris Dontel. We'll have to look into him. I'm not familiar with him. Scott Nelson. So anyway, so we have this we have this growing list. So whenever we have downtime, we'll watch this, and it basically will be their testimony. So direct and then cross redirect, and then the verdict, and then if there's any sentencing, we'll show that. So I'm glad you are enjoying it, Alice. Cool. And Ruby saying hello. Absolutely. Cool. And Tammy is enjoying it as well. Awesome. Widespread Panic. I do. I've got a great partner. Thank you. Dwayne is enjoying it as well. Cool, cool, cool. All right. I love this part, but I missed the best. I'll watch later. Don't remember. Yeah, so these experience points, these XP, it's just, I guess it's experience points. It's just how you interacted. I think, yeah, well, YouTube has just obviously started this new. We noticed it on Scott's channel. We noticed it on Courtroom Confidential, maybe. I think he was doing it. Is that his name? I'm sorry. Anyway, we noticed it on a couple other channels. And it's not anything we did. It's just something new that YouTube is rolling out. So to me, it's the more you interact, the more you chat, the more you get. And that's that. So Bree, love the ego series. Cool. Thank you. All right. Awesome. Let's continue on. So this is Robert's redirect of himself.
By Mr. Hamner. So I'll start. I'm just going to go, point by point. So it sounds like I'm jumping around. I'm just hitting various things. So I want to talk about Zach Schilling first and why he was mad at me. But in order to do that, I've got to talk about the way that probate sales were done in my office at the time I was in leadership. So what we did was we went from, before I got there, from one realtor to a number of realtors. The prior public administrator, for some reason, had this relationship with this realtor, and he wanted to just have that guy do all the homes. There were a couple of problems with that. The first one was that oftentimes he couldn't handle the volume of renovations. And so oftentimes a lot of these homes would sit for months. Once in a while, they'd be in danger of foreclosure. But even if they weren't in danger of foreclosure, one of the issues that would occur was that these homes still had oftentimes mortgages going. Right? So if we weren't turning those homes around in 6 months, 9 months, a year, all that time, the mortgage was taking a chunk out of the equity. So I wanted to make sure that we were turning these things around faster, so more money would be in the hands of the family. I didn't think that, having a sole vendor who would get to it when he got to it was of benefit to the families. The other thing was that, of course, Clark County has this policy of trying to support as many small businesses as they can. And so I was trying to also mirror that too by opening this up. I certainly didn't like the idea of having one vendor for anything. So what was important though for these vendors was that they had access to capital. That's why I didn't have a larger pool as of yet. I had probably at any given time maybe 5 or 6, just depended. But they had to have access to capital so that they could perform the renovations on the home. And the reason for that was that I wanted to make sure that we gave the families as much money as possible. When you sell a home as is, when it's in disrepair, often it has to be sold for less. Right? And that gives flippers an opportunity to get the house, flip it, and then take the proceeds that would have gone to the family. Now, there's not necessarily anything wrong with that. I just wanted to put that money in the hands of the family instead. And in order to do that, we had this policy where, again, if you want our business, you had to go ahead and have the money to do the renovations on that house. You had to make it move-in ready. So any family could buy it and move right in. They wouldn't have to wait around for anybody else to do those renovations for them. And like I said, in the process, the families themselves got all the profit that might have gone to a flipper. Because of the capital demands of having to do this, 2 of our vendors had more properties than the others. One of them was Brian Horner, and the other was Bob McMaster. Now, as part of Bob McMaster's team, he had Zach Schilling. Bob was the capital man. He was very successful in his prior business. He was, I don't know the extent of his finances, but he didn't need to do the work. He was doing it really for the sake of keeping busy in retirement. But he was the money man, so he was the vendor, right? And Zach was the listing agent. I don't want to minimize what he did, but at the end of the day, those listings were going to that team because of Bob McMaster's capital. And in return for any of our vendors doing this work, instead of getting a 3% commission, they would get a 3.5% commission. And I got approval from the probate commissioner to pay our selling vendor 3.5% while still giving the buyer's agent 3%. So the total commission was 6.5%. And that was pretty much from the get-go during my administration. So at a certain point, for whatever reason, and again, both Brian and Bob were getting a good share of houses. And at some point, Zach decides that he is going to move his license from the broker where both he and Bob have hung their licenses. And he does it without telling Bob that he's going to do it. When Bob goes to move his license as well, the broker says, you cannot hang your license here unless you're going to have deals. Now, Bob enjoyed the renovation side, but obviously he still wanted to make a commission split for the work that he did. So he was not okay with not being able to hang his license because you have to have, from what I understand, an active license hung somewhere in order to take that commission. So what he ended up doing was finding another real estate agent to assist him, to be the listing agent. Zach was very upset at Bob with this. And then it came to the point where when Zach asked me to give him a large number of houses, I couldn't because he didn't have the access to the capital. When I would walk houses with him, he would try to minimize the importance of doing this renovation or that renovation, trying to just, again, minimize it so that he could try to get as many houses as he could without getting us what we needed to make these homes move-in ready. And so that wasn't acceptable to me. He still got homes, but he didn't get nearly as many homes as he did before. I think that's what upset him, beyond the fact that for some reason he was still hung up on that Ottawa thing that happened a year and a half before. which I don't know why that was a big deal for him, but he apparently mentioned it in his interview with the police that, that he had that. So, all right. So then I want to move to the supposed electronic evidence that was allegedly found on my phone or a phone image or what have you. When I was arrested, the police leaked to the media that there was allegedly a shoe found in my house. There was allegedly a hat found in my house. They allegedly found the DNA. They did not leak that they allegedly found this electronic information on my phone or on some image, despite the fact that they allegedly had it at that point. So I can't explain why that was the case. Now, when it comes to these Google Maps shots, again, I'll reiterate that I did not know Mr. Gurman's address. So whoever plugged that in obviously did know the address. And there was a photo that we were shown that showed a video camera that was right across the way from Mr. Gurman's house. I do not engage in crime, but if I wanted to do something while not being caught on camera, and I knew there was a camera right across the way, I wouldn't do it. And which also brings up another point. If I knew there was a camera right across the way, I certainly would find another means of transportation besides using my own vehicle. Certainly, I wasn't rich, but I certainly, I did okay enough that I could rent a nondescript car, but I couldn't see myself as the kind of person who would be foolish enough to use my own vehicle to allegedly commit any kind of crime. And let's see here. So again, I did not know Mr. Gurman's address, so I don't know how anyone could say that I did these searches. And then I didn't know Mr. Gurman's schedule. I did not know Mr. Gurman's schedule to know that he would be home on that day at that particular time. Yet apparently the killer knew. I did not know the layout of Mr. Gurman's home, or what room he would be in, or what, I wouldn't know how to, as they said, lure Mr. Gurman out of his house. So, I didn't commit the murder. I don't know how the murderer knew that. I certainly did not. So the person who supposedly took these photos on August 15th, it seems knew that Mr. Gurman had a gray Honda from what we heard yesterday. Yet that same person, or allegedly I, decided to research Mr. Gurman's car anyway after the fact, when this person already knew that he had a gray Honda. That doesn't make any sense. And again, like I said, when you saw that the search term was for, again, Mr. Gurman's address to get to that information on the car, and I didn't know Mr. Gurman's address. Now, also, I did not buy a straw hat. I did not buy a construction shirt. I was fully investigated on my finances. I believe that if I had, that you would see evidence of that. When it came to the police search of my home, I was being detained at the police station. Now, I was not handcuffed. I was seemingly, because of the fact that I wasn't handcuffed during the entire interrogation, it would seem to me that the officers who, Gaddis and Jappy, who had me in that room, did not fear that I was a danger to them. So I was stuck in that room until the search was done. My wife was sequestered along with my children in a room during the search. She was under supervision by a police officer. And there was no body cam video from the search. I have seen numerous cases where body cam video was used during searches, yet it wasn't used during the search in my home. Then I want to speak to Detective Jappy's investigation. Again, Compass Realty had nearly 500 sales over the years, and Detective Jappy was investigating me for 5 months of alleged bribery. And again, the investigative file on me was 100 gigabytes for 5 months of alleged bribery, whereas for Compass Realty, over 500 sales around 500 sales for over years was only 3 gigabytes. Again, just a fraction of the information that was obtained on me in that investigation. And I guess, and you'll have to excuse me, but I'm going to have to, I guess, speak to that relationship that I had with Roberta. During COVID, we got in a position where, again, because of the way that staffing worked, we spent a lot of time together, and we grew close. And we grew too close. And, and obviously we have choices, and we made a big mistake. Something that we both regret. But the thing is that, if Mr. Gurman had not been killed, you would not be hearing about the fact that it happened, that we actually got into that relationship. Mr. Gurman, as I mentioned before, was not going to have he was never going to get any information about what happened between us. The county had redacted, or I should say omitted, anything that might have been personal in nature. So the notion that this was a motive to kill Mr. Gurman was false. He was not going to have any real material to make a more damaging article than he would have already done. So that's, and again, Roberta is a good person, and she loves her family very much, just as I love my family, and we just most made a stupid mistake, but that doesn't mean that I killed Mr. Gurman. So, and I would never engage in any criminal conduct because I respect the law. And I was trying to uphold the law in my position. And certainly I would not commit a murder because I have respect for human life. I don't believe that anybody should have their life cut short at the hands of another person. And so when it came to Compass Realty, I was not a lame duck. When you watch that video from the June 29th, 2022 hearing, you'll see that I was not acting like a lame duck. And you will see that it was after the primary loss. And I still kept fighting. And you'll see during that video that I raised very serious concerns. And these are very serious concerns beyond, again, the issue with the equity and the personal property. These are other things that, again, if you could watch the video, see how the judge was concerned. And again, I had just gotten the authority to do the things that Detective Jappy did not do. And frankly, I believe the public should demand an FBI investigation into Compass Realty. I also have one other item related to Compass Realty. Now, Adam Fenn donated to DA Wolfson in March of 2022. And if you'll recall, at the beginning of March of 2022, DA Wolfson had introduced me to Detective Jappy. Now, when Detective Jappy informed me of the fact that he had found that there was likely theft here, I also found out that DA Wolfson knew as well. And I found out through my conversations with DA Wolfson. Mr. Horvath, in the topmost envelope, the first 11 pages, I have a copy of Mr. Wolfson's campaign report from the first quarter of 2022. I'd like to ask that I please be allowed to have it marked and published.
Just approach.
Stipulation.
We'll submit it to the court.
Okay, it mark them.
S3.
S3 will be admitted.
Okay. Would you like me to approach you?
Yes, please. Thank you. And so this is an excerpt of Mr. Wolfson's campaign contribution report, the first one of 2022, taken from the Nevada Secretary of State's website by public download. And it shows, and this is the fourth page, which again, you're only going to receive the fourth page of this. It states that it's recorded that on March 26, 2022, Adam Fenn of 8782 Big Bluff Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89148, gave Stephen Wolfson $5,000 for his campaign. I am not crazy. I am not trying to avoid responsibility. This entire situation, well, I'll put it this way, that Compass Realty could move so much with money in this day and age in our city is incredible to me. I am innocent. And, you know, I'm not the kind of person who could brutally murder another man, do it with apparent experience and training, and then go to the gym, and then go pick up my children. I can't imagine being that type of person. I didn't kill Mr. Derman, and I'm innocent. Sir?
Have you concluded?
I have concluded.
I may approach and get the, and we're moving through admission in case I believe it was already admitted. Thank you.
Is that all your redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Any recross?
Yeah, briefly. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I'm okay. I just really want to cover some topics. So, you touched on the public records request that, Gamron wouldn't have heard about any personal communications between you and Roberta because the records request wouldn't allow it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And therefore that's why you wouldn't try to kill him, correct?
Certainly wouldn't be a motive.
Okay. But you would agree with me, you're not friends with Mr. Gehrman, correct?
No, sir.
He didn't tell you, sit down with you and tell you how he's writing his stories, correct?
He did not.
He didn't share with you what information he collected, correct?
He did not.
And you're familiar that, journalists have things called sources, right?
Sure.
And they collect information from multiple places, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So all you know is that Mr. Gehrman had made one personal records request to your office, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what other information he had gathered as of August of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
Therefore, this idea that Gehrman wasn't going to be able to write any further article, you don't know that for a fact, isn't that right?
Well, I certainly thought, based on the records request, that he would not.
Right, because you're claiming you base it on that limited knowledge, but let's be clear. Journalists have multiple sources that they can collect information from, right?
Sure.
And you knew that as of August 8th, he did intend to want to seek information about you and Roberta, correct?
Right.
You had even told your best employee, Nicole, that I have a fear that these articles are going to jeopardize my ability to have employment in the future, correct?
I did.
You were concerned about even being able to work as an attorney in the city. Isn't that right?
I thought it crossed my mind, yes.
Not just crossed your mind, you memorialized it in a private text message to your best employee, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you additionally told her, I wish I had it in front of me. Let me just see if I can recall this. You're worried about the article. Give me, you know what, can I have this pulled off in the email? I don't want to get it wrong. Yes.
Court's indulgence.
Oh, I remember what I wanted to ask. Sorry. Thank you. Now I remember. You told this jury that you claimed you weren't worried when you received the August 8th email from the county that Gehrman was looking into because you weren't worried because you knew none of the personal stuff was going out, correct?
Yes.
But isn't it true just a couple hours later you're writing to Cole saying the exact opposite?
No.
Okay. You don't know it. We'll let everyone check the notes on that. But isn't it true the message that you send to Nicole post-dates the email you received from the county?
Yes, but it was talking about pre-existing articles.
Sure.
And the damage that was done.
That's what you claim.
It's what I claim, yes.
Okay. So, bottom line is, you were so concerned about the articles, you're writing your best employee about it, correct?
I did not reach out to her to do it.
And then 4 days later, there's 130 images mapping out Mr. Gehrman's neighborhood, correct?
Not for me, but yes.
And then on the 15th, there's this amateurish surveillance going on, correct?
Objection is characterization as amateur.
I'm sorry. Well, I'll rephrase. There's the Popeye surveillance happening, correct?
Again, I didn't do it, but yes.
Okay, and then just after that, we have, as you fully admitted, there are pictures from your desk of all of Mr. Gehrman's personal identifying information in your phone, correct?
And I don't know that to be the case. Again, it could have been placed there on an image. It wasn't
Sure, but you
necessarily on my
fully
phone.
admitted, like, that's my computer, that's my desk, and you told us that yesterday, right?
It appears, the photo appears to have my desk, yes.
No. You said, that's my desk. You didn't say it appears, you said, that's my desk.
I thought it did yesterday, but sure. Again, same thing.
And that just happens to be the same month that your expert witness looked into your phone and saw you turned off all your location data.
I object not as to that month. It appeared most of the year that location was not there. So that mischaracterizes Mr. Aguero's testimony.
Sure. Isn't there a slide from August 1st to August 31st of 2022 talking about location data from your phone?
Yes.
And it was a blank slate, right?
And I will get to that in my redirect.
No, you got to get to it now. Isn't it true?
Give me one moment, please. Can you give me one moment, just a second, right? Please. And okay, so can you give me the question? Okay, hold on just a moment, please. Just one moment, please.
that there is a slide produced by your expert that's entitled August 1st through August 31st, 2022, and it literally says no location data. Do you remember that slide?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that existed, correct?
I don't know that it did because I didn't take that photo.
No, just your expert did.
Are we talking about the photo or the slide?
Take the photos again.
Was it prepared?
Right. Your
prepared
expert, your expert introduced it on his direct examination. You remember that?
I don't know if you're talking about the slide or the photo, sir. I'm trying to get
I'm
clarification.
talking about the slide.
Okay.
Your expert analyzed your location data for the month of August. Do you remember him talking about that on direct?
I said that earlier, yes.
Do you remember him talking about it on cross?
I don't, but I remember him talking about it.
And you remember seeing the slide, and he showed an image showing that there is not 1 ounce of location data on your phone for the month before Mr. Gammon is killed. Do you remember him saying that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And then the second point is, so let's talk about the donation. So Adam Fenn donated $5,000 to Wilson's campaign, correct?
Yes.
It came from a campaign report in the first quarter, is that correct?
Yes.
So that would be the first 3 months of the year, correct?
Yes.
So sometime between January to March is this $5,000 donation, correct? That's 2 months prior to the Gehrman articles, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so
And it's also a few weeks after the introduction maybe between me and Wilson and Jappy.
So you say Compass could move so much money in this day and age, it's incredible to me, correct?
Right.
And what we've heard from you is it's a whopping $15,000.
So what I have found in doing my research on Mr. Wolfson's campaign reports is that he's got people who donate to him year over year.
Okay.
So basically it's a subscription for a get out of jail free card.
So now the DA's in on it too.
I'm just telling you what I found when I've researched, and you can look at the Nevada Secretary of State's website to do the research yourself.
Well, I've got you here, sir, so I want to ask you, is DA Stephen Wilson in on the conspiracy to have Jeff Gehrman murdered? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know about that, but I certainly know he turned a blind eye toward crime.
So answer my question, yes or no?
I don't know.
Okay. So but you can't rule it out, right?
Can you rule it out?
It doesn't matter whether I can rule it out. I'm not the one under oath.
I can't rule it out.
Okay, so you can't rule out Rita, you can't rule out Wolfson, you can't rule out Cliff Maugg, you can't rule out the DNA people, you can't rule out anonymous patrol officers. Am I catching this all right? You can't rule out Adam Fenn, anyone from Compass, right? How about Cindy Sauerland? Is she part of this too?
I don't know. I can't rule it out.
Okay, so it's all just one big conspiracy, correct?
No, sir, I didn't say that they were all involved. I just said I can't rule out who and who is not involved.
But at the end of the day, you're just the victim in this whole thing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Davis?
Yes. And again, when it comes to these photos and the notion that there was no location information on them, I didn't take the photos. So whether they had location information on them or not, I'm not surprised they don't have any location information on them. So this point that somehow that shows I'm guilty is just, I don't know, it still makes no sense to me. And then when it comes again to Mr. Wolfson, I did do that research into him, and I did find that around the time that Paris Hilton had picked up charges here in Las Vegas, that I think he opened the door. All right. So I'm sure that someone will be doing the homework on that. But I think that's
from the record.
And so, thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further for myself.
Okay. Anything else?
Based on that, no thank you.
Okay. Looks like we have a question from a juror.
Ooh, there was a juror question. I totally forgot about the juror question. I don't remember what the juror question was. Yeah, Paris Hilton. Yeah, I guess he said when she got arrested in Las Vegas, maybe that was the DA not, or turning a blind eye. I think maybe that's what he was. He opened the door to Paris Hilton, then suggested jury research it. I know, right? All right, I think I can fast forward a little bit. I'm sure they're reviewing it. Just fast forward a bit. Blink, blink, blink.
We have questions from a juror, court's exhibit number 20. Were you concerned that your wife would get knowledge of the affair before you get to tell her about it yourself, or did she only find out after Mr. Gehrman's murder took place?
She actually did find out beforehand. You know, and I did, you know, unfortunately, I said I made a mistake, and it is what it is. And so, no, as far as my wife is concerned, and my family is concerned, they did forgive me for what happened.
Okay, and court's exhibit number 21. How tall are you without lifts?
5'6.5".
Any follow-up from do you have anything else you want to say, Mr. Tejas? Any follow-up
I don't
based
believe so,
on those
yeah.
questions?
No.
Okay, Mr. Hamner?
No, you're.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. And you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you gonna have?
Yes.
All right, so that is his direct, which is basically him monologuing, and then Christopher Hamner's cross, and then his redirect, recross, and then his final redirect, right? All right, so now they're technically in verdict watch. So what happens next is the women from the office, right? This was the old guard. And I remember when I was watching this, I'm like, oh, you're calling them the old guard. I wonder if they like took offense to him calling them the old guard. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that was just me. Maybe I'm reading into it. But I remember him calling them the old guard. I'm like, oh, all right. All right. So this is while the jury is in verdict watch. I think they were 3 days, right? I think it was 3 days. 42 times, Dwayne. Is that what it was? It ended up being 42 times. He mentioned Compass Realty. Yeah. Oh, the ninjas. Yes. Yeah, that's right. I'm surprised he didn't blame the ninjas. The jury wanted to make sure he knew how tall he was. See, during his direct, though, he said 6'5", and I guess he switched it. He meant to say 5'6", but he said 6'5". At least that's what I heard. All right. All right. So while the jury is in verdict watch, while we're in verdict watch, they interviewed I think there were 5 women. I'm not sure how many they interviewed. So let's see how many. Let's see how many they did.
Has now reached 10 hours of deliberation, but still have not decided on Robert Tellis's fate. I'm Jaewon Jung, and I've been closely following Tellis's murder trial. He's the former county elected official accused of killing Las Vegas Review-Journal reporter Jeff Gehrman in September of 2022. For 2 weeks, I've been sitting inside the courtroom listening to all the witness testimony and the evidence presented to jurors. For the past 2 days, I've been sitting outside the courtroom for any updates. The jury has brought up a few questions while deliberating, including how to zoom into a video and if they could obtain another laptop to review digital evidence. Both issues were resolved. I did also have a chance to speak with workers at the public administrator's office who used to work with Tellis and tipped off Gehrman. I asked them how they would feel if there was an acquittal. Take a listen to their emotional response.
Like it would be a death sentence for us. I don't know, to be honest with you, what I'm going to feel. It's not going to be a good feeling. I think it's going to be very painful.
They tell me they believe justice is a guilty verdict. If the jury does find Tellis guilty, they will go back into the deliberation room and enter what is called the penalty phase. This is when they will discuss punishment for the defendant. If convicted, Tellis could spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole. The jury will continue deliberations Wednesday morning at 8:30. At the Regional Justice Center, I'm Jaewon Jung.
No, I thought that was longer. I thought they actually interviewed him more than just. I thought they would play more than that. But yeah, I remember they were all dressed in red. We'll see them in the verdict now. They were all dressed in red. All right, so that's that. Okay, so now we go to the verdict. So let's get to the verdict. And at that point, they were at 10 hours. All right. Let me get us here. All right. Let me pull this up here. All right. I'm going to rewind it just a hair. So I think there was like a half-hour delay, or not a delay, but they waited after it was announced. They gave people a chance to get in. So, all right, here we go. All right, you see them. That's the old guard there in the back, right? Those are the three women. I'm sorry, five. I think there was five. I forget their names. I can't remember their names right now, but there where that sheriff is standing, the bailiff, and then there's five of them back there. Let's see the background photo behind Squeegee. Oh, the thumbnail. Probate officer, ladies in red. Yes, yeah, those are the women that worked in his office. He's the one that he was real belligerent to. He treated them like just terrible. Yeah. I can't remember their names. Do you guys remember their names? I forget their names right now. Yeah, they're going to zoom in on them. And that's the media. So that's that woman in the blue right there. She was the one that interviewed him right after he got out, I think. Like she went to his house and he was running into his garage. Yeah, I forget their names. I forget their names right now. But those are the women that he, and I think this one, the last one on the right, I think she ran against him and she won. I think she's the one that went on the far right, I think, right? It's either her or the woman in the glasses there with the second one. One of those two ran against him and won. All right, I think I'll go fast forward just a little bit now. All right, that's what's Wolfson? What was his name? That's the what was his name again? I looked it up and I forgot it. That's when he was accusing. I didn't put it down. I think that's his brother. I believe that's his brother. All right, fast forward a little bit more. All right, here we go.
Come to order and be seated, please.
The record reflects that the hearing is taking place outside the presence of the jury panel. The court has marked as Courts Exhibit 27 and 28 notes received from the jury panel. Does the state want to say anything?
No, Your Honor.
The defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, at this time we can bring the jury panel in. You can bring the jury panel.
Yes, ma'am.
be seated.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel as well as the two alternates? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Jaskowitz?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Juror number 2, have you been selected to be the foreperson?
Yes.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, we have, Your Honor.
Will you please hand the verdict form to Officer Hawks? Okay, the clerk will now read the verdict form out loud. The defendant and his attorneys will stand for the reading of the verdict.
District Court, Clark County, Nevada, State of Nevada, Plaintiff versus Robert Tellis, Defendant, case number C-368935, Department number 12, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, find the defendant, Robert Tellis, as follows. Murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older. Special verdict. The jury unanimously finds the murder willful, deliberate, and premeditated. The jury unanimously finds the murder was committed by means of lying in wait. The jury unanimously finds the murder was committed by means of elder abuse. Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon. Special verdict. The jury unanimously finds the murder willful, deliberate, premeditated. Do you want me to finish this?
I'm just having the attorney's approach for just a moment.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, that's probably the only time I will ever say no spoilers. That'll probably be the only time where I say no spoilers. All right, so guilty. Guilty first degree, lying in wait, abuse of an elder because Mr. Gurman was 65, I think. I believe he was 65. I have it on my other, my other screen. All right, let's see what else. Oh, then they go to the penalty phase. All right, we'll go through here.
2024.
Sorry.
Okay.
Dated this 28th day of August 2024, signed by foreperson, juror number 2. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are these your verdicts as read? So say you one, so say you all.
Yes.
Okay, this time, ladies and gentlemen, the clerk is going to ask you a question. I just ask that you respond yes or no.
Juror number 1 is, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 2, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 3, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 4, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 5, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 6, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 7, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 8, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 9, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 10, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 11, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes.
Juror number 12, are these your verdicts as read?
Yes. At this time, the clerk will record the verdict in the official record of the court. And at this time, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, pursuant to your verdict, we will now go into the penalty phase of the trial. We're going to take a break and allow the attorneys to get prepared for that penalty phase. So we will start again at 1:30. At this time, you'll all be able to be back together again. You're going to go with the court officer back to the jury deliberation room. And at 1:30, we will begin the penalty phase of this trial. Thank you very much, and you're excused.
Thank you. All right, you're acting jury, please. Jurors, please don't look at it.
He does look very tiny there, doesn't he? He looks like a tiny man, a tiny little man. Yeah, so that, oh, wait, hold on, some more. Yeah. Hey, David. So while live trials are happening and they go on a break, like with the Washington versus Ali, we're looking for content. We're looking for things to do, right? So Aaron and I were talking, and Aaron came up with this great idea of doing narcissists on the stand. So yesterday, because Washington versus Ali went dark today because the judge had something else to do. I think, is she the one, Dwayne? You said she's the one that won the election. Is that Rita? Was that Rita? So while the live court is off, we came up with this idea. Aaron came up with the idea of the ego takes the stand. So it's and then now it's developed, I think, into like a new series. So we have like we've got a growing list of people we're going to do. Sarah Boone, Shonda Ark, Nancy Brophy, Alex Murdoch, Jodi Arias, Bradley Yon, Robert Durst, Diana Downs, Scott Nelson, Richard Merritt, Charlie Adelson. So we got some good stuff happening. So anyway, Ezra McCandless, yes. Yeah, good one. So Brett came up with Ezra. That's another one I wanted to do as a full rewatch. That one, and I couldn't find the entire trial. I was so bummed I couldn't find the entire trial. Okay, so anyway, so David, I hope that answers your question. Sonia, well, thank you for that. I'll take that. I suppose if I had round spectacles, that might help even more. Thank you. I'd be more than happy to take that as a compliment. All right, so now let's fast forward. Let me just put my put that up. And Nayanar says, I think so. Simone, your ex is a well-known narcissist. He sits on a board in California. You're welcome, David. No problem. Does OJ make the ego list? Yeah, but he doesn't take the stand, people were saying. I don't know. I didn't watch the trial. I'm probably like one of 2 people that didn't watch that trial. I was doing other things when that was happening. I remember it happening. I don't know. I was heavily into music at that point in my life. So I was just playing music like all the time. All right. So now we have victim impact statements. Okay. And then there's going to be a closing. I forget who asked, but there is closing. So this is like about an hour or so. There's closing. Oh, yes. Yeah, so there's a little bit of closing. Okay, so let's get to this. Okay.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel? Yes, Your Honor. And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. The state may address the jury in your opening statement. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We're now moving into the penalty phase of the proceedings. You'll probably be relieved to learn, much shorter than the trial phase. And what you'll be asked to do as jurors at this point is decide what the appropriate punishment should be for Mr. Tellis. In Nevada, there are 3 possible punishments for first-degree murder. So as a group and individually, you'll be selecting amongst 3 possible penalties. The least severe penalty for first-degree murder in Nevada is a sentence of 50 years in the Nevada Department of Corrections with parole eligibility after 20 years has been served. That's the least severe sentence. The next sentence is a life sentence in the Nevada Department of Corrections, again with parole eligibility after 20 years has been served. And the most severe sentence possible in this case is a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. And that sentence means just like it sounds. That would mean Mr. Tellis would spend the rest of his days in the Nevada Department of Corrections. At this point in the proceedings, you will hear from the family of Mr. Gehrman, and you'll hear information from them about how the crime has impacted them. You'll probably hear information from the defense. Judge Levitt will give you additional instructions that kind of guide you through the penalty part of the trial. And you can also rely on everything you heard in the first part of the trial, the past 2 weeks, and all of those exhibits. And what you're asked to do as jurors at this point is kind of put everything you know together in conjunction with the additional information you hear this afternoon, and you pick amongst those three possible sentences. And we would just ask you to consider everything, and then once you all individually and collectively make a decision, you come back and it's announced in court. We thank you for your attention.
Mr. Hassett?
Yes, thank you. My remarks really, they parallel that of Ms. Weckerly. You have three choices. There are three options. As we've said previously on multiple occasions, you've been a very attentive jury. Please keep an open mind. Listen to the witnesses. You'll be hearing from two families, Mr. Gehrman's family and Mr. Tellis' family. At the close of the evidence, I will be addressing you. I will be asking you to consider what the goals, the purposes of sentencing is, and I'll be asking you to consider a fixed term of 50 years with a minimum parole eligibility of 20. Thank you.
Can you call your first witness?
Thank you. Your Honor, the state calls Jay Gehrman.
Please step up into the witness stand. Sure. Your name and raise your right hand, face the court.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Sure. Jay Gehrman, Jay German.
May I proceed? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us where yourself and your brother Jeff grew up?
Sure. Our family is from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Jeff was born in 1953. I was born in 1959. So we're 6 years apart.
Okay, so he's the older brother?
He is, yeah.
And out of how many siblings?
4.
And so who are the other two?
My two sisters, Julie and Jill.
And they're present in the courtroom as well?
They are, yes.
What kind of things did Jeff like to do when he was a kid?
Well, Jeff was into sports. In fact, he taught me most everything I know about sports. He was a good athlete. He excelled in basketball, football, golf, tennis. He was just a natural athlete. And he was a good student.
Where did he end up going to, like college, and where did he study?
Jeff studied at University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, where he got his bachelor's degree, and then he got his master's degree in journalism, I believe, at Marquette University.
Okay. And when was it that he came to Las Vegas?
1978.
So quite a while ago.
Yep.
Do you know where he worked prior to working at the Review-Journal? Did he work at the Sun?
Oh, he did. Yeah, when he moved out here, he started working at the Las Vegas Sun.
Okay, so he was a reporter for a number of years here?
Yes, since he moved out here. Yeah, he took the job and drove his car across country.
Do you remember him ever talking about particular stories or events that were important to him as a reporter?
Well, I'd have to think about that, but I mean, Jeff took seriously every story that he worked on. He really did. I mean, he investigated. He really enjoyed being an investigative reporter, and I mean, there were a lot of stories he worked on. I know the Binion murder trial was a big one in his life, but there are so many.
And what kind of things did you two do as brothers?
Well, Well, first of all, he taught me how to play golf, and he was a good teacher. He really was, and he was a natural. I wasn't, but I think I only beat him one time in my ever. But he so we like to play sports. We would play football and basketball right around behind the house. There was a big field where we played football, so I learned how to play. So we did a lot of sports. He took me to my first Milwaukee Brewers game, I think when I was maybe 12 or 13 years old. Movies, we went to a lot of movies. I remember that when we were younger. And even when we got a little older, he liked going to movies.
Were you living here in Las Vegas in September of 22?
I was, yes.
Can you tell the members of the jury how you learned about his death?
Yeah, it was a tough night. My sister Julie called me, woke me up. I don't know, it might have been 11 o'clock or so at night, and broke the news to me. It was devastating. And I mean, I certainly didn't sleep at all that night, the rest of the night, but yeah, it was a tough one.
And how do you feel that, like observing your two sisters, how would you say that this event has impacted your sisters in your observations of them?
It's been really hard. I mean, it's been a hard couple of years. I mean, Jeff was our leader. You know, he was the older brother that we all leaned on. And yeah, it was hard for them.
And how about for yourself?
Difficult.
And are there particular events that you've kind of wished you'd been there at, or?
Yeah, I mean, I just retired, and Jeff had no interest in retiring. 2 years ago, he was 69 years old, and he was just, he loved what he was doing, and we talked about it. He just wanted to keep writing and investigating, but my goal when moving out here a few years ago was to spend time with the family, and Jeff especially, because we had gotten closer as we got older, and I was hoping that we could spend time playing some golf when we retired, going to movies, going to Raider games and Golden Knights games. I miss all that with him.
Yeah. Your Honor, I believe Mr. Draskovich is stipulating to the admission of 412 and 413.
That is correct.
Sir, I'm going to put on the overhead states 412. Who are we looking at there?
Yeah, is that Jeff or something? Yeah, that's Jeff. Yeah, I can't tell what age. Oh my God, what age that is. But he was a natural athlete. He just loved baseball too, and I mean, I think when he took me to that first Brewers game, he loved it as much as I did. Yeah.
And now I'm going to put on the overhead states 413. Looks like you're a bit older in this picture.
You know when this is from? This is from New Year's Eve, 1980, so December 31st. And I'll tell you, I can't remember if it's 79 or 80, but I was in college. Jeff had been out here, 1 or 2 years, and I flew to from Milwaukee to Las Vegas. It was my first time on an airplane, and this was the first trip that I took of many that would come going forward over the years. But he said, come on out, because I hadn't seen him since he moved out to Milwaukee, since he drove his car out here back in the middle of 1978. And we spent the New Year's Eve on the Strip. It was just a great night. I'll never forget it, and it was so memorable. I mean, and it was just, look how young he was.
Yeah. So. Is there anything else you'd like the jury to know about how this crime has impacted yourself and your family?
Well, it's been very stressful over the past couple of years. I wouldn't want anybody to go through this. It was devastating to the family. It really was. We loved him, and he loved us. And I mean, a big part of Jeff's life was spending time with the family. He loved the holidays for that very reason. He loved Thanksgiving. Just the whole ritual about him being with the family. So, yeah, it's been, it's going to take a long time, I'm sure, for us to get past this, but, we're doing our best. And we miss him a lot.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
The sale call Gil's word.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name is Jill, Jill. Last name is Zwerg, Zwerg.
Thank you very much. Jill, if you could, just for the record, how are you related to Jeff?
I am the youngest sibling, and Jeffrey's the oldest.
Okay, so you're the baby of the family.
Pardon me?
You're the baby of the family?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I want to publish what's already been admitted by stipulation of States 415. 415 by stipulation. And I think I have exhibits 414 through 417. I think those all have been admitted by stipulation. That's correct, Your Honor.
That is 415 through 417, correct?
I think 414, 415, 416, and 417. Those four exhibits.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Publishing 415. Okay. So, who can you tell us who we're looking at here in all these photographs?
Well, that's the four of us. I'm the little tiny one in the left corner with the same haircut as Jay to my right. Okay. And then Jeff is a tall one, and then my sister Julie with the no teeth.
All right. I also now want to show you another exhibit, which is admitted by stipulation as 414. All right. Who are we looking at here?
Well, there we are again. I don't know if we were trying to copy that first photo or not, but I believe it's at my niece's, a celebration for my niece, and we all just got together and tried to take a picture together real quick, and it was really kind of fun, actually.
Okay. I'm publishing 416. Who are we looking at here?
That's Uncle Jeff. That's my daughter. I think she was like 3 or 4 months old, and he couldn't wait to fly in and be with her. She is the firstborn of his nieces and nephews.
And what was her name?
What is her Jessica.
name? Jessica.
Her name.
And then I'd like to publish 417. What are we looking at?
That is Jeff with my son Connor, who is looks pretty much like Jeff, and just they're two peas in a pod. They both into sports, and yeah, he just idolized him. He's the only nephew, so he just took to him immediately for that.
I know you've written something, but I do want to ask this. So you've looked at a couple of pictures, at Uncle Jeff. Mm-hmm. What was he like as an uncle?
Oh, he was wonderful. He just loved each and every one of them for who they were and accepted them for whatever. They would do quirky little fun things and just loved them with his heart and soul. Absolutely.
Did they grow up here in Las Vegas or somewhere else?
They all grew up here.
Okay, so Jeff was kind of here growing up and watching them be raised. Okay, well, listen, I know that you've written something that you'd like to read, so if you could, why don't you share what you've written, share it with the jury, please.
Okay. So most of you know my brother Jeffrey to be a hard-nosed investigative reporter who went after corruption in our city. He wrote about wrongdoings by mobsters, gaming officials, politicians, corporations, basically anyone who was corrupt, and I don't think they could hide from him. Let me give you a little insight to the man behind the byline of Jeffrey M. Garriman. Jeff was the eldest sibling of 4, as I stated, and I'm the youngest. There's an 8-year difference between us. He always watched out for me and guided me in my schooling, my work, personal matters. I believe my other siblings, we welcomed his advice. as it usually was on target and gave us a good perspective when we needed it. He always was there for me when I needed him, like a second father for me. And with the age difference, I think that was part of it. After I graduated college, Jeff was very instrumental in helping me acquire my first job here in Las Vegas at the newspaper where he was working. We are very much alike, from our chosen careers to the music we listened to, the food we enjoyed, and going out to happy hours after work. Of course, that was the 80s, that's when it all happened, and that was just a fun thing to do. I remember we were both on the media softball league together representing the newspaper. It was so much fun, especially when we won games and we would celebrate afterwards. I wasn't going to say this, but now I just feel like I'm lucky to hear this. He was the first one I told when I became engaged. We were at Mount Charleston. My now husband proposed to me. It was a Friday night, and we're like, well, now what do we do? He's like, let's go tell Jeff. So we couldn't wait to get back. We knew he'd be at TGI Fridays. He was the first one I told when I got engaged. And he bought a round of champagne for the entire bar. And I'll just never forget that. It was just the most memorable, fun, exciting moment for all of us. I miss reading his stories and seeing his byline. And shopping with him, talking on the phone, and texting with him because he was so bad at texting. Going out for Sunday brunches, having him at our family barbecues and holiday celebrations, especially, as my brother Jay said, at Thanksgiving, where he really ate most of the dark meat and insisted that the TV be on, some type of sporting event, probably football if I'm not mistaken. These events, these holidays, they'll never be the same without Jeffrey there, ever. He was kind, he was loving, he was loyal, and he was fun. He was a good friend, uncle, brother, and a respected colleague to all who knew him. He had a knack for remembering everyone's birthdays. He never forgot his nieces' and nephews' birthdays. He just loved being their uncle. My son is very much like his Uncle Jeff. They shared a mutual passion for the sports, particularly basketball and football, and of course all the Wisconsin teams, as you know, that's where we're from. My daughter also had a special bond with her Uncle Jeff. They shared a lot in common, like both being Virgos and having journalism degrees as well. I remember asking Jeff why he chose to stay here and not be at other major newspapers who frequently recruited him. He said, Jill, this is Las Vegas, this is Sin City, this is where I need to be. Jeff was fearless of all the corrupt people he called out in his reporting of the mobsters, politicians, casino executives, and so on. Professionally, Jeff had many headline stories that made the national news. Some of you may or may not remember this, but they were breaking news, such as the Judge Harry Claiborne impeachment trial. I was here when that happened. To reporting Chicago mobster Tony the Ants Spilotro and his brothers' murders. To being the first to report Liberace's death and his AIDS diagnosis. Those are just a few of the many breaking stories for Jeff, and they all came out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Jeff is a trusted, top-notch journalist and author with a top-rated Lifetime Network television movie made from his book, The Death of a Las Vegas Casino Boss, Murder in Sin City, and that was the Ted Binion murder story. His award-winning podcast, Mobbed Up, The Fight for Las Vegas, is still heard by many. He belonged to a class of journalists that are in a league of their own. Not many reporters out there will ever match his caliber and investigative journalism and storytelling. These past 2 years, it felt like I've been living in a chapter of a murder novel as it unfolds. One that my brother Jeff could have written, entitled Murder in Sin City Part 2, The Death of a Journalist. I never imagined that Jeff himself would have become a national headline news story for his murder by a cold-blooded elected city official in broad daylight. But in typical Jeff fashion, he was able to have his attacker identified and locked up behind bars after his own murder. Not only did my family lose a wonderful, loving brother and uncle, but the Las Vegas community and the world of journalism lost an amazing investigative reporter and a relentless crusader for justice. To everyone else, Jeffrey M. Gehrman was a dedicated and respected journalist. To me, my family, he was our big brother Jeff and our children's loving uncle. He is so deeply missed every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
I
have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. You may step down and you may call your next witness.
Julie Smith.
Please watch your step. You'll remain standing. Raise your right hand, face clear.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Julie Smith, Julie, Julie, Smith, SMITH.
May proceed. Ms. Smith, you are the fourth sibling of the Gehrman group?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'm going to show you some pictures. I believe Mr. Draskovich will stipulate to the admission of 418 to 423.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And this one I think I get what the event is, but I'll have you describe it. This is States 418.
Yes. This is my daughter Lexi's wedding. So it was nice. We were all together as a family. It was in Lake Tahoe, and she's been married for about, I think it's 8 years.
And now I'm going to put on the overhead States 419.
That's Jeff and my daughter Morgan. They were very close.
And this is States 420.
That's Jeff. I don't know when that picture was taken.
That's okay. 421.
Another picture of Jeff. I'm not sure where that was either. My sister dug up some old pictures.
And this is 422. Looks like the kids are a little younger to me in this one.
Oh yeah, that was a celebration for my youngest daughter Lexi. It was just a fun celebration. Everyone had their beads on and they were happy, and we got a picture of Jeff with his 3 nieces. Jesse's in there, Morgan, Lexi.
And 423.
Oh. That's a picture of Jeffrey when the girls were young, so it's with Morgan and Lexi. They were just on the couch, and of course there's always a cat in our house, so there's a picture of Daisy with them also.
So it seems like Jeff was a pretty devoted uncle?
Oh my goodness, yes. He loved his nieces, he loved his nephew. He loved just to be around them whenever he could.
And your other siblings have commented that holidays were particularly important for him. Is that your recollection as well?
Very important. We always grew up in our family in Milwaukee when the 4 of us with my mom and dad. And my mom was always kind of the matriarch. She always made a spread for every holiday that we would celebrate. And my sister Jill and Jay, we've continued that with our families.
And have you prepared a statement that you'd like?
I did. Okay, that's okay. So as you know, Jeff was my older brother. Everyone in our family pretty much looked up to Jeff. He was our oldest sibling. So he always had a very special place in our hearts for Jeff. He just seemed to be the core of our family since my parents were gone. And we all pretty much migrated because of Jeff living here. So it was nice. We were all together finally. Most people who dealt with Jeff the journalist knew him to be no nonsense, a straight shooter, who always searched for the truth. He had a nose for sniffing out the corrupt, the nefarious. We knew him to be those things too, but we were very proud of his many years of service to the community and his numerous accolades as a newspaper reporter. But we also saw the side of Jeff that most people, unfortunately, didn't get to experience. Jeff loved his family. He loved spending time with his nieces and nephews. He was especially close to them. As I said previously, he looked forward to hanging out with them whenever he could, especially during family holidays. Basically, Jeff was a family man. He loved being with his family. Sometimes at those family gatherings, it was kind of the place for Jeff to display his playful and awesome biting sense of humor. He loved sitcoms and was especially fond of 2.5 Men and Seinfeld. He had many of the classic lines committed to memory from those shows, and he would use them often. He liked to have a good time. He was always willing to put together a family dinner. He loved to have breakfast with his friends from the newsroom. He just really enjoyed being with people. He loved sports, especially football. I guess you could say it was almost like an obsession with him. Like his commitment to journalism, he took that same approach to his commitment with sports. He could take notes, he knew the stats of players, he pretty much had a near photographic memory, and he could recite almost any score of any game. In another life, Jeff could have been a Las Vegas odds maker. And of course, there was the quirky side of Jeff that we teased him about. His house was meticulous, almost to being a point that it was like a good housekeeping, Better Homes and Garden setup in his house. He was into symmetry. If there was a lamp here on one side of the room, it had to be on the other side. It was kind of interesting. But you can see from these few examples how much Jeff meant to our family and how much we will all miss him. Sorry, I'm the emotional one. We're never going to be able to share laughter with him again, discuss sports with him, enjoy a barbecue with him, or admire his tenacious spirit. The tragic and brutal taking of his life has resulted in a loss that I don't think we'll recover. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And then step down.
That concludes the witnesses we'll be presenting, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Draskowitz.
And we'd like to call Mary Ann Ismail.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
Do you have the best view?
I do.
Please watch your step.
Just put this.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. And if you'll remain standing, raise your right hand, face clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Mary Ann Ismail, Maryann. Last name is Ismael.
Thank you. Mary Ann, do you go by May?
Yes, I go by May.
You know Robert.
Just a little. Yes, I do.
Tell us how you know him and tell us about the two of you, please.
Yeah, so Robert is my husband. We met 15 years ago. We've been married almost 14 years, and it's been well, you know, every marriage has its ups and downs, but it's been a good marriage overall, I would say.
Were you with him when he went through law school?
Yes. In fact, when we first got married, we not only had a baby, but he also started law school at the same time. So, very busy time.
And how was that? What type of law student was he?
He's like, his work ethic is second to none. I've never met anybody who worked so hard, who was so ambitious, and just wanted to do everything to not only move himself ahead, but to also make sure that he was able to provide for his family.
And what kind of a provider was he for your family?
He was a great provider. So, you know, not just monetarily, but also he was there. We're a blended family. So I have my son, his daughter, and then we have our youngest one is together. And he was always there, especially for our kids. He attended every single school event. Even if I couldn't make it, he was always there. He was the one that helped them with homework because they have very little patience, and he has just this unlimited amount of patience, and was always able to walk our kids through, difficult math problems or word problems or whatever it is that they were struggling with. He was always the one that was with them after school and helping them through schoolwork. He was also the fun parent. So he would be the one that would always present ideas like going for a hike as a family, and he was always the one that wanted. So he was very much, he loved to celebrate holidays and milestones, and always had something up his sleeve. So Easter, for example, was always a big deal. He was the one that would get super excited about decorating eggs with the kids and stuffing the little plastic eggs and hiding them all over our yard. So our kids would have such an amazing time searching. And he shared a lot of his Mexican traditions with our families. Well, I'm Filipino, so he would share a lot of his traditions with our kids. So like things like where they have like the empty egg that's decorated and it's full of confetti, and you crack it on the kids' heads. Like he introduced that to our children, and they just. He always had something. Even our wedding anniversaries. I always forgot our wedding anniversaries, but he never did. Always had a gift, always had something planned, even if it's just a dinner with just the two of us. One year he had planned this whole weekend getaway where we went up to Zion, we went hiking, he had planned like different tours where we went rappelling, and it was just the most amazing weekend, and it was so much fun.
I'm going to show you, and Your Honor, we have a number of photographs that are in a drive that will be given to the jury, if I may publish, and they're going to be admitted by way of stipulation.
That's correct. You three. Okay. They are admitted and published.
This is a picture here of you and your family, and this is a little bit older photo, and I know there's been a lot of press that this case has drawn. I'm not going to ask you the names of your children for obvious reasons, but this is a picture of you and your husband and your mixed family.
Yes.
A blended family.
Yes, our blended family.
You each had a child from a prior marriage, and then you had one in common.
Correct. Yeah.
How did he treat all three children?
Obviously the two girls are his, but he never treated my son any differently. So when we first met and we first started dating, my son was 3, but he never, even to this day, he doesn't treat him any differently than he treats any of the other kids. So he calls him my son. It's always he refers to the two girls as his sisters, or he would talk to his sisters about, oh, that's your brother, and it was never a question about, there was no step brother or half brother. It was just their brothers and sisters, period.
And that's fairly uncommon based upon talking to friends and other experiences.
Yeah.
Fair to say. In addition to being a family man, an attorney, having gone through law school during your marriage, was he involved in any community activities?
Yes, absolutely. So even throughout law school, even before law school, so he was a very active Rotarian with the local Rotary Club here in Las Vegas. He was always involved with community service, planning events. He's offered his law services to help start other nonprofit organizations, and he would be the first one to volunteer if anyone ever needed help that he knew that he can assist with. And it inspired me so much that I actually became a Rotarian with a different club, which and it was something that we just shared together.
Is there anything else that you'd like to tell this jury that I perhaps have failed to ask you?
Robert is an amazing father, and like I said, even to this day, he tries to stay involved with the kids. He tries to share some type of an experience with them, even when he was at the detention center. Like him and my youngest daughter, they would talk about anime and manga, and they would send each other drawings that they had, and he really tried to continue fostering the relationship with his children, even when he couldn't be there. Even when he couldn't be there in person, always made sure checked on, even would check on schoolwork, so I would love for my children to not lose that, at least not for the rest of their lives. Robert really is a great father, and he's a good husband, and I would love at some point to give my children the chance to have their father back.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
You may step down. You may call the next witness.
Tanya Burton.
Please watch the corner of the TV. Right over here, ma'am. Step up to the witness stand, please. Thank you. If you will remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Tanya Burton, Tonia. Last name is Burton as in Nancy.
Thank you. Ma'am, obviously you know Robert Tellis.
I do.
Please tell us how you know him.
Robert Tellis was my first husband. We have a daughter together who is an amazing child.
Due to the amount of press attention this case has garnered, I'm not going to ask you your daughter's name. How old is she?
She's 16 years old.
What can you tell us about Robert Tellis?
He is a great dad to her. He loves her. She misses him every day. He always helped her with so much of her homework because, I'm going to be honest, he's higher educated than me, and he's just good at that stuff. He's very patient, very thorough. They would spend Sundays together.
So he's an attentive father?
Absolutely. He was part of her soccer team for a while when she was younger, a great advocate for her diabetes, always up on the new technology.
And in reference to your daughter's diabetes, what type of a father, what type of caretaker was he with your daughter with?
From the time she was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, he was up on every single new technology, every single sensor, every single new idea, very big on what kind of diet she could have, what she needed, what she shouldn't have. Most of our arguments, even later, were over what she should and shouldn't have, and he was usually right.
Fair to say he's been a very hands-on dad.
Absolutely. absolutely.
And even given your separation from him, his new marriage, he's continued to co-parent with you the best he could.
Absolutely. Robert always involved even my newer stepkids and his family. They went trick-or-treating together. They celebrated all kinds of special events together.
So even though you had moved on and then ultimately had your own stepkids, he included them in his family activities?
Absolutely. I don't think there was one Christmas that went by with no gift, no anything. He was very involved in Olivia's sisters. They were her sisters.
Fair to say that Robert's intelligent?
Absolutely.
Has a hard work ethic?
He does. A lot of drive.
In your opinion, is he capable of change, learning?
Absolutely. I believe he can get anything done if he chooses to, if he has that direction.
In addition to these questions that I've asked you, is there anything that you'd like to tell this jury that I have not asked you?
My daughter is 16 years old, and she misses her dad. And I know that you've made your decision, but I have hope that one day he can walk her down the aisle when she chooses to get married. When she has children, I'd like him to have the chance to be there with her, for her.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any comments?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
Our final witness will be Rosa Anaya.
Yes, ma'am. Please watch your step. If you'll remain standing, raise your right hand and face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Rosalinda Anaya, Rosalinda, last name Anaya.
Ms. Anaya, you are Robert's mother.
Yes.
Tell us about him and about your other children.
I was 18 years old when Robert was born, and he was my world. 3 years after, I had another son, and my daughter is 6 years younger. And he was a great big brother. Always took care of his siblings, was very loving. He never fought with them.
I'm going to show you a picture that you had sent to us and has been admitted by stipulation.
It's from
Who's
my
in
boys.
this picture?
My two sons.
This one on the left, is that Robert?
Yes.
And the one on the right?
Is my other son, his brother.
How old was Robert, if you can recall, when this picture was taken?
Probably about 5.
Showing another picture that's been admitted?
That's when Robert was 8 months old. When he was born, he was my world.
And you would have been 19?
Yes. In that picture, I'm 19 years old.
Were you a working mother?
Not at that point, but when Robert was 13, I got a divorce from his father. And that's when Robert became the man of the house.
I'm going to show you this group of pictures that you had sent us. Why don't you start with the left of the screen and describe to us what we're seeing.
That's Robert as a toddler. Right there, he was probably 2 years old. The top picture is Robert with his girls at the father-daughter dance. And then the other two, you.
Fair to say, obviously, this case has been very difficult for you and your family.
Very.
You had said that you began working when you were 13. Oh, I'm sorry, when he was 13, you went back to work after the divorce. Tell me about what it was like with him as your oldest child.
Like I said, he became the man of the house. At 13, I was working full-time, going to school in the evenings. So he took care of his siblings, made sure that they were fed, got them to bed because I got home so late. Also at 13, I was a single mom. I remember I couldn't afford to buy them school clothes and shoes, and we would go pick chili. And I remember he was 13 and our hands were burning because the chili was so hot even though we were wearing gloves. I'd fill up the buckets and he would take them to the truck and we would make like $2 a bucket. And it was a lot of hard work and a lot of buckets just to be able to buy them school shoes.
Where did Robert grow up?
In Texas, in El Paso, Texas.
And what was that like? What was his childhood like in El Paso, Texas?
Like I say, he was a very good boy, very loving, very supportive of his siblings and myself. On occasion, when I was threatened once physically, he was very protective and, came to my rescue to protect me, and he was only 13. Once he was in high school, he got a job at a gas station. He would also help take his brother and sister to school in the morning, pick them up after school. Has always been very loving, a great son, great brother.
Has Robert always had a good work ethic?
Very. Like I said, at 13, he started working with me in the fields, then in gas station. As an adult, he was an IT tech, then heating and cooling, HVAC tech during the day, and then went to law school in the evening. So always wanted to better himself.
Put himself through law school?
Yes.
While being a father?
Yes.
Finally, you've obviously had an opportunity to see him interact with your grandchildren and step-grandchildren. Just tell us about that.
He's an excellent dad. Always very involved. And like I said, even with me, as an adult, always helped me financially, emotionally. I have a lot of health issues. He was always on top of that. Even to this day, we talk several times a week.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I say one last thing, Judge, please?
Please, do you have another? There's something else that you'd like to tell us.
Yes. I ask you to please, I accept the verdict. And if you could please give my son a chance of parole. His family is still very young, and I would like for him to someday be back with them again. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm done.
No, Your Honor. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Judge.
That concludes our presentation.
All right. Okay, so at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. When you come back, you'll have an opportunity. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. And when you come back, you'll have an opportunity to hear from both sides in their closing argument. We'll go with Officer Fox, and he will bring you back in when we're ready. Thank you very much. You're excused.
Thank you all for
All right, so that's that for the victim impact statements. Yeah, we've had this discussion before. Like, if that was your brother or your son, or your father, would you get up there and stand up? Would you get up there and talk on their behalf, or would you disown them? I mean, obviously, I guess it definitely depends on what they did.
We just needed to settle
Oh wait, hold on. It might not be done yet.
the instructions. Is the state familiar with court's proposed instructions 1 through 13?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Any further instructions to propose?
No, thank you.
And you're familiar with the verdict form?
Yes.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, Mr. Drospich, are you familiar with court's proposed 1 through 13?
Yes, I am.
Any objection?
No objections.
Any further instructions to propose?
That have not been given, no, they're complete.
Okay, and have you looked at the verdict form as well?
We haven't, we have no objections to it.
Okay, all right. Probably about 15 minutes, and then we'll come back in and start.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's always caveats with that poll. It's like, if that was your brother, sister, father, husband, whatever, wife, would you Depends on what they did, I suppose. Depends on how they did it. If it was, involuntary or voluntary, or if it was planned, there's obviously a lot of caveats that go with that. But let's just take this one moment. Robert Tellis, you know what he did, you know how he did it. We know why he did it. And it also depends on your relationship with that person. It's a tough question. I don't know what I would do. I'm not sure. Okay, so now we're going to get to their closing arguments. Does one moment negate, a lifetime of, maybe good things? I don't know. Or was that person really, truly just, a jerk all the way through? Who knows, All right.
Stipulate to the presence of the panel? Yes, Your Honor. And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you have been provided with, Hawks, have you passed out the jury instructions? You will be provided with a copy of the jury instructions. There are 13 of them. I'm required to read them to you. As you know, you'll each have your own packet. You can follow along, and you'll be able to take them with you when you go back to deliberate. Number 1, is now my duty as judge to instruct you in the law that applies to this penalty hearing. It is your duty as jurors to follow these instructions and to apply the rules of law to the facts as you find them from the evidence. You must not be concerned with the wisdom of any rule of law stated in these instructions. Regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be, it would be a violation of your oath to base a verdict upon any other view of the law than that given in the instructions of the court. Number 2, if in these instructions any rule, direction, idea is repeated or stated in different ways, no emphasis thereon is intended by me, and none may be inferred by you. For that reason, you are not to single out any certain sentence or any individual point or instruction, ignore the others, but you are to consider all the instructions as a whole and regard each in the light of all the others. Number 3, the trial jury shall fix the punishment for every person convicted of murder of the first degree. The jury shall fix the punishment at 1, life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, which means exactly what it says, that the defendant shall not be eligible for parole. Number 2, life imprisonment with the possibility of parole with eligibility for parole beginning when a minimum of 20 years has been served. Or 3, a definite term of 50 years with eligibility for parole beginning when a minimum of 20 years has been served. Number 4, a prison term of 50 years with eligibility for parole beginning when a minimum of 20 years has been served does not mean that the defendant would be paroled after 20 years, but only that he or she would be eligible for parole after that period of time. Life imprisonment with the possibility of parole is a sentence to life imprisonment, which provides that the defendant would be eligible for parole after a period of 20 years. This does not mean that he would be paroled after 20 years, but only that he would be eligible for parole after that period of time. Life imprisonment without the possibility of parole means exactly what it says, that the defendant shall not be eligible for parole. Number 5, in the penalty hearing, evidence may be presented concerning aggravating and mitigating circumstances relative to the offense and any other evidence that bears on the defendant's character. Hearsay is admissible in a penalty hearing. Number 6, a reasonable doubt is one based on reason, is not mere possible doubt, but is such a doubt as would govern or control a person in the more weighty affairs of life. If the minds of the jurors, after the entire comparison and consideration of all of the evidence, are in such a condition that they can say they feel an abiding conviction of the truth of the charge, there is not a reasonable doubt. Doubt to be reasonable must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. Number 7, the jury is instructed that in determining the appropriate penalty to be imposed in this case, that it may consider all evidence introduced and instructions given at both the penalty hearing phase of these proceedings and at the trial of this matter. Number 8, in your deliberation, you may not discuss or consider the subject of guilt or innocence of a defendant, as that issue has already been decided. Your duty is confined to determination of the punishment to be imposed. Number 9, the credibility or believability of a witness should be determined by his manner upon the stand, his relationship to the parties, his fears, motives, interests, or feelings, his opposition opportunity to have observed the matter to which he testified, the reasonableness of his statements, and the strength or weakness of his recollections. If you believe that a witness has lied about any material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any portion of his testimony which is not proved by other evidence. Number 10, although you are to consider only the evidence in the case and reach a verdict, you must bring to the consideration of the evidence your everyday common sense and judgment as reasonable men and women. Thus, you are not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. You may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence which you feel are justified in the light of common experience, keeping in mind that such inferences should not be based on speculation or guess. A verdict may never be influenced by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Your decision should be the product of sincere judgment and sound discretion in accordance with these rules of law. Number 11, during your deliberation, you are not to communicate with anyone other than your fellow jurors in the jury deliberation room in any manner regarding the facts and circumstances of this case or its merits, either by phone, email, text messaging, internet, or other means. You are admonished not to read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You are not permitted to do any independent research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or any other reference materials. You are further admonished to not conduct any investigation, test a theory of the case, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other manner investigate or learn about the case on your own. Number 12, during your deliberation, you will have all the exhibits which were admitted into evidence, these written instructions and forms of verdict which have been prepared for your convenience. Your verdict must be unanimous. When you've agreed upon your verdicts, they should be signed and dated by your foreperson. Number 13, now you will listen to the arguments of counsel, who will endeavor to aid you to reach a proper verdict by refreshing in your minds the evidence and by showing the application thereof to the law. But whatever counsel may say, you will bear in mind that it is your duty to be governed in your deliberation by the evidence as you understand it, and remember it to be and by the laws given to you in these instructions, with the sole fixed and steadfast purpose of doing equal and exact justice between the defendant and the state of Nevada. The state may address the panel.
Your Honor, the state's going to waive the first close and reserve for rebuttal.
Thank you, Mr. Draskovich.
Thank you. You know, the jury instruction that I would like you to look at, and please pay close attention to, is jury instruction number 4. Jury instruction number 4 lays out the penalties that you are to consider at this stage in the case. You've heard a great deal of testimony in this case. You've seen a lot of exhibits. You've been attentive. We're basically rounding third base here, and you're headed home, and I'm going to ask you to, again, apply the same attentiveness, the same effort, and the same energy that you've expended up to this point. You know, when we pass judgment, it's an awesome responsibility because it takes two. It takes one to pass the judgment, and it takes one to receive it. The judgment that you make in this case will place an indelible mark upon his life and yours as well. You've heard from the families, and in this case, we have 2 devastated families. Both families, through no actions of their own, have received the trauma of this case. The question now that's been put at your feet and that you must determine and you must pass judgment on as being the sole determiner of the facts is what's the appropriate sentence. You know, there's generally 4 purposes of sentencing. First would be that of restitution. Well, in this case, it's a murder case. There's not going to be a return of Jeff German's life, but then the question becomes, what does that mean? No sentence whatsoever that could be imposed is ever going to change that. The second purpose or consideration in the area of sentencing concerns deterrence. There's a fair amount of science on this subject, and you know, our criminal justice system does the very best it can, but heavy punishments in capital cases, capital punishments don't really have a deterrent effect. What we do have in our sentencing scheme in this state and most others are very harsh sentences. Every sentence that you are to consider will be the sentence imposed when you ultimately make your determination. It's not like a person gets sentenced and gets their sentence commuted. No, what you decide is the sentence that stays. You know, the third purpose or consideration in sentencing is rehabilitation. And we're making steps in this society and in this state concerning rehabilitation. Any sentence that you determine is appropriate involves a heavy prison sentence. We've heard from Robert's family. He's smart. He's capable of learning. He's got a work ethic. Any sentence that you impose, there's going to be a long period of incarceration, perhaps forever. And I'm going to ask you not to do that. But every sentence will have a period, a substantial period of time that would allow for rehabilitation. The fourth purpose or consideration is retribution. You know, I mean, most of us, this community kind of comes from this old Judeo-Christian, most societies, most cultures have this idea of retribution. And I would submit to you that as a society we've gotten past this idea of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You know, we end up being blind and toothless. You know, oftentimes though in society, and I will submit to you now in this stage of this case, there's just tug of war, really, between retribution and redemption. You know, in order for justice to be justice, there needs to be an element of mercy. You know, a person has to pay. There has to be this idea of punishment for a crime. But at the same time, there has to be this element of hope. You know, I'm not a religious person, but I know much of our society is religious in nature, and we have these ideas of atonement, you know, forgiveness. I would submit to you that we don't forgive to let an offender off. Forgiveness involves preserving ourselves. As a society, we have to have this element of mercy when it comes to justice. There has to be this element of forgiveness. The question then becomes, will there be this opportunity of redemption? What's going to happen in his life now? You've heard pretty compelling evidence, testimony from his family. You've seen the pictures. He's a loving dad to his natural children and those that aren't. He's got a work ethic. He's intelligent. He can learn. You know, the sentence that you decide, this connection that will leave this indelible mark on his life, how's it going to affect his family? His children? You've heard the evidence. We respect your verdict. What happens now? Give him the opportunity, give those children the opportunity at one time, decades from now, the opportunity to have their father back, their stepfather back. Maybe even his mom will be alive at the time when he's released. Let her have the opportunity to have her son back. It's a heavy burden. The judge has instructed you. Obviously, you're duty bound, as you have been in the initial phase of this case, to follow those instructions. Allow for there to be mercy in this determination. He's not going to speak to you through this course. Given the posture of this case, he's maintained his innocence, but don't punish him for that. You know, he's exercised his right to go to trial. This is what makes this country so great. You know, trial by jury, trial by our peers. Hold the state to their burden. That's occurred. You've passed your judgment. please don't punish him for exercising his constitutional right, which is one of, again, these ideas that we adopted from this old English common law and that our founder fathers embedded in our Constitution. Please don't punish him for doing that, for holding the state to its burden. And they've done an exemplary job presenting their case. You've done an exemplary job reviewing the evidence. But now the question as to the appropriate penalty. What is it? It's not life without. The man has no criminal history. He's 48 years old. He's led an otherwise exemplary life. Put himself through school, worked climbing ladders, doing HVAC, raised kids. He's involved with his daughter's diabetes. He researches it. And even now as he sits in custody, he's been a hands-on father. You know, oftentimes we deal in the criminal justice system with these recidivists. You know, people that commit crimes over and over again and they just don't learn. You know, that's an appropriate sentence, life without. That's what you give a man that doesn't learn from his mistakes. That's what you give a man that continues to break the law, puts other people in danger. Given your decision, you have found that he's committed a crime, and now the question is, what's the appropriate punishment? I mean, I know firsthand, you apply to the bar, you have to give up every traffic ticket. If you're tardy and get expelled, they know about it. He was a licensed attorney. I'm not in any way saying that makes him a better person, but it shows that he had the wherewithal to put himself through school, to learn, and he had the background that allowed him to become a lawyer. That's gone. Give him a chance when he's an old man to maybe be around his grandkids or for them to be around him. He has a lot to give. Regardless of what's been proven in this case, regardless of what's happened, he has more to give. Locking him up, throwing away the key doesn't do him any good. It doesn't do his family any good. It doesn't do our society any good. Show him mercy, please. I'd submit to you that as a society, it's the appropriate thing to do.
Thank you very much. The state may address the jury.
Thank you. Just take down Thanks so much. I want to touch on a few things. I think what you've seen over the course of this trial, when you've listened to, at least in this phase, when crimes like this are committed, they have a ripple effect. No one wins when crimes like these are committed. But one of the things that has to be abundantly clear about this is we're only here because of the actions of one person and one person alone. And it's the defendant. It was the manner in which the defendant chose to handle the situation that has created this ripple effect on his family as well as Jess. One of the things, when you do this long enough in our line of work, you see a lot of people come through the system. And the state would submit to you, he is not similarly situated to a lot of people. He is highly educated. He comes from a good, loving family. I'm not saying everyone does, but his upbringing is pretty good. When you think about the situation that he was in, the world wasn't going to end. He had simply lost an election. And the way Robert Tellis chose to handle this was devastating. And it was his choice and his choice alone. No one forced his hand. And so one of the things that we need to talk about is this idea of what they mentioned, retribution, redemption versus retribution. When you think about what happened in this case, think about the act that he committed upon Jeff. What was that? It was an act of retribution. Robert Tellis decided to be judge, jury, and literally the executioner of a man who was simply trying to do his job, to report the news. He executed him. He didn't have to do that. But that is how Mr. Tellis felt it was appropriate to deal with this situation. And he has taken this man away, essentially, at that time, the patriarch of his family away from his family. And why? Because he simply wasn't happy with what was being written about him. That is an extraordinarily serious thing to be considered when you evaluate what is the appropriate punishment. Because this is the way Mr. Tellis decides to handle things when he feels slighted. Another thing that the defense brought up was there needs to be a measure of atonement. We agree, atonement is appropriate in certain circumstances. But think about this. The defendant, when he got up and took the stand, was willing to sacrifice the reputations of a company like Compass Realty, the employees that work for Compass Realty, members of the Public Administration's Office, multiple members, specifically Detective Gaddis, Detective Jappy, Detective Mogg, members of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, their DNA lab, even the District Attorney's Office. Why? All to save himself. The state would submit that that is the length that he was willing to go to save himself. And it needs to be considered when you're evaluating what is the appropriate punishment. That's a really scary thought. I want to address something else. What is the appropriate punishment? The state would submit to you that life is an appropriate punishment. Whether it is an eligibility for parole after 20 years or life without the possibility of parole, I'm going to leave that to you. But I want to at least explain to you why the state believes a life sentence is appropriate. One of the reasons is, what did we learn about this case? That Mr. Tellis decided to exact death upon someone who he felt slighted against. And he certainly has shared all the different people he feels slighted against. The beauty of a life sentence is even if he's eligible for parole, if he gets out, he'll always be monitored. Because there is a future of dangerousness going forward. If he truly believes that all of these people did something to him, then there is a risk that something like this could happen again. It should be considered. Another factor as to why we believe life is appropriate. I don't want to paint it in too broad strokes, but we cannot, or the state doesn't believe that we should ignore the fact that what happened here was literally a journalist wrote a story or a series of stories and lost their life over it. Because someone or a politician, outgoing politician, just did not like the consequences of the writing. That's a pretty serious thing. That doesn't happen very often, and it should be considered. Which is why we believe life is appropriate. At the end of the day, Whether parole eligibility is something that you wish to grant, we'll leave that up to you. But at the end of the day, he was a highly intelligent person with a loving family, with a good background, who really did have his future ahead of him. His life really wasn't over. But he let his pride get in the way, and it manifested itself in the worst possible way. And we have lost one of the most significant journalists we've had in our community in the world of investigative journalism. So we thank you for your patience and your time. And we wish that you consider these factors when evaluating which of the 3 punishments are appropriate. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Henry. At this time, the officers of the court will take charge of the jury panel. You can take your notebooks, your jury instructions, and you are excused to deliberate upon your verdict.
Thank you. All right, for the acting jury, please.
All right, and now we get to the verdict that they come back with. But before we get to that, so does the Chrome Dome make him look more like Dr. Evil? 60% of you went with Dr. Evil. Let me put this down. 60% went with Dr. Evil. And the boneheads. It most supposed to be coneheads, but boneheads. And that poll was brought to you by Brat, our moderator Brat. He came up with that. 15% went with Lex Luthor, and 1% went with Charles Xavier. And then if you were a family member of Robert's, would you not talk on his behalf? 75% said that, and 24% said talk on his behalf. So, all right. Let's see. Oh, was it? Yeah, was it beef or was it beer? Was it beer or was it beef? Looks like did you get rid of it? I can't see it. All right, anyway. Yes, let us zoom. Time to do the zoomies. All right. So, penalty phase. Cue us up. All right, here we go.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel, including the alternate jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes.
Okay, juror number 2, has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you please hand the verdict form to Officer Hawks? Yes, please.
Thank you. District Court, Clark County, Nevada, the State of Nevada, Plaintiff versus Robert Tellis, Defendant, case number C-368-935, Department number 12. Verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled case, having found the defendant, Robert Tellis, guilty of murder of the first degree with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older, impose a sentence of life in the Nevada Department of Corrections with eligibility for parole, beginning when a minimum of 20 years has served. Dated at Las Vegas, Nevada, this 28th day of August 2024, signed by foreperson, juror number 2. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is this your verdict as read? So say you one, so say you all.
Yes.
Does either side wish to have the panel polled?
Not on behalf of the state.
Mr. Draskin?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, at this time, the verdict will be recorded in the official record. And at this time, ladies ladies and gentlemen, I am going to discharge you from your duty as jurors. Before I do, I want to extend my gratitude and thanks for your willingness to be here. It's a long trial. You're a very good jury. You paid attention, you took notes, and clearly took the case very serious in your deliberations. You are no longer under the admonition not to discuss the case with anyone. You're free to discuss the case, but you're under no obligation to discuss the case with anyone. After you are discharged, you will go back to the jury deliberation room in which you will be given further instructions. I do always like to give the lawyers an opportunity to speak to the jury panel, because I think it's always good for them to have that opportunity. However, it's up to you whether you want to speak to anyone. You also may have noticed that there was quite a bit of media attention on this case. So members of the media may reach out to you and want to discuss the case with you. I just want to make sure you understand you're under no obligation to discuss the case with anyone. But if you do want to discuss the case, it's up to you. So this time, ladies and gentlemen, you are discharged. Again, thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. All rise. Next adjourned.
The record reflects that the hearing is taking place outside the presence of the jury panel. At this time, the matter will be referred to parole and probation, and we will set it for sentencing.
That's going to be October 16th, 8:30 a.m. for sentencing.
Thank you. Do the attorneys want that opportunity?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll let you know when you can come back. Thank you very much.
All right, so that is, you got 20 years, life with parole after 20, and then as Northwest said, the judge adds, and we'll play that, I'm going to play that, the judge adds another 8, I think 8 to 20, I think she added, because of Jeff's over 60. I think he was 65, let me go back to that. Jeff, was he, do I have it in here? Oh, he was 69. I'm sorry. Yeah, so he was 69 at the time. So anybody over 60, you get abuse of elder abuse. All right, so we're not ready to go yet. Let's go back. Now we've got a few. I'm going to play sentencing, and then before that I want to play. Here's the jurors talk. I have 3 videos. Two are from the foreperson. So this is pretty interesting. And these are short. These are only like a couple minutes long, so not long at all.
Vanessa, thank you for that. Now tell us.
All right.
Spoke at length about that jury decision and how he says the jury in his murder trial got it wrong.
And tonight, 8 News Now investigator Kyle Payne has the first public interview with one of those jurors who says she and those 11 other jurors got it right. Kyle, what else did that juror say?
Ryan, Ozzie, one of the big things we're learning from this juror, at some point, the jury wrote a note telling the judge they were deadlocked. One juror wanted to acquit Robert Tellis, but as we know, they all ended up voting guilty.
Do you think Robert Tellis got a fair trial?
He did, without a doubt. And the fact that he was allowed to do a narrative as a testimony makes it even more so that he received a fair trial.
Robert Tellis murder trial, juror number 6, asking the 8 News Now investigators not to use her name or show her face, preferring instead to let her 2.5 weeks of jury service do the talking.
I didn't kill Mr. Gurman.
Just like Tellis did for 3 days on the stand, explaining his theory that he was framed and making this assertion.
When the medical examiner testified, that's the first time I'd learned how Mr. Gurman was murdered.
Which juror number 6 simply couldn't believe.
blatant lie.
But Tellis was convincing enough, perhaps, on the stand, and his defense attorney, Robert Draskevich, persuasive enough.
Metro makes mistakes.
That when the jury of 5 men and 7 women took its very first vote behind closed doors, 7 had Tellis guilty and 1 was absolutely certain of it. 4 were undecided and 1 thought Tellis was not guilty.
I was keeping an open mind. I had not made a decision. At that point, based upon the testimony and evidence that had been presented, if I were to vote at that time, it would have been for guilty.
Then, as they reviewed the evidence and looked at this photo of someone in the murderer's dark red SUV,
look at the profile,
and saw a man that didn't look like Tellis because this driver had hair, they realized that hair was a shadow, and the vote changed. Now 8 jurors thought Tellis was guilty, and 4 not guilty.
He thought that he was smarter than everyone else, and so if he did all these things, no one would be able to point the finger of blame at him.
Another deep dive into the evidence, and this jury got closer to guilt, voting 10-2 to send Tellis to prison, which eventually all 12 agreed to do, using damning scientific evidence to make their verdict.
The evidence was not wrong. Our decision was based upon the evidence presented. He didn't question the evidence. He questioned the motive behind the evidence, was that he was being set up. But when your DNA is under the victim's fingernails, that's a clear signal as well.
Juror number 6 tells me they were split on whether to sentence Tellis to life in prison without the possibility of parole, but then Tellis' mother testified, saying she accepted the jury's verdict, but asked that he have a chance to see his children again. That convinced the jury to give Tellis the opportunity to one day see the light of day, Ozzy.
So it was mom's testimony that said that she was asking for them to see, asking for him to have a chance to see his kids, grandkids. So it was mom. It was mom that won the jury over. But yeah, Viv's, yeah, it was like DNA under his fingernails, and that's kind of what pushed them over. Like, how can that be planted? I mean, you don't hang out with this guy. You didn't do anything with him. You weren't in his vicinity. How on earth would you get DNA underneath your fingernails? Other than, obviously other than doing what you did. All right. Next up. Okay. So this is the 4-person. We have two videos from the 4-person. He talks to, these are two different interviews, I should say.
Thank you. A candid conversation with the jury 4-person in the Robert Tellis murder trial. You're watching 8 News Now at 6. I'm Brian Loftus.
And I'm Denise Valdez. Tellis, of course, convicted on Wednesday in the 2022 stabbing of investigative reporter Jeff Gehrman. 8 News Now investigator Kyle Payne spoke with that juror, who tells us he gave Tellis every chance he could, but in the end says there was simply too much evidence against him.
The jury 4-person and I spoke for over a half hour. He was unsure of whether to convict Tellis until he heard Tellis on the stand, telling the jury about the vast conspiracy against him and the hitman who Tellis says killed Jeff Gehrman.
That's why when I went back there, I was a strong guilty at the beginning. I just couldn't find the piece of evidence that he wanted us to find.
Finding Robert Tellis guilty took Foreman Gregory Whitney and the 11 other jurors the better part of 3 days of deliberating to get to this moment.
Guilty of first-degree murder with use of a deadly weapon.
But Tellis told 8 News Now investigator Vanessa Murphy that the jury got it wrong.
I get where he's coming from. He really thought he could prove his innocence. He really wanted to tell his story. He thought he told it well enough, but
in 3 days on the witness stand, pleading his case to the jury,
I'm not the kind of person who could brutally murder another man.
Whitney says Tellis said so many things, he began to undermine his own story, which the longer it went on, began to fall apart. And the more they heard, the less they believed. Even so, they scoured over more than 400 pieces of evidence and testimony from 30 witnesses or so, trying to make sure they got it right.
And we really wanted to just let everyone know that we really did look over everything from point A to point B, and we wanted to get him his best shot. I personally knew nothing about the guy, so I didn't have any bias. I started reading all the comments afterwards, and I was like, people were wondering, what took us so long?
What took so long, in part, is that certain jurors needed convincing that enough of the evidence pointed to Tellis, and that the jury could disprove Tellis's claims that the police and his political enemies, among others, conspired to kill Gehrman to get rid of Tellis, even saying he wouldn't be foolish enough to drive his own car to the scene of the crime, which police, who gathered 5 miles of video evidence of Tellis's dark red SUV around the time of the murder, said is exactly what happened.
Tellis's vehicle was the one used in the commission of Jeffrey Gehrman's murder.
And it's moments and mistakes like that, Whitney says, when others who were at one point undecided, decided, including one juror in particular.
When she did switch over, she's just like, she's like, the main reason I switched over, or I didn't want to switch to guilty, is she just couldn't believe somebody could be that dumb and making so many little mistakes. And it's just like, well, how?
How and why are questions this jury didn't have to answer and will likely never be answered.
It sticks with you, it really does. There's when I was looking through a lot of those evidence photos, I saw stuff that, it'll stay with me, because it's not a normal case. It was really one of those cases where you don't believe that could be a real story.
This is the second juror I've interviewed since the verdict on Wednesday. They both said Tellis's own testimony sank him, and neither of them were able to get over the police finding Tellis's DNA under Gehrman's fingernails. For them, it seems, that was as good as a smoking gun. In the studio, I'm Kyle Payne, 8 News Now.
All right, yeah, it seems like, okay, so I'm finding he was born in 74 or 75. That means, let's see. I don't know if that's the right one. He was born, he's either 49 or 50. I went with 49. I don't know. Anyway, all right. Okay, here, so that was the 4-person. So here's another, this is another interview, same guy, same 4-person, different interview. Different channel, different affiliation. So this is ABC.
Panel of 5 men and 7 women sat in a room similar size to this one as they deliberated on Robert Tellis's fate. I spoke with the jury 4-person to find out more about what happened behind closed doors.
As it unfolded up, that's when I realized how kind of crazy and high profile it was.
30-year-old Gregory Whitney had never served on a jury before the Robert Tellis trial. He was chosen as the 4-person. What was going through your mind listening to all the witness testimony?
At first, it was a lot to process.
I'm innocent.
Tellis is the former county public administrator found guilty last week of murdering Las Vegas Review-Journal reporter Jeff Gehrman 2 years ago. I had the chance to speak with Whitney about his experience serving as a juror for this case.
It wasn't really up until his narrative, that's when we started, as the jury started noticing a lot of holes.
Do you think that if he didn't get up on the stand, there could have been a possibility of a hung jury?
I feel like it would have been a lot more likely.
Whitney tells me several jurors found concerns with Tellis's own words on the stand.
I knew I didn't do this thing.
Here's how the votes were tallied. Once in the jury deliberation room, jurors took an initial vote. There were 7 guilty, 4 unsure, and 1 not guilty. By the end of day 1, it was 8 guilty and 4 unsure. Day 2, 11 guilty, 1 not guilty. Whitney tells me part of the holdup was because of these pictures which Tellis's attorney Robert Draskovich showed during closing arguments. And it appeared that the person inside the Yukon Denali had hair. How were you guys able to get over that dispute?
Did have that theory where, well, if you're in the vehicle, you can't be wearing the hat, you're still going to want to hide your head. Maybe it was a hood, because the way the hair just kind of peeked out at the front, didn't look like a normal hairline.
With all the evidence that was presented, Whitney says his vote stayed consistent, guilty.
I just couldn't find any plausible evidence that he supported that made his theory of why he thought this was all happening real.
A lot of you asked why the jury took their time before they reached a verdict. Well, Whitney tells me they had to go through more than 400 pieces of evidence, and it was this one that sealed the deal for him.
That was a good final side-by-side that I've been wanting to see.
The jurors made their own side-by-side comparisons with two laptops comparing Tellis's walk-from video in Gehrman's news article to surveillance video captured of the suspect in Gehrman's neighborhood.
That really helped for us because a lot of us did notice, at that point, the mannerism and how he held his arms while he walked was very similar, if not identical, to the suspect.
The worst punishment Tellis could have received was life without the possibility of parole. I asked Whitney why the jury opted for life with parole eligibility.
I figured if we could just do with, if he does get out, he has to deserve it and he has to earn it.
Tellis still maintains his innocence even after conviction, but Whitney is confident the jury got it right. Guilty.
I know he believes we got it wrong. There was just too much swaying against him. Started at this conspiracy theory, went down that rabbit hole. We really tried to follow it, but it just ended. And then the only theory we had left was, well, you're the one with motive. We have these texts, we have these videos, we have all this downloaded data. It's too hard to defute for us.
A judge can order more time in prison for Tellis because of enhancements to his charge. The formal sentencing date is October 16th. In Las Vegas, I'm Jaewon Jung.
All right, so now we can get to, we'll follow the timeline here. So this is sentencing. This is about, it's 19 minutes, it says. I don't know if it's, if it kicks right in or not. But let's check this out. Aussie Gardner, even when I'm feeling down, this family make me happy. Oops, hold on. Trying to move that out of my mouth. Just put it over my eyes. Aussie Gardner, even when I'm feeling down, this family make me happy and feel love. Oh, nice. Zach, I noticed that chat perked me up when my death became a possibility. All right, let us continue on with, okay, so this is his sentencing.
Versus Robert Tellis, PC 368935, present, in custody, and this is on for sentencing. The parties want to make their appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hammer Cody and Chris Hamner on behalf of the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Durassi to Michael Horvath on behalf of Mr. Tellis.
Any legal cause or reason why judgment should not be pronounced against you at this time?
No.
By virtue of the verdict returned by the jury in this matter, I hereby adjudicate you guilty of murder with use of a deadly weapon. Victim 60 years of age or older. Does the state wish to be heard?
Just briefly, Your Honor, thank you. As the court well knows from sitting through this trial, the jury in this case found that Mr. Tellis willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation killed Mr. Gehrman. He did it by means of lying in wait, and it was inflicted on an older person. The jury also found that a deadly weapon was used, and Mr. Gehrman's age was, of course, over 60 at the time of the crime. Essentially, the jury found every single essential fact alleged by the state based on the investigation by Metro detectives. And they found that, beyond a reasonable doubt, after hearing from Mr. Tellis. The court gave him wide latitude to explain and offer evidence of all the hollow claims that he made pre-trial against detectives and elected officials. He made those same allegations at trial. He alleged detectives planted evidence. He alleged various conspiracy theories involving real estate companies. He claimed various detectives were unethical and that there were several corrupt officials involved in the circumstances he found himself in.
The jury squarely and soundly rejected all of that. All of the theories offered by Mr. Tellis were rejected by the jury, and the jury was left with the facts and the evidence that have always been there since the beginning of the case. And that is that Mr. Tellis planned this extensively. He drove to Mr. Gehrman's house. He was lying in wait, and he attacked him from a place of cover. And of course, Mr. Gehrman was 69 years old at the time it occurred. The court knows from the evidence in the trial that the planning was extensive. Mr. Tellis used taxpayer-issued resources to look up personal information about Mr. Gehrman. He scoped out Mr. Gehrman's neighborhood ahead of time, and then, of course, he attacked someone much older than him by surprise. His reason for doing this, we learned, was that he didn't like what Mr. Gehrman had written about him. He felt that Mr. Gehrman had cost him an elected position. This type of violence, this sort of political violence, because of being upset about an article that has been written about you, is unacceptable and dangerous to our community as a whole. Beyond that, Mr. Gehrman's position as a reporter for decades in Clark County, his death affects the community in a unique way. There are many people who were readers who felt like they knew Mr. Gehrman and relied upon him to supply them with information about various news within Clark County. And finally, and most importantly, the family of Mr. Gehrman lost a beloved family member, an uncle, and a brother. Based on all of these factors, the state respectfully asks for the maximum sentencing enhancement available to the court. We do have one victim speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Tellis, do you wish to address the court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
First of all, I want to say that the family has my deepest condolences. Mr. Gehrman was, very impactful in the community. He made a difference. And we know from testimony by the family that he was a good brother and a good uncle. And I understand the desire to seek justice and have somebody accountable for this. But I did not kill Mr. Gehrman. And unfortunately, the people who should be held responsible, who should be brought to justice, the chances of that happening now, right this minute, are slim to none. But that said, again, my deepest sympathies to the family, and I wish them well as they navigate the rest of this tragedy.
Thank you very much. Mr. Paxton?
I'll be brief. Your Honor, we're very attentive to this trial, which was lengthy. The jury was able to hear the state's case, the defense's case, and they ultimately reached their verdict. We're not here to question the verdict this morning. Mr. Tellis exercised his constitutional right to go to trial and to testify, period. That's what makes this country so great, this judicial system where we take cases, we take facts, we take theories of prosecution and defense and present it to a jury. Obviously, the jury was very thorough and careful. It took 3 days to go through everything before they reached their ultimate conclusion. Mr. Tellis was convicted. To punish him for doing that, and I'm not anticipating that the court would ever do this, and I'm not saying that Your Honor is, to punish him for exercising his constitutional right is obviously inappropriate. He intends to pursue an appeal. Obviously, again, that's not really for today's discussion. What is his utter lack of criminal history. If you look on page 3 of the pre-sentence investigation report, criminal record, we have a long string of zeros, felonies, gross misdemeanors, prison, jail. He doesn't have any prior convictions. He's not a recidivist that is before this court or others repeatedly being convicted or entering pleas for violent crimes, saying, "Judge, this time give me a chance. This time things will be different." Your Honor heard from his family. He's an exemplary father. He was a good student. He was elected to office. In most part, he was a good husband. We have to look at the entire man. He's been convicted of perhaps the most serious offense. He carries one of the heaviest sentences in our judicial system. The jury elected to give him the opportunity at redemption. There obviously was an element of retribution in the sentence they imposed, but nonetheless they gave him the opportunity to one day be released. What's before your honor is, again, how much above that 20-year sentence will he have to serve before he's eligible for parole. Given his utter lack of criminal history, I would urge the court to sentence him to something less than the maximum. I mean, the maximum sentence, we can't stack these enhancements. I mean, maximum sentence would be an additional 8 to 20 years. I'm going to urge the court to allow the parole board a bit more discretion. I would urge the court to consider a 1 to 10 year enhancement, which is allowable under statute, and allow the parole board to determine when he should be released. Of course, it's a two-step program. Number one, he'd have to be eligible for parole on the murder count, which won't occur until 20 years is served, but then there's the second consecutive sentence that must be served for the enhancements. I would urge the court to impose a sense of leniency in that he has no prior criminal record. Mr. Tellis has been actively engaged in his defense since the get-go. That continues through today. Again, I would urge the court to not hold that against him. And based upon the evidence Your Honor has heard, the statements of the parties, our arguments, and the information contained within the pre-sentence investigation report, which I just want to put on the record, there's no Stockmeyer issues. We'd submit it to Your Honor's sound discretion.
Okay, thank you very much. You may call the first witness.
J. German.
Stand here and pose your raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. J. German, Jaygerman.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Thank you for allowing me to just talk a little bit. Yeah, we lost a brother. We lost an uncle, a friend, a leader. We're still in shock, and it's been 2 years. And it's going to take a long time to recover from this. It's taken up this whole ordeal, the trial, the crime, the murder. It's taken a big toll on our family, and it's been immense. It's been really difficult for all of us. We're doing our best to get through it. We really are. But he was our leader, and we're never going to see him again, and it's hard to come to that realization. But we're dealing with it. It's just going to take a long process for all of us, to recover. And we're struggling with it, but we're doing the best, and we miss him dearly. We really do. We've had a couple of his birthdays since he's passed, and it's nice to get together as a family and, kind of visit with Jeff, but it's not the same, and it never will be. We've lost a lot. He lost a lot. We have a lot of anxiety about the future safety of our family, and the children of our family, if Robert Tellis were to be released after just 20 years of incarceration. But thank you for letting me take a few minutes to talk about Jeff and our family.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Anything else?
Not on behalf of the state.
In accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada, this court does now sentence you as follows. In addition to the administrative assessment, the DNA fee, and the collection fee, you'll be required to submit to genetic marker testing. At this time, the court's going to sentence you to life in the Nevada Department of Corrections with parole eligibility beginning after a minimum of 20 years has been served, and after considering all the factors enumerated in NRS 193.165, Court's going to sentence you to a consecutive 8 to 20 years for the deadly weapon enhancement, for an aggregate 28 to life. In the Nevada Department of Corrections, he has 771 days. Does the defense agree with that?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and the restitution, was there any objection to the restitution amount?
No, Your Honor.
And proposed restitution, the amount of $23,347.71 to the victim's family.
Thank you. We do have two housekeeping matters. One, there was a request for return of property. I've reached out to Mr. Hamlin. We anticipate an order being signed to return items that were seized that were not of evidentiary value to Mr. Tellis' family. Secondly, we filed a motion to withdraw. There's not been a breakdown of communications. We've had a very good level of communication and participation from Mr. Tellis and ourselves through the course of this case. We were retained for trial in this matter. Obviously, now the case is going to the next stage. I visited with him yesterday. He's aware of the motion, which we gave him a copy of this morning. I know we have a representative from the Public Defender's Office here. Obviously, there's an appeal that's going to be pursued. We want to bring that to the court's attention. I would ask that Your Honor grant our motion and set the matter for a status check in a week for confirmation of appellate counsel. And that's I don't believe there'll be an opposition from or an objection from the state in reference to our request.
Okay.
Or from Mr. Tellis.
Someone here from the Public Defender's Office?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Kathleen Freedman from the Public Defender's Office. We're ready to accept confirm as counsel today. So.
Okay, and is that your desire, Mr. Tellis?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll grant the motion to withdraw. The Public Defender is appointed. Thank you, Your Honor. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Singer?
It didn't help that he wasn't apologetic.
You know, his statement could have been much worse today. I think it was good for him that he expressed remorse of Mr. Gehrman's passing, although obviously he didn't take responsibility of it, which again is his right. So, I mean, that's been his stance since the get-go, since he was initially charged in this case, and I don't anticipate his opinion changing.
You're stepping away from the case. Why?
I was contracted to try the case. We do appeals. However, in this case, we were contracted to do the trial. We ended on good terms. I withdrew with his consent. We needed to file a motion in order to effectuate that, and the court granted our motion this morning.
Did anything about responsibility you think affect the sentencing?
You know, you never know. I mean, this enhancement was not surprising. Since we had two enhancements stacked, I mean, it was well within the range of possibility that the judge would give him the maximum, an 8 to 20-year enhancement. She did what we expected.
How much restitution was he granted again?
It was a little over $20,000.
Okay, and that's pretty standard?
Correct.
Could you clear up the sentencing for us? Because I think some people are really confused still.
Absolutely. The jury sentenced him to life with a minimum parole eligibility of 20 years. He's been in for 2. That means he will be eligible to appear before the parole board for the first time on the murder charge in 18 years. Today, Judge Levitt sentenced him to the enhancement for the age as well as the use of a deadly weapon. That is an 8 to 20-year sentence that he will begin serving once he completes the 20-year sentence that statutorily he has to.
I know you urged the judge not to give the maximum enhancement sentencing.
Correct.
Were you surprised? Were you not surprised?
I was not surprised that she sentenced him to the 8 to 20 given the double enhancements. By statute, they can't stack the 2 enhancements, so it was not surprising that she gave him the 8 to 20-year enhancement.
Are we good? What's your reaction to today?
Well, we're pleased. The judge maxed Mr. Tellis out. He was deserving of the maximum sentence. He showed absolutely no remorse, no acceptance of responsibility. He hasn't done so this entire case. He committed a very heinous crime, and he deserved the maximum sentence. So we're pleased.
Are you surprised he wasn't remorseful?
No. His history in this case is that he's denied any responsibility. He says that it's a big conspiracy and that everybody is conspiring against him. So I wasn't surprised at his lack of remorse, lack of respect, lack of an acceptance of responsibility in any way. No surprises.
Do you think he wants to appeal? How do you expect that to go?
Well, it's common for people that are convicted of murder by law. They are entitled to an appeal. We expect an appeal. But my prosecutors, the Metropolitan Police Department, everybody involved put on a solid case. So we feel very, very comfortable that he will not be successful on appeal.
What do you think about the concerns if he ever is released that he will seek revenge?
You know, that's a long time from now. And if he's ever released, I think he'll be a changed man. But there's always concerns, and that's why the family, I expect, will be active before the parole board. The district attorney's office will be active before the parole board, because at this point, I don't think he's deserving of release.
Do you think he has a chance of release, given that he's never admitted guilt?
Anybody's got a chance for release. I mean, by law, he's eligible for parole, and one day, maybe he'll be released. But it's a long way off.
Mr. Jaskovich kept bringing up his lack of criminal history. Do you think that had an impact in the sentencing at all?
I think the judge considered it, but that's just one factor. You know, the jury spoke without any hesitation. The jury sentenced him to a life sentence with parole eligibility after 20 years. And then the judge, as we hoped and expected, maxed him out on the enhancement. So I'm sure the judge considered everything, but the lack of criminal history is just one thing. Look at the crime he committed. Look at the just brutal crime he committed, so he deserved what he got.
He said you were part of the conspiracy at one point.
I think you were too, Vanessa. I mean, he named public officials, he named the police, he named the janitor. Okay, he named everybody, and it's all a bunch of hogwash, and he really knows that.
Do you think this case has ended with justice being served?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. We did not seek the death penalty on this case because when you take everything into consideration, we didn't think that was appropriate, but we got what we wanted. We got a life sentence, we got max on the enhancement, and he's going to spend a long, long time in prison.
All right, yeah. So that was Steve Wolfson. He was, you just heard him. He Tellis blamed everybody. He even blamed the reporter there, I guess. All right, you guys. That's it. That wraps up our initial series in what we're now calling The Ego Takes the Stand. So thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you being with us today. Let's see here. Psychosaurus. Let's see. He looks like he has some authority, so that makes sense. Oh, did Dwayne say that too? Yeah. He's the elected DA. Dwayne says. Yeah, Clark County DA Steve Wolfson. Aussie says, "Trust me, I'm not going anywhere." Shout out to the mods. Fantastic. So again, we'll honor Jeff German there. He was, by all accounts, just a brilliant, fantastic, loving individual. 69, life still was cut short by, Mr. Robert Tellis there. Even though Tellis maintains his innocence, the jury found otherwise. So, all right, with that, I will say thank you again for being with us on our initial series, our initial broadcast, stream, episode, whatever you want to call it, of our new series, The Ego Takes the Stand. We're going to be doing this on days off. So we'll be back on Monday. If you're watching live, we'll be back on Monday because it's Friday. If you're watching this on replay, we're going to be picking back up on Day 5 of Washington versus Ali and Ali. And maybe over the weekend we'll play some kitty cam. We'll show the kittens. They are getting so big. Oh, here, hold on. Let me show you some pictures. Let me show you some pictures here. All right. You want a shot of cuteness. All right, first of all, we've got Super Ball right here. So there's the big old ball of Super Ball. Big old ball of super. All right, here, check this out. Aaron's been sending me pictures. They're just absolutely adorable. Here, hold on. Where'd it go? Oh no. Oh, come on. Why isn't it showing up? Hold on. All right, here, it's right there. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Why isn't it showing up? Let me go this route. Okay, here it is. All right. You guys are going to love this. All right, there. Can you stand it? I mean, look at that. So that's Roger Federer on the right and Harry Houdini on the left. So Houdini and Fed for short. So that's Harry Houdini and Roger Federer. All right, let me show you some more because they're just being beyond. They're being beyond cute. Let's see what else. All right, hold on. Let me get you another one. All right, hold on. Let's see. All right, so that's a good one. There's a little mini me. So that's Polly on the left, and that's her firstborn. So we're calling her Riker after Will. So her number one, that's Will Riker there, or just Riker. All right. And let's see what else. Oh, Super Ball. This is great. Super Ball's like, what? She's like, what did you guys do? What did you guys do? What's going on with my house? All right, again, just too freaking cute, right? So all right, so anyway, so we'll probably show some kitty cam over the weekend. Oh, here's a good one. Rafa. So that's Rafa on the top and then Fed on the bottom, right? Rafa Nadal and Roger Federer, get it? So all right, guys. Yeah, we'll play some kitty cam over the weekend. But anyway, thank you for joining us today. Join us on Monday as we pick up on Washington versus Ali. And yeah, Raul, just real quick, Raul, he has been some new charges. We can talk about that real quick. Let's see. First-degree reckless manslaughter, 2 counts of first-degree reckless assault, and 1 count of second-degree reckless assault. So first-degree reckless manslaughter, well, that would be Jimmy. 2 counts of first-degree reckless assault, that would be, oh gosh, I'm forgetting their names already. Ryan Hines and Tommy Connery. And then second-degree would be Faison Peel. It's Peel. I forgot Faison. I'm forgetting their names already. Oh, that's terrible. Anyway, so yeah, so those are the charges for Raul. So all right, guys, have a good one. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank the mods. Thank you, Aaron, for coming up with this idea. Fantastic idea. The ego takes the stand. This was episode 1, and the ego takes the stand. We've got Jodi Arias. She talked for like 2 or 3 weeks, so we got to figure that one out. Alex Murdoch, I don't know how long he talked for. Nancy Brophy, Chandra Ark, Sarah Boone, Scott Nelson, Diana Downs, Robert Durst, Chris Dontel, Scott Nelson, Betty Broderick, Charlie Adelson, and Richard Merritt. That's who we have on our thought or our list, our growing list of excuse me. That's on our growing list of people that we can watch. So anyway, Ohio Pom Mom, how are you? All right, Red Snap, have a good night. Speaking of tennis players, good night runs with scissors. Oh, Andy Roddick's parents. Oh, no. Oh, Zach, that's terrible. Andy Roddick's parents' house got flooded badly and looted. Ah, that stinks. Adios, amoebas. All right, Zach, thanks for hanging with us. Appreciate it. Ohio Palm Mom. Yes, we will probably be doing, we'll do some kitty cam. Aussie, thank you all in chat. You lift me up. Aw. Green-Eyed Cat, this is going to be a great series. Awesome idea. Thank you, guys. All right, Angela. Take care, Kathy says to Aussie. Angela says, thank you for a great day. Dwayne says goodbye to Aaron. Alice says good night. Red Snap, have a great weekend. Jen Pookie, have a good one. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, have a good one. All right, guys, be sure to thank our mods. Thank Aaron. Thank yourselves. Have a great weekend. We'll see you, if not over the weekend, on Kitty Cam. We'll see you guys on Monday for Washington versus Ali and Ali. So with that, I say thank you for watching with us. We're at 11,700 subscribers, so thank you so much for all the love, and you guys are fantastic chat, fantastic community, and have a great weekend. We'll see you. Bye.